Please take your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Please take this opportunity to silence all mobile devices.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our edition of The View. I get to play Rosie O'Donnell, so watch out. I'm looking for my Elizabeth Hasselbeck. We'll see who it is. Thank you for joining us. We've got a great panel of education technologists and education leaders. So I'll actually turn it over to each of you to briefly introduce yourself. I'll start with you, Elijah.
Hi there. My name's Elijah. I work with GSV Ventures, really doing a lot of work with the early stage startups in AI. My PhD is in natural language processing from Carnegie Mellon. I've worked at a lot of different organizations, such as Turnitin, partnerships with the Gates Foundation and the College Board. I taught at the University of Pennsylvania, so I've sort of been in a lot of different things, but focused on the early stage of AI startups right now.
Yeah, my name is Kudus Pativada. I'm the founder and CEO of ASI. So we work with governments as well as build directly consumer-facing tools to essentially emulate human tutors. So we've been using artificial intelligence for the last 3 years to build personal AI tutors that can understand you as a student, profile you, and then tailor itself to your strengths and weaknesses.
Good afternoon, Isabelle Howe. I'm the executive director of the Stanford Accelerator for Learning. And our mission is to accelerate research-anchored solutions to the most pressing issues facing learners.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lev Gonick, ASU's Chief Information Officer. I have in my remit trying to orchestrate and coordinate ASU's AI strategy, and I look forward to sharing some of that today.
Excellent. Thank you. And I'm Stephen Butschi. I'm the director of our education team for Google in North America. And thank you for joining us. And I'll kick it off. They kind of set us up with the title of this session around whether AI will be the world's greatest learning accelerator. And before AI, I'm curious if each of you were to answer that question 2 years ago, what would you say the world's greatest learning accelerator was at that point? Side note, I asked this to another individual, and they said the school bus, which I thought was interesting. But if there are any takeaways from that piece of process or technology that we could apply to implementing AI, I'd also be interested in hearing that. So I'll kick it off with you, Elijah, the world's greatest learning accelerator pre-AI.
I think a lot of people trash the 20th century school classroom and the way students learned in a classroom. But if you look prior to that, prior to, say, this turn of the 20th century, children were really seen as sort of just defective little adults. And the adoption of developmental psychology, of Lev Vygotsky's work, of all of the work on student learning, not even student-child learning, from, say, 1880 to 1960, was a massive change in how children were thought about, how they developed, how they thought about learning. And it really did revolutionize it. In the 20th century classroom, compared to anything that came before, it really was a massive revolution in the way that children learn and were given access to education. So I think it doesn't get the credit it deserves.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. When I think about the world's greatest learning accelerator, I don't know if you guys have watched Silicon Valley, the TV show, but I started to think about horse poop. So in 1847, there was the Great London Crisis of manure. So, horses were the main form of transportation, and the biggest problem in London was there was too much manure on the streets. So the prediction was that by the end of the decade, there would be over 9 feet of manure, so you wouldn't be able to walk past. A couple of years down the line, before the end of the decade, the car was invented, and all of a sudden the manure problem disappeared overnight. I think when I look at AI and our sort of philosophy we're building in the space for the last 3 years is, I think so far, and I agree with the classroom. I think there's the traditional accelerators like the classroom, the printing press, the textbook. But I think today we're in an opportunity where instead of building the shovels for the manure, which is what I think has been done at least in the 21st century, I think now we have the opportunity to build a car, and I think that's what AI gives us the opportunity to do. I don't know if we're there yet with the tools we have today, but I think there is potential to completely reimagine the way we learn from a first principles perspective. Does a classroom look the same? Do assignments look the same? Does anything look the same anymore for students? And I think the bet that I think most of us at the conference are trying to make is 10 years from now it looks completely different. Yeah.
Great point. I didn't expect we were going to talk about horse poop on our panel today, so that was great. Isabelle.
Actually, I will stay in the vicinity of TV shows. I don't know if it's the world's greatest accelerant, but one of the great accelerants of the past few decades, to me, has been Sesame Street, where we now have 100 million of children who have watched these TV shows, and many of us have learned English through that TV show. Certainly I did. So to me, this is one example of a solution that was actually federally funded initially, has been accessible for free to millions of children, and has really impacted lives in a meaningful way and continues to do so with their expansion in refugee camps right now.
It's a great point. And I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, who's your favorite character on Sesame Street, Isabelle?
Grover.
Grover. Perfect. Lev.
So let me just offer to you that if you want to, I'll just build on this sort of historical framework for just a second. There's a project that ASU and a group of collaborators, some of whom are in the room, have been working on for the last year or so called the 100-Year Tech Project. If you want to take a look at 100yeartechproject.org, you'll sort of see our version of this first part of some of the great learning accelerators. Let me offer you a way to kind of bridge from some of that earliest moments and pick up where Elijah left off. He sort of said in the 60s. That's kind of where his story ended. I do think, just briefly, that in many ways, the moment that we're living in has an analogous moment in time, which I think many of you in the room will be able to relate to. And that is, you'll probably remember where you were in the fall of 1993 when we got the Mosaic browser, the predecessor to Netscape, and the first web experience. And what was that? There was a time when I was teaching online with tools that were like Archie or Gopher. There was a way to actually get to files with tools that today seem completely arcane and quaint. And then we had a window into the opportunity to actually begin to have a way of organizing all of those files, massive scale, in a way that had historically never been possible along the way. Along from that, then became a logical next step, which could you search the files? And that became search. And today we're at a moment in time where, again, I think we're at each of those were enormous accelerators for the ability to learn both individually and to reorganize our institutions and organizations to accomplish that. And today we're at, I believe, a similar moment in time, because AI, for those of you, I'm sure everyone in the room knows, as a subject has been around for really 55 or 60 years worth of important work, but we've never had a window into it. And this sort of our analogous moment right now is that with generative AI, we're at the very beginning of an opportunity to go into that window. So in our 100-year project, we see this as more continuity than disruption.
It's a great point on the acceleration. I think Michael Moe last year was talking about in order to get 50 million users within generative AI tools, it took about 5 weeks. Compare that to the internet, it took 7 years. Or Facebook to get to 50 million users was, I think, 3 years. We had a similar panel last fall. In the last 6 months, and feel free, any of you, to jump in, what do you think has been the biggest advancement to the window that you're mentioning that you've seen in generative AI or AI generally as it relates to education?
Yeah, I'm going to take this. I think, 6 months in the generative AI world feels like 6 years, right? Like the amount of innovation you're seeing, I think everybody struggles to keep up with it. I think in the last 6 months, we're seeing optimizations happen. I think there hasn't been an aha moment, at least in textual AI. I think what you're seeing is AI becoming faster, cheaper. I think you're seeing inference go faster with Grok and the new chips that are coming out. I think you're seeing the ability to deploy models become safer. I think there's been a lot more advancements in the physical world, with AI relating to robotics and physical intelligence, which I think is very interesting if that was able to be tied into to education. But I think what we're in the phase now is optimization, at least for the rest of the world. I think OpenAI and the rest of them will focus on AGI, but we're just seeing things get faster, cheaper, and really better monumentally.
I think the other thing that I've seen compared to October when we last talked about this, at that time, every tech person in San Francisco knew about AI, had used ChatGPT. Every early adopter at every place that I've been to had already started using it. But now it's gone past that. And now everybody, even the people that didn't want anything to do with AI, are seeing AI come into their life. It's showing up in the articles they read online and their news feeds on social media. It's become, gone from something that 100% of tech people were using in the fall to now it's everywhere, for better or worse.
Can I build on that? Oh, go ahead, Lev and Isabelle.
So I was just only going to add that when we last had the conversation, just to pick up again on Elijah's point here, in the spring, a year ago, right now, at ASU, again, one of the more innovative universities in the land, the question was actually anyone going to be using the tool? And it turns out my view was, well, let's just go find out from our students. And we found out that in the exam period, which starts 2 weeks Monday, a year ago, 43,000 students had actually been using ChatGPT during the 4 days of the exam period. So it turns out what's happened in the last year, a little bit longer than the 6-month window here, is that the institutional view is it's well overdue now to realize that there's no putting the genie back in the bottle, not really worth having much of a debate at policy levels as to whether or not you should or you shouldn't. It's really rather how you're going to do it. And again, we've left some propaganda on the tables in front of you. The journey that we've been on here is to institutionally engage across the full breadth with 5,300 faculty, 180,000 students, more than right now 350 programs. How do we all lean in because of it if we are right, and this is a window into the future, ASU's longstanding ambition about supporting students' success, this is the opportunity to actually drive that much deeper and to really try to do it in I think, a very holistic way. Not only buying and using commercial products, but actually building together platforms and applications across the breadth of what everyone would hope a great university would work on.
Isabelle.
If I may add two other things over the past year that I'm really excited about, and specifically to AI and education. So one is an extraordinary move of existing districts, academic institutions, countries that are actually launching their own AI tools. This is unprecedented in EdTech. EdTech, education technology, previously was really much more driven by private sector actors driving the agenda. For the first time, what I'm seeing with whether it's New York City, whether it's LAUSD with their new chatbot, whether this is the UAE with their chatbot as well, this big movement of whether it's at the country level or at the district level of institutions driving change, which is quite interesting. And then the second thing that I love is a big move toward omni-model. So we have seen a lot of announcements on whether it's on video, on NLP and voice inputs. Anyway, like a lot of integration between VR and AI that are emerging, that are quite cool.
Yeah, some of the demos around the multimodal capabilities are pretty impressive. Elijah, building on it, it actually builds what you were saying, Lev, too, and the usage of this. Some people have come up to me at the summit and said, we're too focused actually at this conference on teachers using AI or professors using AI, and not as much on students using AI. Building on your experience at Turnitin and Lightside Labs, where you were helping develop writing and coaching for students directly, do you feel like we're ready to unleash AI for students directly? Or if we're not, why not? And if we are, what considerations from a safety perspective, ethical, et cetera, should we be thinking about?
Yeah, so I think to Lev's point, you say unleash, that implies that it's leashed right now. And
Fair.
and that we have the leash and that we're holding it. And I think that's a real misread of the situation. I think that many of the people that are at ASU GSV are coming from an ed tech and an industry that is used to technology being driven by sales from vendors to institutions, from startups to districts. But this is a real moment in the same way that the late 90s, early 2000s were, where individual users are driving the adoption and usage of a lot of these tools. And I think that the organizations that are here at ASU GSV that understand that it is really the students, the teachers, the parents, individual people on their phones or on their laptops potentially, they're the ones that are choosing what AI-powered technologies they're adopting, and they're choosing it very quickly. And teenagers, every 17-year-old is well ahead of most universities in adoption. And so wrapping your head around that and really building your strategy around a world where the adoption by consumers is driving this wave forward, is defining sort of the winners of this generation of startups, it looks very different from, say, 5 or 10 years ago, where it was more of an institutional decision-making process.
Elijah, I could just sort of build on that, because it seems to me we have to hold two truths at once. The truth that you've just finished articulating, which I had previously outlined, which is to try to meet our students where they are, and at the same time, and not before or not after, but at the same time, trying to work with the providers of these very powerful foundational models to wrap around them the required security infrastructure that will then enable the trust that needs to be actually, again, become part of the confidence that everything from PII to institutional IP to any number of other challenges that, again, institutionally we need to move on. We need to find a way to work not seriatim, but in parallel. And parallel processing is actually something that we, especially technologists, should know kind of how to begin working on that, especially when you're trying to get to scale. So I think one of the major issues here is the mindset. Are you prepared to work in parallel processing at scale, or are you waiting somehow for a quote-unquote logical sequence? First, it has to be safe, secure, and all things, and then we're just going to be telling students, be careful. Or are we actually trying to work in parallel? So I've said yesterday at a roundtable with investors, this is an enormously exciting moment for you to be investing in companies that want to begin solving the solution and building bridges between where our students are and what our institutions need to have in order to be fiduciaries and compliant with regulations and things of that sort. It's a fantastic opportunity, especially if you want to run fast, especially with ASU.
It's a good point that you both are bringing up, is that where are we meeting users where they are, and it's not leashed, you're right. Kudus, I'm curious, you've been working on AI tutors, and Isabelle, you mentioned the multimodal aspects of the next generation of generative AI. What are you finding? And I always think about a lot of these tutors have a chat-based interface. And is that going to be the equivalent of like the command line interface of the 1980s, the MS-DOS of the 1990s? Or do you think that we're going to engage with AI in many different ways?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, I think on a foundational level, I think conversation is a really useful tool for learning. I mean, if you think about how you learn best, it is usually through this interactive conversation. I do think the chat interface itself will look very different. So at ASI, we're creating generative interfaces that essentially mold the interface to what the student wants. So when the time is right, we pull up a quiz, or we'll take them to an immersive game where they're playing a game about pyramids when they're learning about history. So I think the interface itself is really the only bottleneck to students' usage today. But I think more importantly, one of the things we spend a lot of time on, I think is a worthwhile exercise in AI, is not thinking about how students are accessing the AI, but how could we give the ability for the AI to access the student. So we built personalized language models, profiling models that are able to understand the student really intricately, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are. I think that's a really powerful exercise, because AI is really powerful, but 30 years ago, textbooks were really powerful, but it didn't make the entire population 10 times smarter. I think one of the biggest problems in education, and I was a student not so long ago, I'm only 20 years old, so I spent 85% of my life being a student. I think the biggest problem is always motivation, right? Like you have a really powerful technology in front of you, or you had a really great book in front of you, but how do you convince someone to sit down and read it? And I think this is the first time we're giving these textbooks the power, not just for students to open them, but for textbooks to understand the student. Can we mold a textbook to how a student best learns? Are we using the right analogies to convince them? Or if they're a fan of the Patriots, can we use an analogy of the Patriots? I think that's a really powerful exercise, and I think the accessibility goes both ways. But in terms of the specific modalities, I would imagine that conversation still continues. I think the specific chat interface itself will, if we do our job, I think it'll change pretty drastically over the next few months. But I do believe that conversation is a really useful tool for learning. That's my personal belief.
You raised an interesting point there. You're talking about the way that we can personalize with it and the power that it has. I was talking with a student last week, and they said, generative AI provides immense power. It can also lead to immense laziness. How do we ensure that students are still learning the foundational skills that they need, and they're not just putting everything into generative AI, or maybe to be contrary, maybe this is where the Elizabeth Hasselbeck moment comes out, to be contrarian, do we even need to teach those foundational skills? Because technology's there, it can solve it for us.
Yeah, I think the latter question you asked is the right question. I mean, I don't think it will completely make students lazy, right? I think today we live in a world where Duolingo and Google Translate coexist. Just because you have the power to translate everything doesn't mean the skill set of actually speaking a different language is useless. Calculators exist, but people still know how to do math. I think less than what we used to do, but at the end of the day, I think the tools are a form of accessibility. I think the education, and that's why I spoke about horse poop earlier, is because I do think the system needs to start thinking about how to reimagine the way students learn and what students learn. I think that's incredibly important. That's one of the reasons we work with governments at an institutional level, is trying to help governments. I don't think there's a perfect answer to it, but I do think there is a real concern even for myself that so when I was in high school, one of the biggest things I learned, and one of the biggest takeaways I had, was getting better at writing. And today that's helped me immensely, where I write memos in the company, or I'm writing emails, and I notice that my emails are slightly more articulate than other people's emails. And will that skill set go away? I think that's a question to be answered by, probably better suited by people like Lev, who've been in the institutions and are in control of that. But I do think there is a fundamental reimagination of what students are learning that needs to be done. And I think the skills will change. I think once skills start becoming obsolete, the case that a lot of people make, or a lot of the doomers make, is that students will no longer learn the skills. But the truth is, the skills that students will be learning will just get more and more advanced. As soon as calculators came out, math at a high level started getting harder and harder. So I think the argument I would make is the foundational skills will change, but I think they'll change for the better. I think once the hard stuff becomes easy, there'll be harder stuff for people to do. And I think you'll probably result in a net positive when that happens.
Isabelle, looks like you want to say something.
No, I love that optimistic view. We have data, and the data don't look good actually right now. They actually substantiate the quote that you got. So we at Stanford have this intro computer science class that's free for anyone to sign up for, and so it's run at with more than 10,000 people who sign up for this class. So we have a lot of data that we can garner from that class. And the data suggests that better learning outcomes, but less engagement. So laziness, the laziness question is definitely there. How do we continue thinking about a future where we engage our students with those tools as creators? And I love the future that you are describing, but it's not there.
Lev's going to solve it for us. Go ahead.
Well, no, I think again, this is sort of all part of that 100-year project, that there is importance, again, to holding a lot of and both statements rather than sort of either or, yes utopian, yes dystopian. There's a lot of all of that that is in play. And a lot of it comes back to our responsibility to be continuing to evaluate what does it mean to assess learning outcomes in an AI age. And if all we're doing is saying, well, it's not the same as it used to be, then the poverty of insight and imagination is ours, not on our students to actually take that burden. And I'll just kind of go back, and if it's all right, bridge to the previous question, which was around multimodality. And so at ASU, I think most of you will hopefully know that we have this fantastic, what we call Realm 4 project around discovery-based or experiential learning in the Dreamscape project. It's an XR, VR downstairs. You want to experience the biology classroom experience, you're welcome to do that. And that is kind of just the whole idea of actually finding ways to engage students so that they are motivated to actually learn what has historically been extremely complicated lab materials in biology. And we very much are working on, at this moment, on actually adding to that experience where they are already motivated and engaged, and we have all the data to show for it, both formatively and summatively, in terms of not only their engagement, but their performance as well, is to add to that the development of personalized tutor experience in world, which is to say, yes, you could do it through a dialogue box, you could do it through a voice, again, that's now to the multimodal point, and we very much are working on prototyping. In fact, not only will, again, you'll see this if you go downstairs to take a run at the Dreamscape Learn environment, you are actually in world as an avatar. And so will your AI tutor in biology, and it will be your tutor. And actually, it's a permanent AI tutor in the sense that it actually stays with you not only in your biology course, but for all of your experience, should you choose to actually make that part of your learning journey. And our, again, hypothesis here, to be tested, to be sure, is that it is a way of maintaining the motivation of students and giving the idea of letting our students guide us as to how they were not making a single choice. But if you want to use the text-based engagement, you'll use text-based windows. And if you want to use voice, you'll use voice. And if you want to use essentially the avatar experience, you'll be doing that. And then if you want to, again, going forward, we're going to be into a spatial computing world out there, so there are going to be all kinds of interesting ways in which to be using yet additional things that we haven't yet figured out how to get fully integrated into our curriculum. I think all of this is in play here, and I think it's really important to debate them and have really insightful conversations about what the trade-offs are, but more than anything, hold these multiple truths and experiments where again, meeting fundamentally where our students are, but also guiding them through the opportunities to develop meaningful foundational knowledge for the again, era that they're going to inherit and not the ones that we actually grew up in ourselves.
May I just chime in on the word laziness, because I think that focuses in on a very particular corner of the world, the sort of, especially undergraduate or high school curriculum. How am I going to make sure students are writing essays that I assign to them? How do I know they're not cheating? But when I think about the context more broadly than that, I'm a parent and I know many other parents, and the children that I see, frankly, are busier than any children that I grew up with. They have more expectations on them in terms of extracurriculars, in terms of putting together a packet to get into preschool, elementary school, middle school, high school, and then college. They have more expectations laid on them to reach a higher bar, to have peer-reviewed publications before they go to undergraduate. And then when you get into that undergraduate world, and then certainly postgraduate, and into the career world, affordability of all these things and the amount of work that they have to do outside of a college classroom is again ramping up, and it's harder than ever to just make the balance between the classes you're taking, the homework you're doing, the rent you're paying, and everything else going on. Those burdens are, again, very complex and, frankly, more complex than they were when I was in college. And so certainly if you look at first-year composition and say, how do we make sure that the argumentative essays that we're teaching in September are being written by this student? Are they being lazy? If you really narrow it down that way, there's a conversation to be had for sure. But if you think about the experience of being a teenager, I think they're the least lazy teenagers I've seen in a long time.
It's a fair point.
Could I just add one more quick insight to Elijah's point here? So there is a sort of mainstream and high-achieving socioeconomic class that for which I think all of this is an interesting debate. But there's 50% of the world that actually does not have access and is not actually engaged with. And I don't think this is a matter of laziness at all. I see AI in its most I would say the most provocative way that we can think about it as one of the most radical democratizing opportunities since that earlier moment when those big filing cabinets of knowledge became retrievable with gets and puts and ultimately a browser along that journey. And again, for the entrepreneurs in the room, and again, I think I'm speaking to several of you in the audience here, it is a fantastic opportunity not only to be of service to the great and actually very well-to-do universities that are well-served and will do just fine, but also to be figuring out creatively how to engage with the next 50% of humanity and find ways of, again, motivating. This is an opportunity to shift the idea that you are in a cast and set for life in the opportunities of achieving your dreams and your aspirations. This is very much the technology that can unlock, I think, again, people who dream but don't feel that they have a way of getting there. I remember when, again, the MOOCs became a very big deal, and certainly at Stanford and many other places when people began actually offering access to the highest quality education that we had worldwide, it turns out that many, many outstanding learners ended up being in places that had never actually had any access to education in any meaningful way. And so you had study groups in villages in Pakistan taking MIT or Stanford courses, and when evaluated and assessed, the top 100 performers in the original work on AI that came out of Stanford were actually not Stanford students who were taking that class. It was people outside of it. So let's not be limited in again, and I know this was not your point, Elijah, but let's think as broadly as we possibly can for the disruptive moment that we sit at.
Well, you raised an interesting dynamic that there is such power to increase access and increase personalization of pathways and learning outcomes. But then you also mentioned the trade-offs. And Isabelle, every time I meet with you, I'm always fascinated because Stanford does such interesting research on what does Gen AI mean for cheating? What does it mean for students' mental health? What's the latest that's come out on some of these trade-offs that we need to be thinking about? What's the data telling us there?
Yeah, but sometimes that's what I love about research is that you look at data and then you see what the results show you, and sometimes very counterintuitive. So on your two topics that you just raised, we have very counterintuitive data. So on cheating, we had a group of faculty that had access to data in a school, in a network of schools pre-launch of ChatGPT, and then we looked at the data post since then. So we looked at comparison around cheating patterns. And here's a counterintuitive fact that those data suggest is that there has not been an increase in cheating behaviors.
Let that sit in, folks, because that is one of the great memes that's out there.
Yeah.
They're cheating before and they're cheating today.
They were cheating before and they are cheating today in different ways.
Yep.
So this entire conversation on cheating, I think, is interesting and probably not the most interesting one on this topic. On mental health, also very counterintuitive. So a team of faculty have looked at this tool called replica.ai that's used by 15 million plus people, young adults. And they looked at, so you can create an avatar. It was initially launched as more of a romantic platform where you can build your avatar and then you have discussion with this avatar for purpose of online romance. So they looked at this group of folks that have been using this platform for mental health. And what they are finding is that people actually are actually a meaningful reduction in suicidal ideation for people who are using that platform. So better mental health as a result of creating an online avatar and using those platforms. The other thing that I would just add quickly is what is more concerning as part of that research is that we are seeing a displacement, slight displacement in human connections. So people who are using this platform are not making as many friends and interacting with humans as peer groups. And then the last fact that I would mention, which is also fascinating, is that there is incredible confusion by people using the platform. So 90% of users are saying that they are human, that the platform is human-like. 90%. So this is really interesting in terms of where we are and our increasing confusion about what is human, what is machine, what is algorithm, and what is not, and the future of human connections.
It's fascinating between cheating, mental health, human connections, learner engagement that you were speaking about earlier, learning outcomes, so many different dynamics that are at play as we're figuring out how generative AI is leveraged within schools and universities. And Lev, I know you all at ASU have been really innovative in that forefront, and with your Create AI initiative, making those tools available in a secure way. Any of the thoughts that Isabelle just shared, have you been seeing that on campus as it relates to human connection, or conversely, were you seeing this is actually bringing a community together as they're using these tools in interesting ways that they weren't engaging before?
At ASU, we have a group of colleagues who very much like Isabelle's Accelerator for Learning. We have a center for learning engineering. They are likewise engaged in a lot of research activities. It's the collaboration, again, which is part of the little leave behind in front of you, outlines a lot of that collaboration across the campus. And a lot of the work that we are doing is engaging with faculty collaborators. There's actually over 1,700 faculty at ASU that have actually signed up for their own AI acceleration experience through 8 modules, and actually being willing to share some of their own experiences in a way for us to basically understand that side of the equation. Again, there are plenty of assumptions out there and biases that faculty don't want to innovate and are scared. I'm not saying that that is not part of the reality, but there are literally a third of all of ASU's faculty signing up for this new technology. The last time we got even close to it, it was a forced march on March the 13th, 2020, to flip at COVID. It's the same proportion of faculty who are volunteering at this moment as opposed to the forced activities that are there. And on the student side and the classroom side, there are literally hundreds and hundreds of classes that are experimenting with this, and selectively we're working with the Learning Engineering Institute that is engaging with and helping us to try to measure that work. There's also a series of communities of practice which involve not only our faculty, but also student engagement on, again, what's going on. So the moment that we're living in is really early. You know, again, we're sort of just at the beginning of baseball season here. So let's just say we're really only at the bottom of the first inning in this work. But what is great about this, which really didn't exist back in my day when I was teaching with Gopher and Archie in that first fall of 1993, was from the beginning we're actually asking and measuring that kind of journey that we're all on together. And while we will have lots of important rhetorical debates, it's really, as we did then, and if you go all the way back to, again, the way that Elijah sort of framed the original classroom, there were lots of debates as if the world of learning or the moving our concepts of what children needed to be as little adults back then. That whole journey now is going to have measure, along with all of the rhetoric and information and disinformation that's going to inform the debate. And I think for that, we're all better off. But let's breathe. Bottom of the first inning. There's a long way to go on this journey. And our abilities to hold multiple truths, including contradictory insights, need to be held in order to move this whole project forward.
It is interesting. I was attending a CSU summit on AI, and one of the biggest requests from students was actually clarity on during that process, what is cheating? In the syllabus, what can we use Gen AI for? What can we not use it for? And I think you're right. We're in that moment of trying to figure it all out, and there's a lot still to be worked out. Which leads me to our last question. We only have a couple minutes left. If any of you have any thoughts, are there any sacred areas where we should not touch? You know, we should say this is off limits to Gen AI or AI generally in education. We've got an optimistic panel here.
I think the most important thing to recognize is that, you know, as I keep harping on, it's not something that we all get to decide. It's something that is happening, and it's producing a real change in the quality of the content that you can find in any given place, because there's such a wide range of usages of all of these tools. And there are actors that are, you know, still very in a pre-AI world and are writing everything by hand manually. And there's actors that are using these tools in ways that, you know, the various steering committees would call ethical or responsible. And then there are actors that are producing 10 million articles this week and are going to produce it all and just sort of spew it everywhere. And I think that we need to be cognizant as we build out sort of content generation and the ability to sort of unleash as much generative AI as we want, that does produce a problem for sort of the commons, for the way that people access information. We now have a lot more work to do to sort of search through and sort and understand what's out there and say, was this produced by someone sort of artisanally by hand? Was this produced as part of a responsible AI practice? Or is this thing that's happening on social media or on the internet or live and in person, was this produced by an irresponsible actor? We don't get to decide whether those people do it or not. They've got the tools, they've got the servers, they've got the GPUs, but we do need to understand that it's happening and say we do or don't want to acknowledge that and then address it within our own communities.
It's a good way, unless there's a last thought, it's a good way to leave it. Oh, go ahead, Isabelle.
I was going to say humans in the loop.
Yeah.
And just say, I mean, it's all about our human agency. So again, there's not one answer for everybody here. And the great news is that we get together once a year here to check in with each other, and we'll look forward to seeing everybody through the rest of this event and next year.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you all.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
That was lame.
That was lame.
Come on, people. Welcome to San Diego. Woo! Hey, I'm Tom Vander. I'm the CEO of Getting Smart. We have some smart people right here. The Getting Smart team is live in the front row. We are at this really interesting moment in time, a really formative period of time where I think we're just about ready to do important work that frames like the next 40 years. And we have maybe the two best people in America here with us to describe what the next 40 years look like. Let me start with Russlynn. Russlynn Ali is the CEO and co-founder of XQ Institute. She's also the managing director of education at the Emerson Collective, which is a very cool next-gen investor in education and democracy and the environment. I had the good fortune to meet Russlynn almost 25 years ago. I was a new grant maker, and Bill Gates and I were just learning about policy advocacy. We didn't know much about it, and then I met Russlynn, and she's like, you actually can change the world with better education policy, and we were able to help her launch Education Trust West in Oakland to really fire up the West Coast to transform education in California and beyond. And we have been partners and colleagues in a lot of different ways ever since. After EdTrust, Russlynn worked with Arnie. She ran the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education in the Obama administration. So she's been an equity warrior for a long time. And she's now leading at XQ, I think the most important high school transformation work in America. So welcome, Russlynn. And not coincidentally, I met Dr. Timothy Knowles almost 25 years ago to the date in Boston. I had this really cool fall of 1999 when I met Bill. Bill says, why don't you just travel for 6 months and go visit as many high schools as you can and then come back and tell me what you'd like to do. And on that trip, I met Dr. Knowles, and he and Tom Payzant had just developed the smartest, most effective district transformation strategy, where all of his high schools were transforming the quality of instruction and they were starting brand new schools. Jim Shelton later and I wrote a paper on this portfolio strategy because it was the first time we'd seen an urban district do this beautiful mixture of community-connected improvement and new school development. Innovation for equity at scale, done in a way that had never been done. After that important work, Tim spent almost 2 decades at the University of Chicago, and I think he was the most influential education academic in America, not because he was doing academics, because it was really applied academics. You were always deeply involved in the work of Chicago Public Schools, and like Tony Breik before, you guys did local work that was so well done, it was of national importance. And about 3 years ago, Tim took over the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, and these guys have launched this beautiful partnership that we're going to talk about. But welcome, Tim Knowles. So, Russlynn, I was just, you were talking about this sense of opportunity that you have, but since I'm rambling, let me do just a minute. I did the time machine of 25 years. It's interesting that if you think back to the shape of that 25 or 30 years, they've been shaped by policy, in our case, federal policy, unusually impactful federal policy, the standards movement, standards assessment, accountability. Ed tech, right, the rise of education technology and technology-enhanced learning, and new school development. Not just charter schools, but many new schools. Those 3 vectors were the big change vectors of the last 30 years that have really influenced our career. And Russlynn, you were just saying that you have this new sense of opportunity that we're at this period where there's shaping to be done. But like, how do you think about the opportunity, the time in history that we're at?
Well, I'm actually, and thank you for dating me, Tom.
It's been a long journey.
Yes. But one that has led me to a place where, honestly, I truly feel more hope than ever before. You described it. We have new models. We have new technology. We have policy opportunities. That is what has underpinned our success so far. But all of those actually wrap around a moral vision for schooling in America that has undoubtedly made us lead the world. We were the first in the world to declare universal high school a right, that the basics of learning didn't stop when one was 10 and 11, but extended into our adolescent years. And in so doing, gave rise to becoming the most important and influential superpower on the planet. Schools are the cure. Why am I hopeful now? Because these things come together around a new confluence of factors. that moral vision. So yes, you described policy, you described technology, you described the models, the wonk behind where we are. That moral vision, that policy vision, the new models where it takes yeoman educators, like so many in this room, to show us how to do it. Actually, technology has caught up with all of those visions.
Yeah.
We are here
you had this big,
in this room.
You had this big footprint over at the air show. Give it up if you were at the air show the last couple days.
Well, listen.
So,
And
that
I
was
appreciate you saying big footprint, but what was so powerful about that is because we opened up these opportunities to between 10 to 15, I think we were at 14,000 teachers who are actually doing this work every day for free to come and experience the world of ed tech meshing with this moral and policy and practice vision that they execute every day.
Yeah.
So what gives me the most hope is because of new and emerging technologies, we can stand on the shoulders of the giants that have done this work for so long. We talk about standards, we talk about accountability, we could talk about Goals 2000 when there was a then governor from Little Rock who was with a then champion running for president that also had the name George and also had the name Bush. And they set about declaring that the money that we said as a country, as we launched the war on poverty after JFK's passing, with LBJ and the rise of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act that said we were going to have a fifth freedom, that freedom from want and to worship and from fear and from tyranny, wasn't enough, that we were going to have a freedom from ignorance, and that we were going to have a Sputnik moment again. And those words and the quest to find alloys not yet made and go to the moon and back gave rise to the largest federal investment in the National Defense and Education Act in our country's history that made schooling the hub, schooling the center.
It was a beautiful bipartisan agreement. It was a coming together that
it was apolitical.
That we'd never seen before.
It was apolitical. We actually were segregated. Remember when, I mean, the pictures that matter the most? Yeah. We had white people on one line and black people on another line, and everybody celebrating with the same signs because we had defied science, and we did it with schools at the center. I'm hopeful because we're at that moment again.
We are, and this time we have a chance to get it right in a new way. There's things we got right and things that we got wrong, but we're at a point in time where we can build a new bargain, and this time with an instructional vision at the center and a moral vision at the center. Tim, you've heard, many of the people in this audience have heard me claim that I've visited more high schools than anyone on the planet. One thing they all have in common is this thing called the Carnegie unit. And it's now not only the unit of instruction, it's the unit of reporting and the unit of teacher licensing and the unit of funding. And it was for a while the shipping container of education that sort of made everything efficient. And now it's the boat anchor. Everybody is stuck with this thing with your name on it. And you have this inherited...
He has enough hubris.
You have this inherited culpability. You're the reason that we're all stuck.
I love this panel already. So are you going to ask a question?
What do we... Well, how do we get unstuck, and what's your take on this Carnegie unit thing that you're named after?
I do appreciate the question, because in order to think about a new architecture, we do actually have to understand the one we've got, and we've got to get into it. The place that I'm responsible for, the Carnegie Foundation, in 1906, introduced this thing for a good reason that we don't need to talk about, called the Carnegie Unit, or the credit hour in today's parlance. It is, as you said, Tom, it's instrumental.
Super important.
It standardized an entirely unstandardized system, and in 4 years, it swept the nation. It was and is the currency, the bedrock currency of the educational economy. It's not just the things you listed, but it's
in some ways it was an equity initiative.
Absolutely.
Almost like A to G, because you helped build A to G. Here in California.
Your alphabet
A to G is the college prep courses that you have to take in California. But it was the same sort of defining the architecture so that more students could have access
with
to
a new
quality
kind of
at scale,
immigration
right?
from the South.
So,
now, mind you, we were talking about only white boys allowed in school at the time.
Yes.
So
when it came to higher education, higher order thinking, which was high school and the Carnegie unit. And your guys swept the whole thing and made equity real for everybody.
So that is the upside. The downside is that it infiltrated everything about how we think about learning, and it is what's on a transcript. The other day we shared a transcript from 1875 and a transcript from last year, and they're identical except one is written in longhand. That's it. So what the two things that it ignored, or it now ignores, one is the incredible amount we've learned about how people learn in the last 100 years, from neuroscientists and cognitive psychologists and learning scientists. We know now that we learn from solving real problems, from experience, from working with peers. We learn at vastly different rates depending on the individual and the subject of study. And yet we are bound by this original architecture that conflates time and learning. And so that's the first problem. The second problem is that it has a pernicious effect on the scale and the pace and the efficacy of innovation. So there have been post-Carnegie or non-Carnegie unit instantiations of schools since Dewey and Montessori. And they exist today everywhere, and we all know them and are drawn to them, but they've stayed at the margins. They haven't penetrated the mainstream, and so that's why, if we can segue into the forward part of our conversation, that's why a new architecture is critical if we're serious about our democracy and our economy and our social fabric.
Russlynn, anything you want to add about the opportunity set right now? We've been talking about the challenge of the Carnegie unit, but...
Listen, I mean, when I joke with Tim about his hubris, he doesn't really have it.
I just leave the jokes alone.
I just adore and applaud the courage of a mainstay organization that is 120 years old, whose name, not by self-aggrandizement, became the bedrock, but history is accurate, and history tells us it was the bedrock. It wasn't just, we were talking the other day, I was saying, Tim, dinosaur diplomacy, how it all started. Dinosaur diplomacy, because it was Carnegie who had the first fossil of a dinosaur that others around the world wanted to see. And in so doing, the showcasing of that staved off, to my mind, in my read of history, world wars. We hadn't even named them yet. And then the efficiency with which he built a new alloy that would power the Industrial Revolution was brought into how we did schools, because we had 11,000 some odd high schools, again, only teaching one population with one human anatomy for the most part. But there was little to no articulation about what that higher order learning would look like in order to get to an institution of higher education that would foment the skills that you would need to be a successful adult in the world. The Carnegie Foundation brought us libraries. They brought us knowledge acquisition. They brought us not just an equity-minded picture of what high school should be. Shouldn't be just Latin for some and farming for others and banking for a few. That's the way it was. And then a committee of 10 came together alongside folks like Charles Eliot, who wrote a piece in The Atlantic in 1896, if I trust my memory, that called it the new American education, and teamed up with that committee of 10 that became the teachers union. And we had a consolidated vision based on what had happened 100 years before with the first high school at Boston Latin around 1819.
So we're in another of those moments.
We are now, twice in our country's history, have we reinvented high school. Your foundation ushering in the second that made equity matter and made all real and made the basis of not just our democracy, but an egalitarian democracy that actually came to fruition with our civil rights laws and the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and the Higher Ed Act and Pell Grants that said it matters that we all have access to this order of education that will make us thinkers and better people and a more tolerant society and the beacon of the world. So to add to that, you ramble, I can ramble, especially about this, because this is American ingenuity. The legacy of that created it, coming together to say with an equity-minded focus, as adolescent learning, you say neuroscience, we now know it's never too late, and high school is not too late. In fact, the best scientists in the world have shown us that you can change an IQ.
I think Pam Cantor is here. She would give an amen to neuroplasticity. That's
right.
Part of the neuro.
Thank you.
Right? Part of the.
Thank you.
The new opportunity set. But tell us about the partnership. You guys announced this groundbreaking partnership, XQ and Carnegie. What's it about? What are you trying to accomplish?
So, at the heart of it is, I think, as Russlynn is suggesting, this opportunity now, with the confluence of many forces and many of the people and forces in here in the room, is to say, what would it take to make learning for everybody in high school legitimately engaging, experiential, rigorous, applied? What would it take to build that sort of architecture in the same way the Carnegie unit built an architecture that we all know and live in today? And XQ had been working on this for a decade, basically, or almost, when Russlynn and I had our first conversation when I landed in this position. And we said, well, why don't we partner and build a coalition of allies across the country in educators, civil rights organizations, state leaders, makers, commercial sector. Why don't we partner and build that coalition and see if we can bring to bear a new educational architecture? And at the very high level, it's let's change or refine the goals for schooling, the core purposes of schooling. In my view, that's broadening the aperture. Yes, disciplinary knowledge, but also a set of other things that we know are essential to prevail in life. So that's number one, is align on a set of goals for young people. Number two is think hard about what are their learning experiences. And in my oversimplified critique of the standards movement over the last 40 years is that we set up standards on the front end and accountability on the back end and assumed everything in the middle would magically attend to itself. So things like curriculum and teacher development and how we actually think about assessment for learning. And it really didn't, or it didn't for everybody, important as it was. So learning experiences, what actually young people do every day, what the high school canon is a variable too. And the third, and then I'm done, are the signals that the system sends to young people, the signaling system that would enable them to continue to learn. And the signals that the system sends to the families that would enable them to support their young people learn. And the signals that we send and develop for educators, and then how we make all of those signals legible to the post-secondary sector and employers. So what we have called assessment, which I would argue isn't yet that, should really be rooted in a conception of what we're trying to get at, which broadens the aperture, and a commitment to building insights that are actionable, so that people actually can continuously improve. And we're not there yet.
We're getting there, though. Russlynn, I'd love to have you reiterate the new architecture. Tim listed off 3 really important things. I want you to do your version. How would you articulate the new building blocks of the next phase of education?
Okay, but I'm also going to try not to ramble. So you talked about goals. You talked about learning experiences. You talked about measurements. It is just that. Building on the amazing work that we have done as a country to identify what all students should know and be able to do to be college and career ready at the end of high school. But as we think about them in terms of learner outcomes, as we embed the neuroscience and the teaching and social emotional learning and our skills, we need to be generous collaborators to solve tough problems. We need to be learners for life. Of course, we have to be masters of all fundamental literacy. We call these the XQ learner outcomes and more. You talk about learning experiences. How do we make the love of teaching and the love of learning collide? How do we make the environment of teaching and learning and knowledge acquisition, especially at the high school level, exciting and fun? We are seeing examples of that everywhere. Again, new technologies are making this possible. And measurements. We have to know whether we are continuously improving our system. We have to know whether we are actually teaching and young people are actually acquiring that knowledge in holistic ways. We have to think about schooling, and there are examples from XQ schools, of which I am biased, that defy even our highest and wildest expectations on what can be done for all kids with no one-size-fits-all model, but with a set of learner outcomes and design principles, flipping conventional school design on its head with students at the center. So it is the proliferation of more of these models. It's also what I had the great privilege of witnessing this morning at breakfast with leaders from the state chief Jenner in Indiana to the state chief Angelica Infante Green in Rhode Island. When we talk about apolitical and bipartisan and co-authorship of what is right for young people, we are seeing the magic in our states. We are seeing new secondary regulations passed that transform not just how we're doing high school, but how students access high school. Courses that are about applied learning and experiential learning that have very different course names, completely defying the Carnegie unit in real time, with a state chief that is saying we're going to make this available to everybody. And of course, young people need to be ready to get there by the end of 8th grade. And so the high school that is the fulcrum is driving change throughout. With, by the way, more public participation than ever before in school regulation and public rulemaking in Rhode Island. There is a renewal of faith and hope in our public education system that every one of us, regardless of where we sit on the political spectrum, knows is necessary. So we are seeing that new architecture already in play. Our job as academics, as supporters, as empowerers, is to make the Nikki Wallaces of the world. These are teachers that are heroes and nation builders in Memphis, Tennessee, that are showing us what is possible with diversity as a design theory in how you get all kids to and through not just college, but beyond. So that new architecture is bearing witness to what we see, empowering, ensuring that every level of government supports and facilitates that, lifts up the stories of a State Chief Jenner and a State Chief Infante Green and a state leader like Louis Farabee in DC, and on and on and on. And you didn't introduce yourself properly, right? We learned this a lot when a new kind of leader took over Seattle public schools and helped change a game and change a nation, and that was you. So it is about the coalition, but it's about building and evolving. And again, our added value to the sweat, blood, and tears that so many of us in this room and beyond have spent ensuring equity in academia and national goals, actually shared a common vision, and that we didn't need to fight with the educators charged with doing this hard work in order to make it happen.
It does feel like there's interesting movement afoot. You mentioned some of the teacher associations. It feels like the AFT is really supportive of project-based learning. And speaking of new signaling, I'm on the DigiLearn board, and we have a group of states that are advancing teacher micro-credentials. Guess who's the big sponsor of that work? It's the NEA. They're really supportive of personalized learning for teachers, 100%. Captured with a new set of credentials. So there are new partnerships being formed around this new vision of better articulated learning goals, powerful learning experiences like we see at so many of the XQ schools, and new credentialing systems. Did you mention ETS, but how would they fit in, and what are they working on? And
so we're partnered with ETS, and I guess I would just back up quickly and say one of the things I love about working with ETS is I feel like I have 3,000 extra employees that I don't actually have to supervise. So it's a great partnership in that way. I'm kidding. The one thing ETS did recently was look at the portraits of a graduate and portraits of a learner that are springing up from schools and school systems and states across the country. And one of the things they found was that across states, red, blue, purple, across class, across race, across rural and urban, Americans are, and these portraits, as many people here know, are basically articulations of what we want young people to be by the time they're finished with K-12. There's incredible consistency across our nation in terms of what our expectations are, what the core purpose of school is. And that should be a source of optimism. because there's a demand for schools to pay attention to things like collaboration, like communication, like whether young people work hard, critical thinking, creative thinking, digital literacy, civic engagement. These are things that are showing up everywhere in our.
I worry about how many of them are showing up, but the cool thing is that if you trust the process and have that conversation, communities small and large come up with the right answer.
That's exactly my point.
And
I mean, and it's the saying right answer should be underlined, because there's really unequivocal empirical evidence around these skills, in addition to knowledge, being predictive of the things that we care about: health, lifespan, educational attainment, having children with higher levels of educational attainment, participating in democracy, the things that actually build a nation. So America wants that. We know it predicts the right things. We know employers are demanding these things. They've been calling these things different things since I was born. They used to be called soft skills. Do you remember that? Then they became 21st century skills until the 21st century came, and then we had to change them. For a minute, they became non-cognitive skills, which was a weird one, because
they're the most cognitive of all.
Like itching is cognitive, blinking is cognitive, like everything. Anyway, so now they're durable, they're transferable, whatever they are, but they are very, very, very consistent. And employers are saying, not only are they in high demand now, they anticipate there'll be even higher demand tomorrow. So the project with ETS is basically an R&D project that says, can we, with practitioners, learn how to reliably and credibly assess these things, whether the learning happens in the schoolhouse or outside? Because if we can do that, then we know everybody learns everywhere, but we don't actually have, until parents have the confidence that what learning is happening wherever it's happening, and until that learning has currency in the real world, we risk being stuck with the Carnegie unit, where time is a proxy.
The new currency, will those assessments turn into credentials and that ride on learner records, and will that be the architecture that sort of pushes courses and transcripts into the background?
I mean, I'm being pragmatist. I think we need both. I think we're going to need both. I think there's going to be need for people to see familiar things in terms of a transcript, for example. But what is a transcript can change. Yeah. What is on a deployment?
Russlynn, I think about Purdue Polytech. One of the first examples that I've seen, maybe outside of big picture schools, Julie, when I go to Gibson Eck, I see this, where courses have sort of moved into the background, and the work that students do in powerful projects aiming at important competencies is in the foreground. It's how they structure student learning and schedule the day, and maybe that adds up to a course, but that's in the background. Is that what this is about?
Well, it's certainly defying space and time as the construct for how we learn.
At least, organizing those in new and different ways.
But there are states that are leading this. I mean, we are partnering with Rhode Island, with
you guys had a convening
Kentucky,
about
with
a week
Idaho.
ago. Yes,
not
states.
Too long ago. Listen,
how many states came?
Because
5.
There are states that are co-constructed with teachers at Grand Rapids Museum High School, both defying space and time, because their curriculum is based on 250,000 historical and cultural artifacts around an industry that is decimated because oysters used to power a community that it doesn't any longer. We can go on and on. We constructed a math program that allows all of this kind of asynchronous learning that we are talking about. That is fun. There are 4 states piloting it for alternative young people, but also the highest performing. That allows, you can start with what we would today in a Carnegie world called pre-algebra. In a post-Carnegie world, we will accept the science of learning and know you need algebraic function as early as the 2nd grade. all the way up, but preparing young people as they enter in high school to get a class called algebra, all the way through data science and statistics, some in a linear sequential way, because polynomials might require that, but that allows a set of badges. Gone are the days where we ought to require 6-hour blocks, 180 days a year, that will teach someone a gatekeeper course that the late Bob Moses called one of the civil rights issues of our generation, algebra as a civil right, because in a Carnegie unit world, unless you get it early, you will never get the rest of the courses that simply allow you to have a great job. There are states that are defying this already, that are busting through it, that are credentialing with a new way beyond grades and discretion.
You're in part talking about XQ Math as an example. How can people find out about that? Just Google XQ Math?
You should be like a poster next to me all the time.
But so XQ Math is really cool because it's
that is one example. XQ Math is one example.
New goals,
is a course,
new experiences,
but we are also
new
we
credentials.
Can look at places like Reconstruction or X in a Box. Reconstruction, founded by a former district leader that is looking at these learning experiences. That's Kaya Henderson, shout out. That are looking at these learning experiences and finding new ways to deliver it. We are partnering with ASU and the School of Education there to develop a curriculum for teachers around project-based learning that shows how to do what Nikki Wallace has done with a Mars project that is as much geometry as it is algebra, as it is algebra 2, as it is ethics, as it is literature, and prepare teachers to be able to do that at scale. So all of that to say, it is happening. It needs to be supercharged.
All right.
Federal policy gives us the opportunity to do it now.
We're going to do that in just a second. I want to just say, the states, it's very cool. They're red and blue. Some that you'd expect, some that you wouldn't. States are on the move and excited about this new architecture. Yes?
Definitely.
And talk about the policy opportunity coming up, because there's 3 really big authorizations. We're talking
more. It's been way too long since we reauthorized the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, today known as ESSA. Way too long since we reauthorized Perkins, the Workforce Investment Act, what we used to call CTE. Way too long since we reauthorized higher education. Way too long since we had an unprecedented, and now is the time for an coordinated strategy amongst agencies. We're not just talking about Pell. We're not just talking about, because if you're learning, as they're doing in Indiana, they have rates that defy most other states of folks that are actually learning and earning college credit in high school. So way too long since we have thought about Pell in a different way, in a coordinated way, to ensure that these $90 billion annually, so what are we calling for? In the same way we've seen historic change. How about we think about a fund for community and high school prosperity grants that allow communities empowered with knowledge, with modules to dream smart about high schools, what high schools should be, to lead to catalytic improvements in their own neighborhoods. We now have models and know-how from across the country on how to do it. We need unprecedented resources in measurement and R&D for holistic measurement that actually measures both teachers and young people fairly in a new way of interdisciplinary learning. And we need to think about, third, we need to think about how you say asynchronously, workplace learning, experiential learning. We have enough know-how. The federal government in these dollars can catapult the magic we are seeing in states. Now is the time, regardless of what happens in November. None of the people in this room are waiting for an election to determine what is right for our young people. And it doesn't matter where we sit. These are dollars that made our democracy what it is, and these are dollars that will catapult us into the cure of what ails so much of the isms that plague us today.
So just what you taught me 25 years ago, that policy advocacy matters. It feels like we have a new opportunity to work together to help shape those priorities. A giant high school grant program, more R&D, better measurement. Your partnership is a big part of getting that started. Thank Tim and Russlynn for their time and their partnership.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
All right. Hello. Hello, 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 everyone. Come on in. We've got a few. Hello, am I good? Excellent. All right, if you can hear me once, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Wonderful, wonderful. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Cohn, one of the founders and partners at GSV Ventures. Welcome to our Tuesday afternoon Sun Stage X session. I see a few folks still walking in. We have some seats up front. Please come and join us. Hello to everyone watching on the live stream. Many folks in India are here, so we look forward to sharing today's conversation with you. So we're going to spend about an hour having this conversation with two incredibly dynamic panels. First, a group of Indian superstars, Mr. Pratik and Mr. Alak from Physics Walla, and then we will go into a conversation around the role of higher education impacting democracy in the US with Presidents Crow and President Sass of Arizona State and the University of Florida. So as we begin today's session, I believe that there is a quick video to roll to introduce our panelists.
In the heart of India, where dreams are as diverse as its landscape and ethnicity, there lies a passion for learning, a journey towards transformation of lives. For students brimming with hopes and expectations, these competitive examinations are not just tests in India, but gateways to their bright future. Gateways to the next level of their life. Amidst this crucible of competition, students of Bharat, students who had never received the due attention they needed, emerged a silver lining of hope. Alak sir, a teacher to many, a godsend to those in dire search of guidance and inspiration. Being a teacher might not seem like the highest privilege, but having one is the best blessing in disguise. Understanding the dreams that lay heavy in the hearts of students, Alak sir transcended the traditional, bringing education to the infinite reach of the internet. In May 2020, he joined hands with Pratik Maheshwari, who helped him in accomplishing his vision. Together, they launched the revolutionary platform PhysicsWallah. With complete dedication and innovative approaches, teachers at PhysicsWallah have been a guiding light, making education accessible, affordable, and inclusive. Today, PhysicsWallah has not just educated, but has transformed the lives of countless students and their families, creating a ripple effect of hope and positivity. At the core of PhysicsWallah, every single penny spent echoes our commitment to providing education to all. We pledge to make education truly democratic. We wish to solve the learning gap of every household of the country. Beyond just teaching, we are dedicated to empowering the future demographic dividend that India houses.
All right. If we could have everyone stand up and warmly welcome an incredible team making their US debut. The founders Alak Pandey, Pratik Maheshwari from PhysicsWallah. Guys, come on stage.
Okay, for you Americans in the house, when's the last time you saw Beatlemania like that for an education event? Pretty crazy. When I met these guys in 2022, maybe 2021, end of 2021, one of the first stories was they'd had to take the name of PhysicsWallah off their building because people were mobbing them trying to get to Alak to get his advice as a teacher. Welcome to ASU GSV, gentlemen. It is such a thrill to have you guys here for the first time from India. And for those of you in the audience who don't know, PhysicsWallah is in Noida, based outside of Delhi. It is the fastest growing, profitable global ed tech in history. And we've checked that against many stats. That includes some of the famous names that you all know, one of whom we're going to be honoring tomorrow night. 44 million YouTube subscribers. It's probably gone up since I did this research.
True, for sure.
And over 700 million views a month. They became a unicorn in 2022 in just 18 months after launching the company. So what I'd love for you to start with, and you guys choose who wants to do it, talk about the journey. How did you get here? From a personal standpoint and a professional standpoint, how did we get to this place where you have totally disrupted the education market in India?
Yeah, hello everyone, namaskar, jai hind. First of all, I would like to tell that we at PhysicsWallah teach, like Deborah said, 40 million students for free, out of which 4 million students purchase our product at the lowest cost. The agenda we stand for is quality education should either be free or at the lowest cost possible, and we have been proceeding with that. So going back to Deborah's questions, that how did it occur to me? Why can I do it? So I think that lies in my personal journey, my own story. So I was born in a family which was not financially that good. At the age of 10, my father has to sell the house that we used to live in. And he told us that he's buying a new house. But ultimately, I realized that we are moving to a slum in a rented house where we pay a $10 rent. And I was not sad because I got a new bicycle when we sold our house. And I was very excited. Okay, I got something. At the age of 12, it occurred to me that I need to support the family. So I started teaching kids, taking tuitions, going home to home, asking for tutoring jobs, earning like $4, $5 for a month to support the family and keep my education going. And that is the atmosphere I grew in. And it was my aspiration, dream to prepare for the second toughest examination in the world, that is the IIT, the Indian Institute of Technology entrance exam. And you need to have good preparation, good guidance for that, but I didn't have money for it. So I couldn't go to those prestigious institute, which charges nearly around $1,200 in a year to prepare a student for these competitive exam. And I was left on my own. I tried to prepare myself with the limited resource available. Sadly, there was no physics wala back then, no internet back then. So yeah, I couldn't qualify that examination, and that struck me that I didn't got the fair opportunity. What's my mistake if I born into a family that is not financially privileged? And it clicked me that whatever you say, these days education has become a luxury. And if I talk about the visionary leaders that we have, like those of Baba Saheb Ambedkar, who took stand for the underprivileged, he said, education is something which ought to be brought within the reach of everyone. But these days, education became luxury. Education is a basic human right. And I stood for that basic human right. And then we developed PW, where our sole agenda is, first of all, digitalization of education, revolution in education, and most importantly, democratizing education so that it reach to everyone. I always say that I didn't build PW for 1% of the India, for 1% of the world. I built it for the 99%. I stood here for the last person standing in the queue. The problem is queue is very, very, very long, and we are still trying to solve that problem. We are just on the surface right now, so we need to solve a lot more. Yeah.
Well, and to give a little context for the queue, I mean, well over 1 million students take the GEAT and NEET exams, correct? And for seats that are only 18,000, 20,000 seats available?
Yeah, it's less than, the selection ratio is 1% or something. Yeah.
It makes the Ivy League look easy. Exactly. So talk a little bit about, I think you disrupted on price, but you've also disrupted on quality, and you've also disrupted on engagement. And all kidding aside, you saw in the video, it is truly Beatlemania, the enthusiasm, the passion, the love for learning under the PhysicsWallah brand is extraordinary. I mean, how did you go about creating that kind of engagement, that kind of passion, that kind of, what we see in the video, but also they recently held, and I'm going to say it wrong in Hindi, but Vishwas Diwas, which is basically the largest education festival in the world. They held it in Kota, which is the big test prep city in India. But you were #1 on YouTube with an education festival, #1 on YouTube, and you got 3.2 million views in just 2 weeks. So just talk a little bit about the approach, how you've been able to get students that kind of level, passion, and engagement.
So I think the traditional methods of teaching in India didn't suit me that well, that the educators were very strict, and you cannot smile in the class, you cannot laugh in the class, unless the joke is of the professor, then you have to laugh forcefully. Yeah, so I enjoy that pleasure now, every day. I can make silly jokes and make students laugh. Anyway, so yeah, so I was kind of against that philosophy that with an educator, you cannot share anything beyond academics. Today, if I have the largest data in the world around students, of course, the data speaks more of the Indian diaspora. So out of like 2 million doubts asked every day, 1 million doubts are non-academic in nature. A student asks that we have parental pressure. Sir, I love this girl. She broke my heart. What should I do? Yeah, they have these issues. So 1 million doubts, or 50% doubts are non-academic, and no one was addressing this issue. The teachers used to come in the class, teaching those sad, boring methods, and went out. So I tried to change that. Then I went in class with a lot of experimentations and a lot of memes. So I'm always ahead of students in terms of memes even. So I'm not growing old, I'm trying hard. So I always make sure that I know the recent memes, recent trends better than these 18-year-old kid. And then I can roast them and they cannot. So I always took a lead there. So it was like a different person in India making education interesting. So then I started getting these tattoos. I had this pi tattoo, then I had this Planck constant, then I have mass energy equivalence, and the remaining I cannot show. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, so I had a lot. So I used to take examples from their daily life, the interesting shows that they watch, the comic series that they are watching, and I used to have a Facebook page named at Physics Wala where I used memes to teach concepts of physics, and that is how we grow, and that is the DNA of the engagement. Talking about absolute numbers, I always thought that we has highest engagement until 2 days ago when I realized we have the 100 more times engagement than the most engaged platform in education in the world. So I was just reading the data that the most engaged education platform in the world, be it a paid platform, be it a not-for-profit, is like close to 10 billion watching minutes in an year. And I calculated mine, that was like 700 billion watching minutes in a year. So we are far ahead in this engagement. So we have like 2 million students coming to our app daily, 2 or 2.5 million, and spending close to 100 minutes every day. That's like a huge engagement. I think the credit for engagement should be divided, and as Pratik is sitting here, so I should give credit to tech, otherwise I wouldn't have. I have taken the credit for the teacher side. So it divides into 2 parts. First is the teacher. We have the most engaging teacher. We have the most engaging faculty training program, and those teachers are not those ordinary teacher going into classes teaching 50 students. We have mega classroom, world's mega classroom. We have like 1 lakh kids, 100K kids sitting in a live classroom. It's a synchronous platform, I must highlight. These are live classrooms, and I always say my classrooms are not classrooms, they are a movie show, and anyone going there is going to be master of performing arts. You have to go and perform. So it's a movie show. The only difference is students don't have a popcorn in hand, they have pen and paper. The second part, I think, which was amazing, was meeting Pratik Bhai. I met Pratik, and he ensured me that, Alak, we could handle your scale. Let's launch an app. And he was the most trustworthy guy out there. And we launched the PW app, and we were so happy that 50K students enrolled in the first 3 days. And my first live class went terrible because the app crashed because of this guy. So, And when I called him, he was like, you should be in class. I said, the class is not working. He said, okay, no problem. We'll make it up tomorrow. You can go to sleep calmly. I slept, I came, and the next day, it went terrible. It crashed again, and again, and again, to the point that I started returning money of each student manually, going to that Razor Pay, and I was like clicking, okay, refund, refund, refund. So it was the time I was shutting down the PW mobile app in the beginning only, because I was so afraid that my images is at stake and we are not able to deliver the synchronous live class to such audience. Then one day I called Pratik and I said, what's up, what should I do? Should I refund or not? He said, okay, you can refund. It will take you like 50 days to refund these, 50 days or maybe 100 days to refund each student's money. By then I'll solve it. Thankfully, in next 10 days, they solved this problem. And then the rest is history. We built like the India's biggest live classroom. So I think the tech plays second and the most important part, which is always ignored. I have always spoken a lot about ed. I think tech is the backbone. The classrooms are engaging because of the tech. We have this like chats going on there. Then we have customized chats going on there. Then we have like the whole SMEs sitting there and popping up the most common doubt asked. Then we have this amazing live polls going on there, which test the sentiment of the class, which is going with the students. We have like video calls where we bring students to the particular class and make them engage. So I think tech is the second important part, which brings engagement. And first is the teacher, which we train, and we tell them to go with like a unorthodox matter, though they have like a standard material that you have to teach within these materials. You have to teach these 5 questions in today's class. But we give them freedom to teach by the method they want, the way they want. They go and sing classes, they sing songs in the classes. Sometimes they speak movie dialogues as well. Whatever is relatable for the student, we do it. And I think that's pretty much describe the engagement part.
Amazing. You kind of stole my next question.
I stole your next question.
I'm
Sorry.
kidding. I wanted to go.
He's a teacher.
I want to go to Pratik because you are the tech genius behind this partnership, and you two have a very unique marriage, and it works incredibly well. I know you're separately married, but but you do have an incredible partnership. So and tech is. I mean, we were just in India in February. We got to see demos of the recent AI applications they have launched against their. Anyway, it was as impressive as anything we've seen. So, would you talk about your journey and what you guys are, what you've got on the roadmap, how important tech is, how many people you can simultaneously support today on the platform? It's a pretty extraordinary number, right?
Sure. So, our journey is like it's a Chinese bamboo story. People think that we got great success in COVID, but we go a long way back. Alak was teaching on YouTube for free for years. He built this amazing community, and I ran this LMS company in India, which have solved education at scale. And 2020, we came together and launched the most affordable and reliable platform. Tech plays a very important role, in terms of cost of delivery, in terms of engagement, in terms of learning outcome, in terms of all the parameters you run. And we started with a very basic technology, and currently students love the overall engagement and the experience piece which we have designed in the live classrooms. It's it's very student focused technology which we have developed. So over the period of time, what I have realized is the best product managers in this world, in education space, are teachers. For all the small little functionality we developed, there are teachers around us. We talk to teachers all the time, we talk to students all the time, and it's very first principle thinking which we have done over the years, and and we are proudly launched Alak AI last month, and it's highest used AI platform in the world. We have 2 million daily kids, using AI to solve their doubts, to have their career guidance, to clear their backlogs, to make their revision plans. And with the evolution of the AI technology, now the learning is even more personalized. You want to add on anything? Yeah.
You like being in AI.
Lot, so I can take a class on it. So anyways, people will run away. So in terms of, yes, Alak AI, I don't want to call it Alak AI because someday it will say something that I don't want. So yeah, let's say it AI Guru. So I named it AI Guru for myself. Yeah, so it's true that so earlier we used to have so the problem in front of us. Let me give you a brief hint for why we went there. So problem in front of us was very different. So earlier the cost of preparing for these entrance examinations for going into medical colleges, engineering colleges, becoming a government administrative servant, becoming a lawyer. So we cater to 34 different exam categories in India. The cost of preparing for these exams, going to their tuition centers, going to that coachings, affording those kind of teachers, affording those kind of study material, used to be $1,000 or $1,200 for entire year. So with the help of a strong community and tech, we brought down that price to $50 an year. So yeah, that was first point. Now the question with a $50 course is, of course, first is the quality, which of course we have the best teachers in India because we serve to maximum number of students. We have been profitable. It's a stable platform. The pedagogy is good. We have the tech. But the next problem is personalization. When you have a class of 100K kids, how will you give personalization to each student? I can give it any day. My competitors were giving. But at what? At a cost of $500, at a cost of $1,000. I can do it in a snap, I can do it. But to give it within this $50 course was the biggest challenge we were facing. And then came, of course, the AI. So earlier we were doing this with the help of the teachers. A lot of subject matter experts were sitting in the background, solving all those doubts of their students and making their best to solve their doubts. But the doubts of 100K students is huge. You cannot solve it in a minute. So our turnaround time used to be firstly like 10 hours, then it went down to 7 hours, then we were struggling at 3 hours. And at 3 hours, we were like, we were not able to reduce it further because we were stuck with the cost factor. Then come this product we have, AI Guru or Alak AI. It is, the turnaround time for Alak AI is close to like 30 seconds for each doubt. And the cost of solving each doubt has been reduced to 1/10 by now within like 3 months. It has been launched 3 months ago. So first, it is solving for cost, so we can go at scale. Second, it is solving for the time efficiency, and time is very important. Suppose you ask me a doubt, and I tell you, okay, come after 3 long hours, I'll answer your doubt. 3 hours later, you will have a lot of different doubts then, and you will forget what has happened. So I think that it's more efficient, and it's more affordable. In terms of accuracy, it's 94% accurate. Our teachers were 98% accurate, so we need to work there, and we are working, and hats off to the teachers. We didn't train the AI on open like LLM models. We trained it with the limited LLM models with the like 5,000 video lectures we had and everything like our own database, and it's answering on that. What we have even seen that is still the 50% doubts of students are non-academic, and we have trained our AI on, I have a program that is like for the welfare of the students' mental health, so I have like close to 500 videos, and all our teachers create such videos. So we are training AI on those videos as well, so it start answering questions around mental health, around strategy, around focus, or something which is not purely academic. The second thing that is that AI is solving in terms of personalization is a tool that we call Sahayak. Now, Sahayak in Hindi is like your supporter in English. So he supports you everywhere. So Sahayak is like what Krishna was to Arjuna in Mahabharata. So it's like a Lord Krishna supporting a warrior Arjuna. So Sahayak supports you and designs a personalized learning path for you. It's an adaptive learning model, and it designs the path according to your performance and your progress, current progress. So it's being loved hugely by these students. Third thing that Pratik forgot about tech, and thankfully he did it, was, okay, we brought down the price to $50. That is one thing. But the prerequisite is that you need to have a mobile and internet connection. And I cater to a lot of Indians who struggles to have that 2 GB data every day. That is very costly for them, very costly. Sometimes they go out to a random shop, ask them for hotspot, and runs on that. So Pratik solved for that we built like a low data module where we need to serve to like students from village, kids from tier 3 cities, from the exteriors, interiors. So we have a super heavy low data mode, which is solving like 1/10 of the data is used, and you can see the video lectures. And of course, it has some kind of limitations too, and we are working on that. So
no matter what you ask, we have our own set of answers.
You told me backstage that you need to tell this.
As we're winding down to our last few minutes, as you guys can probably tell, culture is everything at PhysicsWalla, and you can feel it when you walk into their offices that are teeming with, upbeat, positive people getting things done. It's everything's jovial. It's just very positive and yet very hardworking. In the beginning, these guys would like call me at 2 in the morning India time, and it's. People work very, very hard, but they also have a lot of fun. So when we invested, you all had 300 employees. Today you have over 13,000. That's correct. As culture is everything, how do you keep culture going when you have that kind of growth?
So culture is mostly the reflection of founders and leadership. And we are able to manage good like-minded leaders with us. And we are able to manage a good flat hierarchy in the company where anyone can reach out to us. It's open. There are no cabins in the company. Everyone sits on the same floor. And a lot of credit I should give it to Alak, because overall what we feel that we are a mission-driven company, and everyone there is a sense of winning. We are solving for Bharat. Those kids never had access to good quality teachers in the past, and we made education accessible, and these are the impact stories every year, empowering bottom of the pyramid. So that that gives a feeling to the entire group that we are on mission of a changing of India. And not just the student watches Alak's video, the entire organization watches Vishwas Divas, and probably right now, there must be 1,000 people on YouTube watching we talking here, So, and whatever we do and whatever we decide, we keep always students and outcomes at the center of each of our decision. We keep on thinking that how can we even make education more affordable in India, because whenever the outcomes and the results comes, we have these stories, even affording a $50 course for an entire year, it's painful for a lot of kids out there, So yeah, so that makes us even more responsible. Yeah.
You want to make a last comment on vision and where you hope to be in the next 5 to 10 years? And what is the legacy of Physics Wallah?
I think the legacy is, I think, the impact that we have created in India. Just like where Pratik left, I would like to take that up, that that we reach to the villages of India, and the impact is that today we have the first doctors, first engineers from more than 500 plus villages of India. The problem is that I don't know whether you have solved for them or you have created another problem for them. So when results come out, these students get selected. They are super happy that we have become a doctor. In our whole village, no one has been a doctor yet, and you have done for us. These are students of farmers, rickshaw pullers, daily wagers who earn less than $5 a day. These are students, sometimes a Kashmir student this year was painting walls and picking apples in the morning. There was a girl named Shringar in Delhi. She was selling momos by the street. There was a guy named Lokesh, sold his goat to buy a course. So sometimes we are okay, so that's also the society we need to serve. And for them, $50 course is not affordable at all. For them, it's a luxury again. So the problem that we have created, that when these students got selection, they cannot go to colleges because they cannot afford the fees of the college, of the hostel, to eat, as well as they were earning some money when they were living in the house. And then they are kind of helpless. They are like, how we will go to college? Alak sir, that why you gave hope to us. Sometimes hope is the darkest thing. So, so that's a problem we have created. Earlier, we were giving them college fees on ourselves. Then I started giving personally. Then we happened to establish PW Foundation. So the vision is that we create such an ecosystem where students can have returnable grants from people like us who have made good in life, who should support these kids out there in each country. So the vision is to go to every such country where we can impart education to the most rural people, to the most rural students, and always operate at scale with quality, with affordability. The mission is to go into schools and make school education more tech-led, more industry-led, and more affordable. So these are the visions that we have to empower our civil technology. DQ, I'll be very honest, you asked about 5 years, but with AI coming in, I don't know what is going to happen in next 6 months, how education is going to change. Maybe you can have the next time an AI version of me talking here. So I don't know, these guys must be building it and not telling me. I always tell them, so they keep asking me,
have your face rights.
Give your videos, give your, they have my face rights as well. Give me your videos. So what happened, they asked one of my video, and they took that video, came after 3 days, and I was speaking like a South Indian language. I was speaking Malayalam, so I generally speak Hindi, and it was my tone, it was my expression, and everything was like mine, and I was just so worried. The lip sync was also there. I was so worried they can make me abuse someone right now, and it will be terrible. They can make me say that I like this cringe pop star, and what will happen to me? I won't take name, I know. So, yeah, so I don't know that what will happen after 6 months in terms of AI, but whatever will happen, we'll be leading that. We will have our skin in the game, and we are working on that. So making education more affordable and more reachable, more industry-led, more job-led, more entrepreneurship-led. Those are the things that we are working for the next few years. Pratik, anything else? You are working on a lot of things.
We have limited
Run
time,
out of
but
time.
yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
With that, I
So I'm
really
the
want-
timekeeper.
You keep going. Oh, you're the timekeeper?
No, like, completely, like,
I'm in charge. I can go over.
No, like, 100%, like, and what we believe is, like, we are just scratching the surface, like, and, like, any one of you willing to come to India, see the Indian market, willing to expand, like, we have amazing distribution, we can partner with you guys, like,
And anywhere else as well, any growing market. So I still say that there is an Einstein in India washing dishes. There is a Newton in Africa selling teas on the street. So we need to work for those kids. So any growing market will be helpful. Anyone, yeah.
And we're a part of a DQ fan club, Deborah Caso fan club,
Yeah.
like, so you can reach out to Deborah as well. Like,
Happy
we are
to do it.
blessed to have a partner like GSV.
Well,
I love
thank
DQ.
you.
I really love you a lot.
Thank you so much. You're gonna make me cry.
I really love you.
You are the best. My only wonderful portfolio company who send me hearts and love all the time, which is just wonderful.
I hope your husband doesn't ask this.
No, he does. No, Steve's in the dark. Anyway, thank you guys so much. We're so thrilled to have you here for the first time. Thanks for this audience.
Beatlemania, Beatlemania. This is the Ed Sullivan Show for PW, U.S. debut. Awesome, guys. Thank you. All right. So as we walk these two rock stars off the stage, we're gonna welcome three rock stars on stage. So as we talk about impact, affordability, reach at scale, certainly we just talked about that around India. As we now bring that home and focus on domestic impact and think about the role of higher education here in the US, no better conversation to follow Pratik, to follow Alok, than to warmly welcome President Crow of Arizona State University, President Ben Sasse, the 13th president and former US Senator, who is now the president of the University of Florida, talking about the roles of universities in advancing democracy in a conversation fittingly led by the only individual here who's also built large-scale programs across both Arizona and Florida, Julie Young, the former vice president of educational outreach for student services at ASU, but also the founding president of Florida Virtual School. Welcome.
Yeah, they're on the menu, I think, aren't they? Aren't we having them?
You watch your tongue.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you today. This is super exciting for me, having have 1 foot in Florida, 1 foot in Arizona. As was mentioned, I had the privilege of starting Florida Virtual School years ago, and after 30 plus years in Florida, I retired from Florida, failed miserably at it, and was recruited by this guy and his team to come to Arizona and start over again. So it has been a joy and it has been fun. So this is my first introduction to Ben, so we're excited for the conversation.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, so first of all, it's the other thing that's kind of interesting, Arizona and Florida, when you look at K-12, are often talked about pretty much in the same breath. They're seen as kind of movers and shakers in the choice movement. Arizona was the first state to enact ESA. Florida was the second. Oftentimes, whenever there's a conversation about parental choice and options, Arizona and Florida are always talked about. But when you get into the higher ed area, from my humble position, they couldn't be more different. And so that's going to create an opportunity today for some great dialogue. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about was public trust. And we all know that this has been a huge topic over the last couple of years in terms of our universities. And so I did just a quick search. and all I did was search on public trust in universities. And so a plethora of articles, as you might imagine, appear. Americans' confidence in higher ed sharply down. Americans' trust in higher ed has reached a new low. Americans' colleges don't have a trust problem, they have an enrollment problem. American confidence in higher ed hits historic low. You get the point, right? So I think what I want you guys to talk about, and you come from such different perspectives. Ben, I know that you and your wife have homeschooled your 3 kids. And for those of you that know Michael Crow, you may know that he was in 17 schools by the time he graduated.
The ones that we
high
stayed in
school.
longer than 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah. So you come from such a different perspective, always public servants, but so what can colleges and universities do? How can you collaborate to restore the public trust and confidence?
Well, I mean, what I'll say is that, yes, the trust in all of our institutions in the United States is down, and, probably for good reason on lots of fronts. Trust in higher education still remains 4th or 5th among the most trusted institutions behind the military and religious organizations. Congress is at the bottom of that list, always is, and there's reasons for that also. But one of the reasons that trust is down is that our universities have not delivered sufficiently on the American dream. I mean, there's all kinds of people out there that are complaining about universities. When you delve into that more, in more detail, and for lots of different reasons, it's because they think that universities are filled with crazy people, and then they think that universities are not listening to the public, and they also believe that universities aren't available to them, that they're disappointment. So there's both anger, disappointment, all kinds of things going on at the same time, and we're not particularly good listeners in our sector. We need to become much better listeners. And so anytime trust becomes an issue, that's a real problem. That trust is at a core. It's a core thing. And trust is down because the people of the United States want our universities to be more impactful for them personally, for their families, for their communities. And we're just not delivering that in a way where people can see it. So I think there's merit in the declining trust, and it's something that we really have to focus on.
First of all, great to be with you, Julie. Michael, thanks for having me. Like everybody here, I'm a Michael Crow groupie, and so when you walk through the lobby with him and everybody's taking selfies, you feel like you shouldn't be on the stage with him. So I will do the servant work first of making sure we have some shared facts. I agree with Michael's point that public trust is declining in every institution in public life. I think a huge part of that is because 100 years from now, when you look back on this moment, we're not going to talk about politics. We're going to talk about the fact that we're living through a digital disruption, a technological revolution that's creating an economic revolution, which changes our relationship to time and place, right? Most people forever have had a local community, which is where they found almost all of their meaning. And we walk around with supercomputers in our pockets that transport our consciousness far from the place where we locally live. And so it's scary as hell, right? At the level of consumption, we are the richest people any time and place in all of human history. But at the level of production, we have way less certainty than anybody's ever had before that you're going to have meaningful work 15, 20, 25 years in the future. This is the first civilization ever where you have to solve the problem of lifelong learning because there isn't going to be lifelong work. And people expect that these institutions of higher education should be solving that problem. And we don't even have a shared shorthand of how to talk about it. So polling.
We don't have a faculty that understands it either.
Yeah, fair. In 2015, 59% of Americans had confidence in higher education, 2015. Gallup and Pew all bounce back and forth between the two. 2019, it had declined from 59 to 48%. From 2019 to 2023, it declined from 48 to 36%, and that's before the congressional hearings of December 5th. We don't have any polling yet, but this summer when Pew and Gallup do their polling, I'd bet you big bucks, less than 30% of the public is going to think that higher ed is on net a value-adding set of institutions. And what's even stranger, because I agree with Michael's access point as well, even among parents who have kids who've finished college in the last decade, only 50% of them think higher ed is a value-adding institution. We have massive, massive trust problems we have to combat, and most of it is because of underperformance.
I agree with that.
Well, in addition to the trust issue and the confidence being down 21% since those 8 years. The other major concern that we've seen played out in the media a great deal has to do with American democracy and the role that universities play, certainly in that effort. And so we certainly believe, and I know I have lived ASU's charter, I have looked at your mission, and both these institutions value a university's role in how you affect democracy and the next generation. So think about it. Talk to us about, how can the universities do a better job in terms of ensuring the success of our democracy in America?
Well, I mean, we were the colleges graduated many of the individuals who, think of this, in the 18th century, college graduates were running around writing things like the Declaration of Independence, designing things like the Constitution. Nothing like that had ever happened before in any revolution in the past. So it was not surprising then that a person like Adams, who was an author of large elements of the Massachusetts Constitution in 1780, put into that Constitution, which then later influenced the U.S. Constitution, the notion of the role of higher education as the seminaries of learning. There was one at the time in Cambridge called Harvard, where he went to school, but nonetheless the centrality of education to the ultimate outcome of the democracy. And Washington, in his first State of the Union speech, also outlined the necessity of education and the necessity of higher education also as critical to the success of the country itself. And this has been, if you look at the history of the country, the democracy as it has evolved and matured and expanded, the land grants, University of Florida is a product of that, at least in part. All these things were on the notion that an egalitarian democracy would require an educated population for the democracy to succeed, but a successful a democracy at our levels of complexity and our levels of economic aspiration and our level of pursuit of happiness would require education at the central foundational basis of the democracy itself. Now, the role of the universities is to make certain that we maintain that functionality, that we protect and defend the elements of the democracy, and that we become exemplars within the democracy of how it should work on things like freedom of speech and all kinds of other really complicated issues that are out there. And so all of those things are essential additional functions to the universities themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if a republic is going to succeed, if it passes along generation to generation, you have to be able to argue the other side or other sides. You need to believe in pluralism and the universal dignity of everybody else in the polity with you and therefore in the institution with you. And so the over-nichification of higher education, the fragmentation of disciplines into smaller and smaller groups that often become echo chambers is sort of at odds with what a republic needs. You need students who go in, and we're both rational animals and we're rational animals, right? We're both reason and passion. We like to think that we're 90% reason and 10% passion, but we often think when we're debating our spouse or our kids, they're probably 90% passion and only 10% reason. One of the things you have to do to cultivate the sensibilities of a free republic is you have to be able to understand other perspectives and try on other views. And universities haven't been very good at this for a really long time. And so there's a danger that we're not doing the kind of institution keeping and institution building work that you need if you want to say that persuasion and entrepreneurship and community and love are the great virtues, and power is only a framework to maintain order. But most interesting things have to happen because people come together and persuade each other and work together, and universities haven't modeled that very well for quite a while.
So one point, Ben, what you were saying there on how we were in the past, it was a lot simpler when the country was either physically less diverse or culturally less diverse. And now with the way that we have evolved, the notion of the complexity of our democracy has scaled dramatically, and definitively the universities have not yet figured out how to be these foundational institutions within this unbelievably complex transformation of the country to the idealized outcome, which is that, hey, we're going to have a country, everybody's going to be equal. But no one ever imagined exactly all the complexities of what that might mean. Now, how do you make that work? And the universities have got to play an unbelievably important role in being this foundational rock about how the democracy never slips into some negative trajectory.
I want Julie to take the mic back, but I'll add one more on that too. I think that we often pretend there's this deep cleavage between pre-vocational or pre-workforce portions of the mission of higher education and the pre-citizenship pieces. What does it mean to have liberal arts that prepare you for the arts of liberality and freedom? And I think that the divide between these two is often overstated, but it is clearly the case that we need to be having a big debate about what the purpose of a core curriculum is. In an economy as specialized as ours, people are going to gravitate toward more and more and more STEM majors. There needs to be a purpose for the humanities and the liberal arts that isn't just pre-workforce, but it doesn't, you don't just get forced demand through the core. You don't get to say, well, no students want to major in my stuff, and I really want to teach super nichified, narrow classes because that's my research interest, and why don't you just compel students to come and take my classes, even though they're not interesting, they're not persuasive, and the students don't want to. That's not the purpose of a core.
And there's a chance that person is wrong also.
There's that.
No. So, keeping this as a backdrop, let's go global. And you know, for years, it has certainly been said, thought, and reported that the higher education system in the United States is the best in the world. There are some that believe that dynamic is changing. Although we are considered the best in the world, our outcomes of people who graduate and test and all those good things that we all love and hate demonstrate a little bit of a dynamic there. So I would like to know a little bit from you guys, just what do you think? How are we comparing globally? And what do we need to do to make sure we maintain that competitive edge and that global level of quality?
So I've probably been to more than, I counted this up once, more than 800 universities in more than 70 countries physically myself. And then just in the last year, I've been on 3 continents in universities, maybe 4. And that's just in the last 12 months. And I still am of the view that there are no institutions that are as capable as American universities in adaptability, in driving forward the society, in creativity, as capable. There's a lot of institutions around the world that are much more capable than they used to be. But we still have this notion within our culture of competition. And so in countries, even industrialized countries in Europe, where the universities receive their grants as a formula. In Japan, they receive lots of their resources as a formula. Institutions are driven and controlled by ministries of education in most countries of the world. It just means that in the US, you have more diversity, more competition, more willingness to innovate, more adaptability, unbelievable competition in all things from sports to faculty acquisition, to faculty activities, to salaries, to all kinds of things. And it has created for us an opportunity to have fantastic institutions. Now, having said that, the US is also filled with lots of underachieving entities or types of institutions that could be made much better. And having said that, no one ever imagined that the rest of the world would then also be building fantastic institutions and what they might be able to do. So it's a process by which a long dominant position of the American institutions remains dominant, but less so, with many, 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 many competitors out there. And we just have to up our game on a continuous basis and find a way to avoid that path to complacency that's been common in some of our allies across the Atlantic Ocean.
Julie, I would distinguish between the educational and the research missions. I think at the research level, the top 50 to 100 U.S. higher ed institutions, we have 5,000 accredited institutions in the country, about 1,600 are comprehensives. The top 50 to 100 have an unbelievable research output. It's the glory of the world. Nobody can compete with it. At the level of pedagogical use of 4.5 or 5 years of your 18-year-old's life, I'm not persuaded that very many of our institutions earn their keep. We talk a lot about student loans or X, Y, or Z that are financially measurable things. I think the most significant thing that an 18 to 23-year-old are given to the institutions is the most interesting years of their life, and I don't think we spend nearly enough of their time well enough. I think one of the great opportunities, and ASU does a lot of this, one of the great opportunities of the ed tech revolution will be to separate assessment from what happens inside the classroom precisely. Think how weird it is that we allow professors to grade the outcome some of their students in their own classes. Imagine any other place in the world where you would say, yeah, I'm going to do the oil change, or I'm going to perform the surgery, and I'll also be the one who decides to give myself the grade. At Harvard right now, the average GPA is a 3.82. And when you, this is complete BS, right? And when you distinguish by disciplines, hard sciences are about 3.6 and humanities are 3.9. That's not real, right? We should be doing a lot more to assess whether or not we're spending our time well. And part of the problem is the formulaic nature of a calendar where we say every student should go to 8 semesters, every semester has 14 weeks, every semester has 4 classes a week, 3 contact hours. We need a lot more differentiation.
50 minutes per class.
50 minutes per class, and a 3.9 grade for everybody, even though we know the academically adrift literature from the University of Chicago. Students in class right now, or in a semester, work less than half as hard as students did 30 years ago in classes with the same title.
Wow, interesting. Well, we couldn't get out of a presentation today without talking about artificial intelligence, right? Wow, talk about something that's going to change our world, already has, is certainly in the process. But we know that no technology, whether it's AI or whatever it is inherently good or bad. They are all developed and in some way and adopted in the context of existing human values in terms of how do we want to use them, what do we want to do, what are we trying to change, what are we trying to accomplish. And I think the other thing is we think about technologies that, you know, they tend to magnify aspects of our existing norms and values. We tend to work on ourselves with them and they become an enhancement. So I'd like to understand from your all's perspectives how you're seeing this play out in both of your institutions, and how are we going to ensure the responsible development of AI as this train has left the station so furiously?
I mean, so we have 1,000 faculty being trained in AI or have been trained. We have 100 projects that are underway. We're embracing it in every possible way because it's just another way to accelerate learning and learning outcomes. And there's all these people, I think they've watched too many science fiction movies that somehow believe that this thing can become a sentient, independent, self-guided creature driven to outcomes that will be deleterious to our species' outcome. Only if we designed it to do that. Meaning it can only do what we ask it or design it to do. So in our School of Computing and Augmented Intelligence, we don't use the word artificial intelligence in that school's name. We have over 11,000 students in that school, and we use augmented because all we're actually doing is we're using advanced, unbelievable, ultra-fast calculating capability to take all knowledge that exists in any subject, boil it down to a calculable thing, and calculate anything that we'd like to know in the form of any question, in any language, in any format, in any way, and produce some kind of answer from that. Fantastic. I never knew I'd have access to that. That's going to allow me as a learner to learn faster, deeper, broader in every possible way. How can that be anything other than additive? Now, that doesn't mean that there don't have to be rules or guardrails or guidelines or mechanisms or ways to, determine what's Shinola and what's not. I didn't have Shinola on my bingo card. We're embracing it. Flashing green light is what we say. We think that there's huge, huge, huge opportunity. And if done right, it's also going to do one other thing. It's going to highly individualize, back to Ben's point about the structured life of a college student who's in a fully immersive learning environment at a university. Why aren't we asking them to study 5 subjects instead of 1 subject? Why aren't we asking them to take on design problems and solutions and work on things on behalf of the society that's supporting them to be there? So if you're at a public university or at a private university, or if you're at a private university, you're paid for by the tax policy of the United States, which is allowing the endowments to be grown and so forth and so on. So why can't all these universities with these brilliant students that are there from every background imaginable start doing something for everybody else and using that as a part of their learning process? Well, these AI systems will allow us to do that. They allow us to speed, to scale, to intensify, to do all things that we can to make the learning process more productive.
we talk at events like this about AI and what marginal compute cost falling towards zero means, but I think the public really isn't thinking about it enough yet. And to the question of, is AI going to bring dystopia or utopia? Is it going to bring heaven or is it going to bring hell? My answer is yes. I think it's both. I don't think it's one or the other. When you are a disciplined user of these tools, there's unbelievable opportunity. Right? Everybody's going to get, when you bring math to bear on every discipline and you have large data sets coming to the life sciences revolution, the stuff that's going to happen is going to be extraordinary, but it requires self-discipline, self-restraint, and self-control. My fear about these technologies is not some runaway killer robot. It's the inability of us as individuals to navigate a world of abundance. And so I think, we've gone from, in the generation and a half or two generations, from our grandparents to our parents to us, we've gone from mainframe computers at MIT that were larger than the volume of this room, to desktops, to laptops, to mobile carryables, to wearables, to we're right on the precipice of implantables. And at the level of nanobots swimming around in your bloodstream, diagnosing cancers before you have any symptoms, I think the next phase of the revolution is going to continue to be awesome. At the level of sort of hijacking your consciousness, I think the vast majority of us are not prepared for this at all. So I think utopia, dystopia are both coming at the same time, and we need more thick institutions that give students more coming of age, 18 to 22-year-old experiences, and starting even well before age 18. To think about what it looks like to turn off the consciousness theft that happens as phones are, as Jonathan Haidt says, phones are experience blockers. They steal you from the best parts of what you're at in the moment the vast majority of the time. And so we're going to need citizens in a republic that know how to manage super tools that have never been available to the average individual before. It's both great and horrifying at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. We have 2 minutes left, gentlemen. So very quickly, I would like to ask both of you to talk a little bit about what do you see colleges and universities not doing that you think they should be doing? And conversely, what do you see colleges and universities doing that maybe should be reconsidered?
In all the time we have left here. So
quickly. I know this is hard for you.
I think it was Mitch Daniels that said that former President Perdue, former governor of Indiana, said, how would he get Purdue into every family? The universities need to be in every family, every household, every business, helping people, not just helping educate their 18 to 22-year-old kids or producing great graduate students. We need to get the universities so that they're in every family. That's something that I think that we could find a way to achieve. And then in terms of what are we doing that we should be doing less of, we're far too, in general, critical, far too focused on negative. We're far too willing to not advance American exceptionalism, in my view. And I can argue with any of you about that, but I mean that in a particular way. This is a fledgling democracy on a planet that has lived through autocrats and dictators for tens of thousands of years, in which most humans suffered immensely as a function of all the governments that existed before this government and this republic. And so this republic has to make it, and the universities need to do more things to help it to make it.
That's pretty good. It's kind of putting the rookie on the spot to, as the clock expires, have to follow the hymn to America. I guess I'll just say in closing, these are super tools, right? The Arizona State University is the most important tool. It's the most important piece of infrastructure in the state of Arizona. In Florida, we're blessed that the University of Florida is both flagship and land grant, right? So we're Texas and Texas A&M, UVA and Vodtech in the same institution. That's pretty special. But what are universities not doing well enough? We still let people, parents and taxpayers, perpetuate the myth that you have nothing to do with the university. I should do it on your time horizon. If time is your x-axis, you have 0% of your time involved at the university, and then you hit 18 and you go a straight upward cliff, and you're there for 4.5 years, and then you have a straight downward cliff and you leave. That's absurd, right? We should be doing this, and we should be spiking and coming and going forever. And we need to build a come and go institution where this architecture, this piece of infrastructure, is something that's meaningful meaningfully connected to people's lives, but that's not full-time in residence for 4 years and then one and done, you're gone forever. You're gonna have to come and go forever now.
Awesome. Oh, we will end on that note. Join me in thanking these guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, President Crow. Thank you, President Sass. Thank you, everyone, for being here in the room. Thank you for those of you watching on the live stream. We now have an hour-long break until program starts in the afternoon, but Reid Hoffman is about to go on stage in Stage X. So for those of you looking for Reid Hoffman, he'll be next door in Stage X. Thank you. Hello, hello. This is now my fourth time on this stage today. So for those of you that know me, hello again. For those of you that don't, I'm Michael Cohn, one of the founders and managing partners of GSV and GSV Ventures. Welcome to our afternoon lunch session. And for those of you that are watching around the world on the live stream, hello. Hopefully everyone is full and is excited and is ready to learn. We have an extraordinary group of panelists here that I'm just honored to share this stage with. And as I was coming up the escalator, I saw a tweet. I'm not going to say who it was from. But the comment was,
this looks serious.
The comment was that change is slow, then it all happens at once, which I thought was just such a wonderful kind of jumping off point for those of us that have been in and around education technology, workforce technology for a long time. Maybe to start, I would just love to know, when you hear that phrase, change is slow, then it all happens at once. And for those of you that are here for your first time or your 15th time, it certainly feels that way. So maybe, Lila, starting with you, love to get your reaction.
Oh, man. Yes, that feels very accurate, doesn't it? And I think the title of this panel is that's a very appropriate quote. I joined DeepMind 6 years ago, and no one understood why I was taking a role at an AI company. I didn't actually have that as my background. I was at Coursera and venture capital and corporate prior to that. And it was really nice, actually, going into an AI research organization, being able to take a long-term view of things. I was suspected someday the AI revolution would come. I don't think I expected quite what has happened in the past 18 months or so. And, I think fortunately a lot of groundwork was put in place, a strong foundation, but also trying to navigate that amidst a changing world, a changing workforce. I think it's a lot all at once.
Bijal, what do you think when you hear that?
It deeply resonates with me. I have a background in data science, and that's what I came out of school doing. I could always tell that there was power behind it, but definitely not the driving motion to drive adoption, I think, in the way that has happened in the last 18 months. I now think about what does it mean for the future of our workforce, and something we knew was going to happen, which was augmentation of people's job responsibilities and automation of their job responsibilities. We knew that was coming, but I think everyone thought it was going to come over time. And so that quote is deeply resonant with me because it's happening right now, and we need to figure out how to get ahead of it as a country and as a society.
Yeah, I think about the history of AI. We've been following it for a while. We've been investing in it for many years. And then in the last 18 months, we see the level of excitement, both internally and externally, for these features and these products is through the roof. And being able to manage an organization that wasn't originally built as an AI organization, but we are now investing heavily and have been, and taking a small team and growing it and getting a diverse perspectives of people who are immensely excited about it and then immensely worried about it, aligned to move towards something that is going to produce impact.
Yeah, that's great. And so when I was asked to moderate this panel, I was excited because each and every one of you have a different relationship with GSV, and you're all part of the GSV family. Lila's been involved with GSV for probably 10 years, plus minus. Bij, probably 5 years, and then Gregor, going back to when we met Andrew, your co-founder, Andrew Grauer. I think it was either in his dorm room or in his first apartment in San Francisco. And we've had the luxury of watching each of you chart your journeys, impact organizations, impact lives. And when I look down at this title, I see founders and CEOs leading the AI revolution. And I assume for most of you that are in the room today, what got you here was AI. But what I would love to do, and hopefully you all are okay with it, is let's actually focus on the other word, which is leadership, right, and leading. And as we kind of think about where the world is today, Ben Sass was on stage about an hour ago, and he talked about this kind of paradox that I think we are all grappling with. Certainly we had 15,000 people at the air show, which is amazing. Hopefully everyone had a chance to go. But I think a question mark is, particularly with AI, is will this be utopia or dystopia? Will it be heaven or hell? And I think that we are all kind of working our way kind of through those issues. But the most important quality and characteristic of organizations to help navigate through periods of massive change is leadership. So if it's okay with each of you, and hopefully the audience, we'll certainly talk about AI and LLMs and any other kind of acronym you want. We'll get the bias and representation, which you probably haven't heard nothing about in San Diego for the past couple of days. But let's talk about leadership and just maybe, Bijal. So for those of you that don't know, so Bijal, and congratulations, just stepped in and went from being the interim to now the full-time CEO of Guild, which is, yes, give it up. So as you think about what it means to be a leader in the organization, and an organization that, for those of you, Guild is one of the most important workforce technology, workforce transformation platforms in the country that is impacting the lives of millions of its members around the country, and hopefully one day around the world. As you think about leadership, as you think about the fact that Guild, as an organization that we were talking about backstage, you're thinking through how to kind of drive systemic change with AI. Your partners, Walmart, Target, the Team USA, everyone is trying to figure out and navigate how they can impact and how they can integrate AI into their own offerings, into their own workforces. Guild in particular is serving the workforce, I think about 70% or so, kind of frontline, that both has the highest opportunity to leverage the benefit of AI, but is also the most at risk. So as you think about what it means to be a leader and navigating those somewhat parallel, but also somewhat competing priorities, what do you think it means to be a leader in this day and age?
Yeah, I think there's probably two answers. One is the leader of Guild, and the second is the leader in a market trying to help organizations figure out how to think about workforce transformation. We spend a lot of time with many of our customers who are actually trying to figure out what's the impact going to be for their organizations on what augmentation or automation is going to do to their workforce. And so what we've started to do is work with companies and take specific roles, and rather than looking at skills, which I know a lot of people spend time talking about here, we've started to look at tasks. One of the really brilliant things about LLMs is you no longer have to tag everything. You can actually take a line. So in a job description, you can take the line, which is the task that someone has to complete, and better understand how likely it is for that task to get automated. And so what we've been doing is working with our employer partners to help them understand inside of a job description or inside of a specific role what is likely to get automated, or what is likely to get augmented in terms of their role, and use that information to then help them figure out, great, knowing that information, how much capacity will be freed up for that employee, and what else can we skill them in or better skill them in order for them to be able to actually be productive as the future of work gets transformed inside their organization. So that's one way I think about Guild leading the conversation around what's going to happen inside of Guild in particular. I also am worried about this exact topic, which is what is going on inside my organization? How do I think about the impacts of AI inside of Guild? What roles are going to get impacted by AI? And how do we think about augmentation of people's responsibilities or their capabilities so that they have the ability to continue to be productive inside the organization or to become supercharged in really interesting ways given the role that they have? And so we're thinking about both those things, both internally and externally.
Yeah, and Gregor, so when you hear the word augmentation, right, and certainly, so for those of you that don't know, and Gregor, I'll let you kind of tell the narrative around how Course Hero then became Learnio, and certainly probably one of the most well-trafficked sites in the US even before AI, and then now with the acquisition of Quillbot, which is 2.5 years old. It was for those of you that don't know, Quillbot was a Chicago-based company. We had the privilege to invest in them. We were on their board and actually just you love it when two of your kids come together and kind of join as one, which is wonderful. It's certainly, I think, been a pretty radical transformation for Learnio in terms of its scale, in terms of its reach. It was certainly prescient in terms of a timely acquisition, that this was even before we were even talking about, GPT-1, GPT-2. And if I'm not mistaken, outside of OpenAI and Character AI, Quillbot is now, I think, the third most kind of highly trafficked site in the world as it relates to Gen AI. So as you think about augmentation from a technology standpoint and from a technology leadership standpoint, how is that impacting how you're kind of architecting the product and thinking about the customer journey?
Yeah, Quillbot in particular, started with a series of tools, that were focused at a task level, and we've been evolving that, combining it with the advances in AI to become a co-writer. And so I think the idea that most of the places where we're deploying the technology shouldn't be complete automation, it should be assistance, is where we are, and we're thinking about how can we provide that assistance to workers, to learners, and it can be incredibly powerful to put that in front of people. I think one of the problems, that it goes across, companies and learners, is that a lot of questions that are important don't get asked. Because people are embarrassed, because people don't want to follow up on it. I think one of the things about putting these assistants in place helps people be more productive, because those questions get asked and hopefully get answered, and they'll get answered better and better over time as the technology improves.
Yeah. And then, so speaking of asking questions, so Lila, I'm going to come to you, because for those of you that haven't kind of followed Lila's journey, it's amazing. She is quite sage. And it actually matches your jacket. Right. Your arc and your career has been just extraordinary. Intel and Kleiner Perkins and Coursera, and now coming up on 6 years at DeepMind Google. And speaking of kind of asking questions that Gregor just said, I read a quote that you once gave, and hopefully I'm paraphrasing it right, that you talked about being the daughter of immigrants to the US, and you always felt like the oddball growing up in kind of Purdue. And the quote is, what that has meant throughout your career is that there's been doors open to you that others might not embrace because you see things from a slightly different perspective. So when I repeat that to you, and I see you smiling, right? What kind of memories is that kind of bringing back, and kind of whether that was your instinct to kind of leave Coursera right when it was going through this radical period of growth and transformation, and then joining DeepMind from a kind of leadership standpoint. When we talk about asking the hard questions, seeing things differently, what does that mean to you?
Sage is an interesting word, because I think it means I figured some of this stuff out after a really long time. Benefits of age, I suppose. It's interesting, because I think throughout my career, I've found myself at places where no one else would want to lean into. Even early in my career at Intel, I worked on DVD technology, which at the time, I remember my boss sat me down and was like, why would anybody watch a movie on a computer, and let alone have a computer in a living room? And now my children don't even know what DVD is. So I think it's, what's been interesting for me is my risk tolerance has been quite different, because I was able to just kind of own my imposter syndrome for most of my career, and just say, okay, well, I don't know everything. This sounds interesting. No one's ever done this before. So what is good is, what is good enough to do this role, and to just leap into some belief that I might have, and then quickly go, okay, I don't know much about this, so who are my personal board of advisors? What can I uniquely bring into this? What do I think my gaps are? How do I surround myself with people who can help me navigate it? And when I hear that quote, and I think about my journey, I remember when I interviewed, the story with DeepMind is I spent 50 hours interviewing. And it was because I was like, oh, this technology is pretty cool, and this could be really transformational, and oh my gosh, what about all these risks? And can I put my kids to bed at night knowing what mommy worked on? And I'm not an AI expert. So why would this job work? But kind of taking the lessons I had from my past experiences of going in and asking the questions, finding the right people, putting them in a room. We were talking earlier, and I told the story of we were having one of our first responsibility governance meetings, but nobody knew that that's what the meeting was, because I called it the meeting to be named later. Because I didn't want the meeting to have some type of people to come in thinking they needed to show up a certain way or be prepared. I just wanted to build the muscle of how do we have constructive conversations, how do we deliberate, and we had a series of these over a couple months before my boss, the CEO, said, you know, that's cute, Lila. I think it's time to formalize this. But it was really a lesson in sometimes being just different and coming at things from a different way. You can make things happen that otherwise might get stuck. I think it relates to the question of how do you create that safe space for people to ask questions? And if you know they're not being asked, how do you ask them? But ask them in a way that's curious. And I think that curiosity of being different has really made a change throughout my 30-plus year career.
And let's talk about risk, and not risk. And if you want to, we can, with bias and misrepresentation and how we're building models. But maybe that's interesting, maybe not. Like, I'll let you. But let's talk about risk and risk tolerance as leaders, and as you think about striking that balance of ethical considerations with business objectives and core design principles. How are each of you kind of thinking about the risk in terms of architecting products, reorganizing the actual kind of team and culture around AI? Bijal, maybe start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty bullish on, I think someone asked a question. I was in another room and someone was like, are we in a hype cycle? I don't think we're in a hype cycle. I think we're at the beginning of an ending of something that is coming, and it's coming relatively quickly. And so I'm quite bullish on it. And so what I think about what are the ways inside of our organization we can move quickly to help people show the proof points of what is possible, as well as the risks and how to mitigate those risks. And so specifically inside a guild, we think about a three-pronged approach. One is, how do we take teams today that could naturally use things like a co-pilot and adopt them inside the organization and just run hard at figuring out what to do there? We have a second approach, which is how do we take a team of individuals who can think about how to integrate AI into the products and services we already have today to make those products and services even better than where they have been or where they were intended to go. And then the last is, how do we take an innovation team and split them off and let them run hard at new products and services that we know will be super valuable to, in our case, our employer partners or our learning partners, to help them move faster and help meet the future of work transformation that's about to happen. But because I don't think it's a hype cycle, and I do believe that this is where the future is moving towards, I have an approach, I think, that is more aggressive than other organizations might take as they think about what to do with this. We also are smaller than many other organizations, and so when you think about the risk-reward trade-off, there's a lot of reward on the other side with figuring out how to integrate this in a way that allows us to propel our mission and where we're trying to go.
Yeah, Gregor, love your reaction to that.
Yeah, I think when we're thinking about, I agree with the technology being fundamentally.
And let me jump in. So for those that don't know, Learnio and Course Hero was one of the most well-capitalized businesses in education technology. Right, it was a unicorn before there were unicorns, which has afforded you and Andrew and the team the ability to be much more kind of medium and long-term focused, as opposed to chasing hype. So just before you kind of go, I think it's important to understand that the company has always taken a longer-term view. So how is that capacity to have long-term planning, as opposed to chasing hype or chasing vanity metrics for your next round of financing? How is that kind of given you all the latitude to kind of sustainably build?
Yeah, I think that that has been fundamentally how we've tried to build a business sustainably, build for the long term, build for what we know is not going to change. And yeah, this has challenged that in some ways. We are excited about the opportunities that AI unlocks, but we want to do it in a way that's going to be responsible and focused on the long term. I think ways that we can strike that balance is making sure that we have stakeholders involved in the process early. We talk with both students and educators regularly about what we're building, what we're thinking about building, and then we have a diverse workforce that we explicitly state that we want to be on top of any sort of problem cases and make sure that people who are looking for those things have a voice and are being encouraged to speak up. And then we have to be proactive about responding to those. And then when we have solutions that we want to get out to users, we can do that in a staged way, and we can do that in a way that we're still getting lots of rich feedback from people who are actually using it and what they're seeing it, because they're going to see something differently than we do. So, but we do want to be unlocking that potential.
Yep, makes sense. And then, so speaking of stakeholders, both in terms of kind of customers and kind of folks within the ecosystem, but also stakeholders just in terms of partners, and whether it's tech partners or customer partners, how are you all kind of each thinking through the role of partnerships and having the right folks around the table in terms of design, in terms of building sustainability, but also just in terms of, quite frankly, building value, right? And if I'm not mistaken, Gregor, most of Learnio's tech is either homegrown or you guys have been incredible acquirers. Bijal, I think, Guild is kind of, at that kind of intersection of both building in-house, but also leveraging great partners. And obviously kind of what's happening at DeepMind and Google and AlphaFold. And as we kind of think about Gemini, certainly kind of that kind of platform play. So love to understand how each of you are kind of thinking through stakeholders. Each of you are kind of thinking through kind of where you kind of wall off certain kind of, tech, but also making sure that you've got the right kind of stakeholders around the table. And kind of how that's from a kind of leadership standpoint, how that's impacting your overall kind of strategy around AI. Lila, thoughts? I see you nodding.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the fact throughout my career, one of the common threads has been how do we make sure that technology doesn't happen to people, but rather with people and with communities. I'm here, as it says, as a CEO of Google DeepMind, but I also have an education nonprofit that I co-founded 10 years ago, and it's all about like an impact accelerator for education nonprofits, and we partner with them on kind of the last mile of building the tech capacity over a 3 to 5 year period, and we work with over 700 nonprofits in 90 countries. So this is like very much of just how I work and how I think. When I came into DeepMind, thinking about how to now, okay, it's an AI research lab. We have some of the world's brightest AI researchers, interdisciplinary approach. They would have never met in university, so the fact they're all together in a company was pretty revolutionary at that time, in 2010 when DeepMind was founded. But really, we were missing so many voices around the table, so how do you bring them in? And you've mentioned AlphaFold was our 3D protein prediction, which has completely transformed the way that life sciences, and it's being used now to, basically we saved about 1 billion human hours of research and made it publicly available to advanced fields of like climate science, life sciences, disease understanding, et cetera. And the question is, should we have released it or not? Well, we didn't think we had all the right voices. We were the AI experts, machine learning experts, so we brought in over 3 dozen Nobel laureates, professors, academics, government officials, and talked about it and said, what's the right way to be responsible in how we deploy this? So we have that experience very early from our history. We've been doing this in the education space as well, of convening groups and listening, because our thought is if we can get this into the earliest stages of research, much like what Gregor just mentioned, if we can kind of come in with the attitude of how do we build AI responsibly to benefit humanity, we're just a small organization. No one organization, no one country can do this on our own. So how do we take a very connection, knowledge sharing from the very beginning, and in the process, enable that AI expertise for others in the community.
Yeah. Bijal, what does collaboration mean to you? And how is Guild, given who your partners are, given who your members are, how is Guild working and collaborating with your partners in terms of just finding the right ways to integrate AI?
Yeah, I mean, one of our core values is shared success. So we think a lot about partnerships and collaboration, and making sure that, again, to what Lila said, we have the right folks around the table. So we both have a customer advisory board as well as a member advisory board, and we use both of those to help us figure out, in the case of the member advisory board, in talking with our members, and Guild's primary focus has been for a long time on frontline workers. That's where our bread and butter is. That's where we spend our time. So whether we're talking about frontline healthcare workers or frontline retail workers, we are focused on that. And one of the things we learned from our member advisory board is there is an understanding that there is something called GPT, but there is a real aversion and a little bit of fear around it, and no practical way or approach to think about how to actually utilize it in your work. And so we created something called AI skilling bundles. We didn't create them ourselves. We worked with our partners and collaborated with a bunch of learning institutions around the country to say, what are approachable ways to help people understand how to integrate things like ChatGPT into their daily work, and to help make them smarter or better and augment the work that they're doing. So we do take a very partnerships first approach. We're also very clear about what our core differentiators are and what's bread and butter to Guild, and ensure that we're investing our time and energy in doing those things well, and letting the other partners around the table invest in their core differentiators and to do those things well. Yeah.
Thoughts, reaction? I see you.
Yeah, as far as partners, since Learneo has multiple business lines kind of inside of it, we have kind of a partnership within the company that's a little bit different than most, where we fundamentally believe that these businesses know their area and their products best, and so we're not trying to, just push them together into one brand, into one product. But we want to understand where there's opportunities for collaboration between the business lines and how we can unlock something that's special because they're in the same business fundamentally. And so we do, these deep partnerships without, separating while still having separate organizations and people who really understand those businesses to run them. It's a fun sort of mix of trying to find that synergy without, trying to have all the problems that come with traditional merger and acquisition.
Yep. And let's talk about problems, right? Not everything is rosy, and the beauty of sharing a stage with builders is twofold. One, builders do hard things, and you guys are all just doing extraordinary work. But we also know that when we build things, shit breaks, right? So let's talk about some of those harder times, challenges, kind of lessons learned. And as you kind of reflect upon the past number of years, either within the organization or Lila, I know that you have your own nonprofit that you also advise a bunch of founders as well. As you think about some of the challenges, pitfalls, oh, I wish I would have known. What are those?
There's so many. I think how many founders do we have in the room? Sorry, I can't see the. Okay.
Quite a bunch.
Yeah, great. I think, when you're founding, one of the great things about founders is they can imagine possibilities that others can't imagine. And I think sometimes all that optimism, you sometimes forget how, fortunately, I have a great co-founder. So I'm not saying this, but from my time in venture capital, of seeing how hard it is to co-found. So there's the startup stage and then the growth stage, and can you align on the values perspective that you want to have, not only in getting up and proving yourself, but then scaling the organization. When I look back at my career, getting a team aligned around goals, giving them the space to explore and succeed is often the hardest part of the technology is complicated, but the people, humans, are messy, and but also really exciting when you can find the right people, get them into the right roles, and create the environment for them to succeed. One of the best career advice that I ever got was, if you're taking risks, you're bound to take a lot of heat for it. And I think for me, one of the biggest things has been finding, as I said, like who around you is going to help you navigate all of that. And when I was at Intel as chief of staff to the CEO and chairman, he was bold and just wanted and passionate about education. And I was taking a lot of heat for a lot of different programs that we were trying to get off the ground. And he pulled me aside one day, and this must have been, 2005, and it's like critical to my leadership philosophy. He said, Lila, listen, pathfinders end up with arrows in their back all the time. And he said, you're going to have more arrows in your back than anything. He said, just promise me this. Stop occasionally so I can pull them out, and then you can run further, faster. And I think that's like one of the core things about leadership. How do you find the right people, make sure they're kind of staying within the general bounds, and help them run as far and fast and let them fail. And my job as a leader is to take the heat and take the responsibility. And I'm not doing my job if I haven't steered them and like, okay, you're getting a little close there, like let's refocus a bit, or like, are we pulling in the right folks? But I feel like that is absolutely critical. And the pace of innovation, going back to your first quote, is very fast right now. Like the change is continuing to come. We're not going backwards on AI, it's moving forwards. We have to be operating in a very dynamic and different situation. We need to be able to have those feedback loops and to take calculated risks where it makes sense.
Makes sense. So Bijal, what are some arrows that we can collectively pull from your back?
A lot of arrows, just kidding. I think that I think there are probably two things, and I'm not a founder, I'm a scaler. And when you think about growing an organization quite rapidly, there are mistakes you make along the way. One of those, I think that's really important to keep in mind, especially for those of you who go through the scaling phase, is focus. I think it's really easy, even in coming to a conference like this, to see many amazing, amazing things happening. And you could run away from this conference and be like, we have to be doing, and then make a Rolodex of things that you have to be doing. And I think this goes back to something I said earlier, really knowing a few things. One, what's your mission and what are you trying to do as a business? Two, understanding what your core differentiators are and what you really need to be known for or what you want to be known for. And three, understanding what the growth drivers are in your business and how you invest in those growth drivers in the right way. And I do think in particular with things like AI, those growth drivers are changing for businesses quite rapidly. And so being able to understand how that fits into and will either accelerate your business or where someone else can come in and leapfrog your business is a really important thing to keep in mind, so you can understand how to stay at pace with what is happening and so that you can move as quickly as needed, just given the amount of rapid change that is happening and will continue to happen.
Yeah, I think two things that I think about for challenges. One is, setting, especially related to AI, is setting the right expectation. And there's a problem with that with, people are using your product, but also internally. There's so much excitement about what could be, and there's a lot of amazing things about what is, but there are also is challenges and places where there are holes today. So getting an organization aligned about where we want to be, where we are, and how we're going to bridge that gap is an interesting problem. And I think one thing that we've done when we've done this well is lean into champions who understand where we want to be and understand what is exciting about that, and let them tell the story a little bit more. I think the other one is when we think internally about an organization and how an organization might change in the face of AI and how jobs might change in the face of AI is, bringing our organizations to the forefront, but doing that responsibly. How do we educate people about how AI can help them do their job better and how that's going to be better for the organization overall and better for them? And telling that story has been a unique challenge in today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Really all super insightful, and hopefully, those of you in the audience that are building kind of, that hits home. You guys all taken a bunch of arrows, but you've also driven incredible change. And you guys should be applauded for that. So thank you for that. So we've got about 5 minutes left. If it's okay, maybe we'll just do some lightning lane. I just took my kids to Disney. I still have lightning lane fast pass on my mind. Sorry. Lightning questions. First one, AGI. How close are we to that? And are there other unintended consequences that we aren't talking about?
Looking at me. I think even within our own organization, we don't all align on the timeline. Mm-hmm. So and for those who aren't aware, AGI as artificial general intelligence, I do think we're seeing that AI is becoming more general and more capable. Maybe some of the things that we can do this year, we couldn't have imagined last year. What that means is we need to be responsible stewards, not only of what we're developing, the organizations we're building, because that gets reflected in the models themselves or the applications, but also how do we collaborate not only at a country, like a community level, but also globally. And I think this is one of, there's been a lot of work around in the UK, where I'm based. We had a safety summit last year, the White House commitments that came out last year as well. I think there's continuation of conversations in Asia and globally, and I think this is going to be increasingly critical, starting to communicate and collaborate, and then we need to align. Unlike the internet build-out or the computing build-out where, sorry, I'm very lightning on this, but hardware was easy to deliver, hard to deliver. Putting an internet pipeline into a continent, this is just moving fast. Yep. Deployment is fast.
Yep. AGI, unintended consequences we aren't talking about. Thoughts?
She's the expert.
Yep. Okay. All right.
That was lightning.
That was lightning. It was like a thunderstorm. All right. Most exciting breakthrough in your company. Most exciting breakthrough in someone else's company. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's your turn.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's my turn.
Yeah. No.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think when we got some of the I really believe in the power of an AI tutor in education. Mm-hmm. That one-on-one learning has a lot of fundamental benefit that's been shown in research. And when we were starting to unlock some of those things, I think, and seeing students react to it and teachers react to it and react positively, I mean, that was amazing, and we're continuing to do that. And I don't know which one to point to, so but in that area, and then. Looking externally, I think as AI gets better at processing data, I think there's a lot of things that get unlocked. I'm really excited about the ability for insights to be driven on large-scale data by AI. I think, I guess in the lightning version I'll stop, but yeah.
I'll give a non-education example that I think was really cool. I recently was listening to a recording between a patient and an augmented reality coach, and it was a voice phone call conversation that was happening between both parties. And they were like, if you're listening super closely, you could figure out like, oh, this is being generated by AI on the other side. But it was really interesting to watch the conversation happen. And I think we always talk about AI doesn't have the ability to be empathetic, but if you listen to this phone call, the amount of empathy that artificial intelligence had in terms of dealing with the conversation. It was a cancer patient on the other side, and listening to the conversation, because we are feeding so much data into these systems, and the data is that is going in is both being augmented by visuals, video, voice. It's not just text. I think it's incredible, some of the opportunities that are available to us that I think we're just scratching the surface on. And not knowing whether you're talking to a human or not talking to a human is also very scary.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, Lila, take us home. This is your first summit in 7 years, right? So I hope you come back before another 7 years. But I also hope that I get to share the stage with you in 7 years from now. What are we talking about? I told her it was going to be softballs. This is like a heater.
You know, I think I actually hope and expect that we're talking about how AI is, if we're talking about AI, we're talking about it in terms of how are we using AI in a way that clarifies the humanity that we bring to everything we do, including education and learning. I just, another quote that the same boss said, and I just posted this, is computers or technology isn't magic, teachers are. And I really expect that years from now, maybe we are talking about personalized learning and we have it really working. And it's not just in schools, but it's lifelong. And it's helping us be the best version of ourselves.
Great parting thoughts. Lila, Bijal, Gregor, thank you. How about a round of applause for our wonderful panelists? The next program starts at 3 o'clock. For those of you watching on the live stream, we will see you later. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Good? Good. So we're here to talk about AI. What a surprise, right? But with, I think, a unique twist. So we are really doing a dive into AI and what it means to future-proof your organization. So really kind of the intersection of AI, the skills discussion, and really workforce transformation. So really looking forward to this. I'm joined by 4 incredible speakers. So we have Karen Kocher, who is the General Manager of Future Work and Workforce of the Future at Microsoft. David Blake, who's the CEO and founder of Degreed. We have Kian Katanforoosh, who is the CEO and founder of Workera. And we have Julia Stiglitz, who is the CEO and co-founder of CoRise. So welcome, all of you. Just to set the stage a little bit in terms of why this is such an important topic, is if you look at 2 survey data points. One is from Deloitte, where 47% of CEOs or C-level leaders feel that they are currently doing a pretty good job of training their staff around AI. So kind of like a C average or so, we'll say, half and half. And meanwhile, there was a survey that JFF, my organization, did with Morning Consult a few months ago where we surveyed workers and learners, and there were 88% of those workers who said that they don't trust their employer to be training them and teaching them about AI, right? So kind of a big kind of knowledge and trust gap, which I think really brings us to a really exciting time of opportunity for how companies can start to lean into this, how AI can really be an accelerant for skills-based hiring and skills-based advancements. So we're going to dig into some of these questions and some of the challenges that this poses as well. So Karen, I want to start with you because you're leading a lot of work around how to think differently about skills and what that means for the workplace at Microsoft. So how is the landscape changing around skills, and how is that being driven by AI, and how is that changing how Microsoft is thinking about workforce development?
Thank you. Happy to be here today. That's a great big question, and I'll try to do it justice in just 2 or 3 minutes here or less. So I think what really resonates most with me when I think about this now evolution into the AI moment, right, is over the past probably 5 or 6 years, it is similar to other moments that we've had. And what I mean by that from a skills perspective, and what I mean by that is in about 2019 or so, Microsoft did a research study. And the research study basically said that if you were in a job, right, your job, you had basically like a major and then you had minors, right? And those minors became these hybridized skills. And so think about the data phenomena, right? When all of our organizations were looking for people with really great data analysis skills, right? And then think about the digital technologies era, right? Where people that could do digital marketing, as an example, could command significantly more compensation and market value than those who were just doing traditional marketing. And so what we see when you look at AI is a very similar phenomena, right? Where you need to have your major, right? If you're a marketing professional, you need to have marketing savvy. If you're an engineer, you need to have engineering savvy, right? But you also need to be able to make use of AI in order to make your work more efficient, make it more effective, just like you need to have good data analysis skills, right? So that you can really hone in on the right problem, right? You can be predictive and take advantage of the right opportunity, not just go after every opportunity. And so I think it's very much the same, right? Where your co-pilot, if you're talking about it from the Microsoft perspective, you will be able to thin out your workload and focus on things that are more important, things that really require your unique skills because you have somebody, a partner with you in the form of AI that can help you get your work done. And there was a woman here that gave a presentation over the past day or so. I thought she said it really well when she basically said, AI isn't going to take your job. The person who's figured out how to use AI is going to take your job. And so I think that that's like everything, right? If you're more efficient and effective because you're able to leverage it like good data skills, those people will be the ones who can optimize for the future.
Great. And so Julia, so at UpLimit, you're really looking to see how can you help workers have the skills that they're going to need for the future. And so what types of changes are you seeing in learning systems and kind of the processes that are being put into place to make sure that like we can keep pace with that change?
Yeah, I think speed is now a requirement when it comes to learning officers rolling out learning programs within their companies. You know, when we first started and we were talking to companies, the cycle was like a 24-month cycle where they're spending 6 months or so figuring out what learning really needs to be done in the organization, and then another 18 months or longer in order to actually create the content. And 24 months ago, ChatGPT hadn't launched, and so you think about how much the world has changed over these last 18 months. And if you are still working on that AI course from 24 months ago, it is no longer relevant. And so you really need to think about new ways of creating content, creating learning experiences that are much more rapid. And I think fortunately, AI also really lends itself well to that, where you can begin to use AI for content production or regeneration or augmentation in ways that can dramatically accelerate the process.
And then, at Workera, you're really looking at, skills matching, right? And like how to kind of drive that connection. So how do you think about just like AI literacy and kind of the foundations that need to be put in place, and how is your company starting to address that?
The way I think about AI literacy is I think everybody will be an AI person. It's just regardless of if you're technical or not, just at different level of proficiencies. So to me, most of us are going to be users of AI. Some of us are going to be builders of AI. In a large enterprise, it's probably 5% of people who are going to be builders of AI. I tend to think about AI skills across multiple groups or levels. We have this transformational pyramid, if you will, starting at the top with the center of excellence. Those you know as data scientists or machine learning engineers or software engineers that build an internal AI platform or language models in the company. And then you go one level down and you change the type of skills that are needed. The one level removed is what I refer to as AI plus X. It's more than literacy, but it's less than a builder. And those are people that are from every possible backgrounds. They're slightly technical. They may be a mechanical engineer, an electrical engineer, a material scientist, someone working on a turbine, or a financial expert, and AI can help them become more well-rounded and build something really meaningful. That group is really large and growing, I think, the fastest. Just to give you a data point, in the class I teach in the grad school at Stanford, the deep learning class on neural networks, 2/3 of the students are not majoring in computer science, despite the class being a computer science class, which is kind of new. And that phenomenon is going on across many enterprises. And then below that, you have the fluency or the literacy, which I also split into two different groups, because to me, fluency is what someone who's interacting with a technical counterpart needs. So imagine a marketer that's trying to sell a data product but doesn't know the vocabulary to use in order to sell that data product or to market it. Or think about an HR professional who's supporting a data science organization but doesn't understand what Python is, and they cannot really recruit or help make the most out of that talent and productivity. And so that to me is the fluency level, and the literacy level is frontline workers that may see a benefit from a productivity perspective, or who needs to be part of the change when you have a cultural change at the company.
So then do you see in companies then that, would it be almost 100% of their workforce then would need to be at that kind of literacy or foundational level? Is that kind of the future you're seeing, or kind of the near-term future probably?
Yeah, I think it's going to take time, but I agree with what Karen said. It's, used majors and minors. To me, I see durable and perishable skills. Gen AI is becoming a durable skill, a horizontal skill across every discipline. I mean, in most universities now, you have an AI course in every department. It's not a technical AI course, but there's AI in the journalism focus. There's AI in many areas, and I think that's going to just grow. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's almost identical to data, right? I mean, seriously, 5-8 years ago, every discipline in a university structure, every degree program seemed to require you to take at least one course or two courses on data analysis, data this. And so I think it's almost more a theme, like there's just some of these skills to your point about being very durable, they're necessary to be able to just efficiently hone in on what the right work to do is, then to get that work done most efficiently. It isn't so much that you're taking on another job. It's simply the way you're getting your job done is very different than the way we used to get it done, right, because of these skills. And so I think that AI is now going to be the latest in the grouping, a very important one.
And David, I know you've long been, focused on the topic of lifelong learning, and now at Degree, you're kind of looking at kind of this issue of, kind of the importance of human skills as it relates to technical skills, kind of the importance of skills-based hiring and infrastructure. But what are some of the opportunities that you're seeing? What are some of the areas that you're focused on?
Yeah, I mean, I think my brain tends to think of it in terms of systems. And I think one of the things that is going to continue to happen, if you think in a spectrum, we used to have full-time students and full-time workers, and we've slowly been moving in from both of those sides. As college got more expensive, students had to work. As learning accelerated, you had to kind of reskill more and more. And the pressure will continue until at some point it gets to like a Pareto optimal center point where we are always learning and always working. And I think the best data I have found, you talked about the perishable versus durable skills. So it's IBM data, but it was in like 1970, the half-life of a skill was 17 years. And then in like 2018, the half-life of a skill was 2.5 years. And so that slope looks like this. And so it's this asymptotic, and where is it gonna like level out? And I think that's kind of an interesting question to think about, which is, are we at the bottom? Is 2.5 years, and that was 2018, like I think obviously it's not the bottom. So where is it gonna bottom out? Well, the World Economic Forum says it takes 400 hours to learn a foundational skill. And if you're full-time, that's about, 3 months. If you're learning part-time, that's, I don't know, something closer to like 9 months. And right now, the premium on having AI as a skill is so high, both for individuals and organizations. It's a positive ROI for like just universally. If you go learn about AI, it's going to have a positive return. If your company invests in you learning AI, it's going to have a positive return. And so there's still, we should all be learning more still. We have not met diminishing returns yet. We should all be learning more. And so where is the asymptotic line going to fall out? And I think it's going to come down to pretty close to what it takes to develop the course and learn the course, to go back to your, it used to be 2 years, and that's no longer good enough. And so what that means for organizations is like it's going to turn into this, it used to be episodic, and it's going to have to start being continuous. And then the last thing I'll say about this is it sort of gets in a weird loop with AI, which is, when engineering a rocket, it's like if we need more fuel, then we make the canister bigger, which fits more fuel, which weighs more. So then we need more fuel. And because it's now bigger, the lining of the cylinder has to be thicker. So like finding that, AI, it's like, okay, now we're having to learn faster because AI showed up and it made the skills gap bigger. And so we need more AI to help us learn, but it just like cycles on itself, and it's going to get to this place where we have to be truly continuously developing the learning, the content, and our people sort of all the time, and most organizations still are not there. It's still episodic today.
I think your comments make me think about kind of the traditional education providers, like community colleges, right? And kind of how long their cycles tend to be in terms of program development and approval and things. Like, I'm just curious, what do you all think of, what does the rapid pace of change and the pretty significant advancements and the solutions that are on the market, like all of yours and others, what does it mean for our traditional higher ed systems?
Well, I'm happy to take a stab, or if you want to go.
Professor, do it.
No, but
you take it.
No, but I would differentiate first graduate school and undergraduate school, because I think they serve different purposes. But to me, as an employer, in my workforce, I want people who can do two things, who can do learning in the marathon of learning in life, and who can do the sprinting when I need them to sprint, because innovation is about sprinting. How did ChatGPT come to life? The transformer paper came out, and some people had the skill to take it and sprint and build ChatGPT a few years later with the transformer architecture. So sprinting is really important. And so I can bear the cost as an employer to give that sprinting capability to people. But if I'm bearing that cost, I would expect higher ed to provide the marathon and the durable skills. So I need people that have this passion for learning, that have this learning how to learn ability, learning agility, many ways to call it. Plus, I need them to have the durable skills, because if you didn't have math, algorithmic coding, linear algebra, English communication, writing and reading, you could not have read that transformer paper and build ChatGPT later on. And so to me, those are the two things I would expect higher ed to focus on.
So I think this is like a grow the pie moment. Like I've been working in sort of alternative credentialing type companies for a long time, and there's always this question of, will they disrupt higher ed? Or are you going to have like Coursera and then, only 10 universities are going to exist in the world? And really, when you look at it, we just need a lot more people that have skills, regardless of what type of credentials are associated with those skills. So, what is it, 33% of the US adult population has an undergraduate degree. Globally, it's about 7%. And you think about where we're going in terms of our economy and the types of skills that individuals are going to need to thrive and survive, and it's much more advanced than where we currently are. And so I think people are going to find ways of getting those skills in formal institutions and informal institutions, and mostly I just think we need a lot more of it, and I think it needs to be continuous, as David said, and lifelong.
And to get to the point that David was getting in terms of the half-life, I also think it's become an ecosystem play. Very much. It used to be very linear, right? So the higher ed institution would come up with a curriculum. Somebody in the community would convince their son or daughter to participate in that curriculum, and somewhere along the line, the employer may or may not realize that those skills were important, and they'd hire the person. But all that would take years, right, to build the community college kind of ecosystem that then meant et cetera. And so I think now what we're seeing, and working with Maria's organization, we have, as an example, in the state of Mississippi, a very ecosystem type play where we have the universities and the families and the government and the corporations all working together to build this AI capability in the community, right? Where then the corporations and others can take advantage of this, people can have jobs. And we have a really great example in El Paso, where we basically are helping El Paso reimagine manufacturing for the future. Like, what will the jobs in manufacturing be? How do we work with the higher ed institutions, with the local employers and the local manufacturing entities to figure out, like, what will these jobs be? What skills do people need? And then get ahead of it, right? Get the people the skills, make sure they're ready for these jobs, and help these businesses think about transforming because of AI. And so a lot of that, what you see now are the 5, 6, 7 stakeholders all working together from the beginning to try to figure this out and make it work for everybody from as early in the process as it possibly can.
So, I will give it back to you if you want to ask a different question, but I feel like to answer it, I've got to say what the future, I think, of skills inside the workforce looks like to be able to answer what higher ed needs to be doing. We're willing to go on a two-step answer here? All right, so as briefly as possible, I just feel like so inside of the workforce, the best way I have of sharing this is a very small company, Marlin Steel in Florida, 39 employees, manufacturing. They printed off a skills matrix. It was a printed Excel spreadsheet. They put on a corkboard on the manufacturing floor. All 39 employees on one axis, 135 skills on the other axis, and then every employee got rated 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 on the 135 skills. And every time that an employee would upskill, they would get a micro raise. And they went from making low intelligence wire baskets to upskilling the organization and it was baskets to Boeing. They now make intelligent parts for Boeing. The employees, many made more, started minimum wage, they're making 6 figures, they paid off loans, student loans, sent kids to colleges, bought house, transformed their lives, transformed the business, and it was done on an Excel spreadsheet. Like what AI is doing like this moment to the workforce is we couldn't do that at scale. You could do that with 39 employees, 39 times 135 micro skills, 5 levels, it's like 26,000 unique combinations. You can handle it with 39 employees. If you have 39,000 employees or 350,000 employees, you couldn't. We were incapable of organizing our companies by skills, but now we can. So the work that we are all collectively doing is to upskill, reflect that skill, inventory that skill, measure that skill, verify that skill, so that organizations can now organize rather than jobs by the next more discerning unit of what skills do you have. That's going to turn organizations into skill-based organizations. The economy is going to start organizing based on skill rather than job role. So that then ... what does higher ed need to do to be sort of a good supply, into that system? Well, it's got to modularize as well. A 4-year degree, I do like the durable framework. I mean, I've actually agreed with everything Kian says, and it's not how my brain works, so I deeply appreciate it. But I think we got to modularize that. I mean, right now, so a 4-year degree when the half-life of skills in 2018 was 2.5 years, I mean, going back to by time the program's developed, we've got to modularize. We were talking backstage a little bit about right now, there's been this kind of wave of innovation in education benefits, but no one's graduating. Because, if my employer is giving me free university, and I used to stay on the job for 9 months and now I stay on the job for 18 months, that's still not enough time to get a 4-year degree. So we've got to see it modularize. We've got to see it sort of get to a more of the competency skill, framework.
Let's maybe switch a minute and put ourselves kind of in the seat of the worker who is going through kind of this time of transformation. And Karen, I love your ecosystem examples, right? Because to me, that is where the change is really going to happen, or in these communities. But Julia, how do you think about that in terms of helping the worker kind of through a time of change management, helping them see what their potential could be and help them really think about what their advancement path might be differently?
Yeah, so I can share some of the programs that we've actually rolled out with companies. So we have 2 Fortune 500 companies that we're working with that are rolling out what they're calling like an AI accelerator that's for actually their non-technical teams. And these are, one is a healthcare manufacturing company, another one is 150-year-old consumer goods companies. Like these are not the companies that you would necessarily anticipate to be on the forefront of AI education, and yet they are because their employees are really scared. And they're thinking about their jobs and what's going to happen with AI and their jobs. And these companies want to be able to adopt AI for efficiency or for new product lines, but they need an employee base that's going to be able to explore that and sort of harness that. And so they've rolled out programs where employees can learn about what AI is, and then even more than like learn about what it is, they can actually build something with it. And so in the classes that they're doing, they learn how to prompt a chatbot that will help them with something to do in their job. And through that, they learn both, the potential of AI as well as its limitations. And I think that's incredibly empowering. And it helps them move from a sort of state of fear to one that can be more empowered and begin to start a conversation about it. And one thing that's interesting, the consumer goods company, as I was talking to the chief learning officer the other day, and as a consequence of that program, they actually started an AI council across the company to begin to think about what is the impact that AI is going to have across the organization and all the different facets of that.
That's great. Kian, thoughts from you, like where you have seen kind of positive change management and kind of like transformation happening from the perspective of the worker?
Maybe I'll mention 2 things that I've seen or have not seen. The first one that I've seen is I just think that leaders should tell their workers that they don't know AI, because every business leader out there is pretending to know AI, which is fine. But the problem that arises is that the worker is going to mimic what the leader does. And then you end up with a workforce of, and that's not my term, it's one of my friends and collaborators, with dangerous amateurs. And that's a pretty big issue for an organization. I was at the World Economic Forum in Davos this year. One of the #1 topic was we cannot move from prototyping to production. Well, guess what? You cannot move because you don't have the skills. And nobody understands what are those skills that are needed for production. It's pretty easy to build the prototyping skills. It's harder to build the production level skills. And so I just encourage leaders to say, I think good leadership is you sit down, you say, I don't know AI, but we're in it together. And here are the skills I have today, and I've verified them, and I have a way to show you where I'm starting, and this is the target that I have at the end of the year. And then what you end up is with a workforce that will mimic what the leader is doing, and will be in it together. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I feel like AI, especially in the learning ecosystems, a lot of people tie it to productivity improvements. And it's true, it is productivity improvements. Gen AI will impact productivity, and there are signals showing that. But people fear that because productivity with a lag turns into a lower demand for a specific type of jobs. The power of AI will impact also other things than productivity. So a good transformation includes productivity enhancement. It also includes certain use cases, good use cases of AI. And oftentimes, leaders are focused on use cases that are high stake. There's something that you really is so important for the company, and you cannot get wrong. So the workers are scared. They cannot get it wrong. But that's not a good place to start with AI. You want to select a low stake project that has high visibility, where people can fail and people will learn to fail, and they will learn like that. One example that was fascinating to me, my advisor back in graduate school, Andrew Ng, was the leader of Google Brain at some point, and they were responsible for Google's transformation, widely Google being an internet company that today we accept as an AI company, right? But it was an internet company. Well, some of you may remember the cat recognition project, finding cats on YouTube. Remember that project? They found billions of cats in YouTube. Where the good thing is, if you don't find the cats, nobody's going to die, right? But if you find them, people are like, wow, what did that? And it turns out it's neural network that found the cats. And that low-stake project ended up pushing more and more people to adopt neural networks. And today, Google is one of the forefront leaders in neural networks, the authors of the Transformer paper and many others. But what I'm pointing at is this low-stake project had a huge impact on the change management. Yeah.
I like that. So kind of avoiding the dangerous amateurs and really kind of leaders bringing folks along with them on this journey. I think that's important. I don't know, David or Karen, thoughts on that, like ideas or things that you have seen that are really kind of worker-centered transformation efforts?
I feel called out by dangerous amateur. So there's a, I am going to take all of Kian's best practices back. I will just say one thing to maybe reinforce it, which is Degreed is a platform that tracks everyone's education, and we use it internally. And so the articles, videos, books, podcasts, like all of the informal self-directed learning. And there is a hockey stick in our organization's learning about AI, and it was as simple as having a team meeting with a guest speaker, a year ago, and it was, so I don't know that it has to be overly complex or engineered to inspire people to kind of mobilize and move. But.
So I think two things, quick things. One is all the work that we've done indicates that, the number one thing that you've got to help people get is intrinsically motivated to the skills that are increasing in need and those that are decreasing in need, right? People will be intrinsically motivated to pursue the skills when it's clear to them that the value of acquiring them is positive, because the ones they have are on the decline, right? So if you can show them the curve jump, basically, people are very motivated, right? People will go after these skills that are necessary. And so one of the examples that I have recently is coming out of GitHub, And for those of you that may not be aware, so Microsoft has a company called GitHub. GitHub works with the developers, like engineers, coders, in millions of them around the world. And the early statistics are that your average developer that makes use of the GitHub resources has figured out a way to offload 46% of what used to keep them busy, right, with their AI partner now. And so they've been able to get a lot of these repetitive, more basic tasks done, which has made them 75% more engaged and satisfied because they're able to move on now to more variety in their work, more advanced skills and activities. And so I think this goes back to what you're mentioning, like the use case. Like show somebody why it's worth having those skills, like and how those skills that are on the incline can help you be more efficient, more effective, more valued. And people tend to gravitate and take advantage of them. And I want to just go on record as saying we're probably one of the only organizations that does have a leader that does know AI.
That's a good point. So if we imagine, we're successful and we've ended up in this kind of ideal place where organizations have employees that are fluent in AI, they understand how to utilize AI to augment their uniquely human skills in the workplace. We have leaders who are driving change management in a thoughtful way. We're using AI platforms to really help with skills matching and advancement within the workplace, right? So if all those things happen, what are our biggest barriers to getting there? So what are some of the challenges that have to be overcome to kind of getting to the future that I think that we have like pretty large agreement that we want to see? Is it policy? Is it access to training? Like what do you think the biggest, is it mindset?
I mean, I'll jump in here with two. I mean, I think the governor now is the rate of organizational change, no longer a technological limitation. I mean, I feel like now that we've sorted it all out with the technology, but enough, and now we're up against human sort of constraints. But I think regulatory. I mean, I think going back to Karen, one of the comments you just made, I mean, we sort of have this invisible hand in the labor market, but it's really quite inefficient. I mean, the supply and demand, and I can make more money here, or if I have these skills, this adjacency, I mean, you only want to screw around with your career, it's high risk. And so you only switch jobs. I mean, even millennials, it's every few years, but I do think one of the things that will accelerate this the most and bring us fastest into the future is skills-based pay. Because if I can log in to Workday and see that, if I up-level in this skill, it unlocks $7 per hour, or it unlocks, $12,000 in salary per year, and this skill unlocks $3,000 in salary per skill, and this one unlocks, $900 in salary per skill. And there's resources to learn these things, but we're not paying you for those. You can do it if you want. Like, just think how much accelerant that will put into the equation. And it'll be expensive, perhaps, for organizations. It's an investment because you're essentially putting the carrot sort of up front, where right now it's you upskill, you show me you can do the job well for another year, and then I'll promote you and pay you more. We're kind of bringing the carrot up. But I think that's the thing we can do to get to that future as fast as possible. And to get there, we need regulatory kind of framework.
I like that. Skills-based pay. Love that. Other thoughts? Biggest barriers?
Well, so I think companies are going to be incentivized to move in this direction. I think we are going to see huge labor market shifts in the next few years as a result of AI, and I think companies are both going to be thinking about how they redeploy individuals within the company, as well as how they handle individuals who they're potentially laying off. And I think it's that is scary, and it is. I don't know if you all saw the Klarna's announcement where they had rolled out an AI chatbot recently, and they said that it's doing the equivalent of 700 people's work, and it has higher rates of accuracy, faster response time, similar customer satisfaction as those employees. But then what happens to those employees? And I think companies have a responsibility and will feel a responsibility to think about ways to upskill them into meaningful new roles. And I think right now most of the conversation is around sort of AI upskilling, specifically around AI. And I think where the conversation is going to go in a year or two is not about AI, but around wherever the labor market is, where you need more people that have those skills. And so I think companies are actually going to be sort of forced to move in this direction as we see pretty rapid changes.
Yeah, I also hear more and more this worry that a lot of the traditional entry-level roles will significantly change or be possibly eliminated. And then what does that mean for advancement pathways if you're really changing what that maybe like first job out of college is? So I do think there's going to be a lot of things to figure out with that. But other thoughts, biggest challenges?
Yeah, I really like what David said around skills-based pay. I would say for me, the next frontier or challenge is going to be skills-based talent management, pay being a big part of it. But what we do is we verify skills. So we do the skills verification. And I think if that happens really well, there is opportunities across all talent applications in an organization. So in upskilling, we waste a lot of time today. The major time wasted is because people don't learn what they actually need to learn, because we don't understand the gaps and we don't understand the goals. And once we understand those two things really, really well, we save a ton of time. That's one frontier. Project resourcing. Companies want to be mobile. Everybody wants a workforce that is in constant movement. One of the things I try to do at work here is to make sure people move as much as possible across functions. So it's common to see someone move from a function to another. And we force ourselves to a certain extent to do it. But I think at the scale of an enterprise, once you have the verification, movement is a great indicator that you're doing something right. You're moving people, you're opening pathways for them. And I just wish that we have more movement in organizations than ever. And then you continue to go project resourcing, staffing, internal mobility, payroll, all of that. I think if the skill infrastructure can support it, that is the next frontier, in my opinion. And AI will accelerate the access to that frontier.
And I'll just go back to a point I made earlier, which is about the communities. Like, I do think a lot of this goes back to, even just talent pipelines and skills, right? A lot of larger companies, of course, are adapting their talent management practices to be skills-based and et cetera. But a lot of the smaller organizations or the smaller communities and the smaller businesses, they don't have that knowledge or that skill of how to do all these types of things. And the pipelines, in some cases, to Maria's point about, a frontline job in one industry may be a perfect secondary job in another industry, right? And so the more that people can be connected, right, these institutions, the governments, the corporations, and the community colleges, et cetera, the better off we would all be for solving this problem more holistically as we go forward outside of just large companies. And for those of you that are interested, just to make mention, we do have Microsoft has a really cool, it's called the TechSpark playbook. And so for any communities that are looking to figure out how to do better at these ecosystem type plays, not just AI specific, but in general, it is a free resource out there on the web and is quite helpful in helping communities get started.
We are just about out of time. So I want to thank our panelists for their wonderful insights and ideas for as we move this revolution forward. If you think about the discussions that were here at ASU GSV last year and the discussions this year, I feel like the conversation is changing quickly. So I'm excited to see what the conversations will be next year and how these leaders are going to be helping to drive that and the future that we all hope to see. So thank you all very much for being part of this. And thank you to our panelists.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Ben Wallerstein. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Whiteboard Advisors. I won't introduce each of my esteemed guests because I'm sure you all can read up on them, and none of us will be offended if you look at your phones. Two are former high-ranking state education officials, and so they can speak with the utmost candor. One still is. We'll show her some grace. We'll see if you can guess who's who. But thank you so much all for being here. Big thanks to Deborah and Michael and the ASU team for creating such a special space for all of us to come together. I'm super grateful to be here. I don't know what year this is, but we'll for me, but we'll get into it. So, jumping into the deep end of the pool, and John, maybe I'll just kick off with you. Are we at a low watermark of educational accountability in K-12 education? Are there real teeth in state or federal policy that are holding our nation's schools accountable anymore? Were there ever?
Pass. That's a great question. We have not rehearsed this, right? So we're rolling. You know, to me, in a way, as much as there's kind of this sense of, well, we took our foot off the gas on accountability, you know, in a way, I'm most concerned about the accountability system that does exist. And it's not to say that I'm against it at all. It's just to say that it reflects our understanding of what needed to exist decades ago. I mean, if you really think about what's in place today, it's a remnant of the No Child Left Behind days. And I think that was an important innovation, but we've learned a lot since then. And in a way, my greatest concern about the politics today has less to do with whether we have feet on the gas or not, because I think, to your point, Ben, you're either going to have a vigorously enforced system or you're not. And I would say, you know, and I'm sitting next to two of the experts in this regard, but if you have a vigorously enforced system, then you're going to have accountability. If you don't, it doesn't matter what the policies are, you're not. My concern is more what the incentives are that the current system is creating, and do we really believe that the current system reflects our best understanding of a student learning and a good education? But do we have the political environment necessary to actually get there to the next stage? And I think right now, of course, the answer to that is no. And I think we should all be most troubled by the inability to evolve, not so much whether the right system is or the harsh enough system is in place.
I'm voting for John White. There were a number of applause lines in there, so feel free to clap if someone says something especially poignant.
Right, exactly. Get in it. I agree with John. You know, in DC, we revised our accountability system. And so in terms of a framework that holds schools accountable, is equity driven, all of the things, yeah, that exists. But do we have the political will for the accountability, right? Like everyone supports an accountability system until you're the first loser, and don't tweet that. But that's the tension I think we're living in. And then I also think about high school and how there's like an urgent need to reimagine every aspect of it. And so we're still tinkering at pieces of high school. So, oh, what does it mean to have CTE education on a college campus? What does it mean to rethink seat time? But by and large, you know, I always tell folks I graduated from a high school where my diploma wasn't worth the paper it was printed on, and that's still happening today, and I'm not in high school anymore, right? So I think we have a lot of work to do, but it's very much connected to the political will to do it. And in some places, right, like DC, I can get an accountability framework, I can get resources to launch new programs, I can invest in high impact tutoring, but that's not happening for every child in this country, and that's deeply concerning and problematic.
So I think there's been a little bit of fear around accountability coming out of the pandemic, that because it was hard and people are tired and, you know, fill in the blank of whatever that might be, that we have given ourselves a pass or an excuse about why we don't need to hold ourselves accountable. And all of that is about adults. And so therefore we have gotten to this place where we lack urgency about where we are supposed to be prioritizing, which are students. And that is losing the point and purpose of accountability, which is not at all about trying to penalize and trying to make it a negative thing. Accountability in its truest form is about saying, here's how we've done, here's how we've performed, here's how we're going to report on it transparently, and here's what we're going to do to make it even better. That's how it's supposed to work. And if we are actually thinking about it now more than ever, it's important to have really strong accountability systems and really strong support systems to continue to elevate the performance of our schools and our students, because we have so much that we have to catch up on, and we should be performing better than we ever have before because our students deserve that. So whether or not we are in a place where folks want to talk about accountability, whether or not we're in a place where we're going to backtrack, we owe it to our students to be stronger on accountability than we ever were before. And it's actually not about evaluations, and it's not about letter grades, and it's not about some report card. It's actually about saying that we have a generation of kids who have lost a lot of their academic performance opportunities, and we are not catching up as fast as we need to. And so we have to have some way to force a sense of urgency and to force a pace faster than we ever have before, even though we're tired, even though it's hard, even though we don't have the staffing, even though the money's going to go away. All of those excuses, we have to break through the barriers and find solutions and not operate as if, but how. How do we get there? And I do think accountability, transparency through data, and a really deep sense of urgency, digging real deep, is the only way we're able to get there for kids. And that's what I really think the conversation needs to be about. And there's all these distractors that get in the way of the true purpose of why this conversation has to matter so much.
Well, let's come back to that in terms of whether we're measuring the right things and what should we be measuring. And certainly that looks very different if we're thinking about third grade reading proficiency or eighth grade mathematics, perhaps, maybe than it does if we're thinking about portraits of a graduate and what students should be able to do or know coming out of high school. But you mentioned high school, Christina. Talk a little bit more about why you see high school as such a critical linchpin. Why are high schools so important? Why now?
Chronic absenteeism and chronic truancy, right? It's the two metrics that everyone can say, oh, it's ballooned, there's a crisis. Well, high schoolers vote with their feet. And so students who are getting a great education, they like the environment they go to, they are loved, support, they have access to multiple pathways to graduation, they're showing up. And students, largely students furthest away from opportunity, are showing up in high schools that are not meeting them where they are, and they're not charting a path for where they could be. And that's why there's such palpable urgency around it. I grew up in the teaching profession around like, oh, every child has to go to college, right? And that might be true, but children also need to explore careers, and they need to explore real careers, careers that are like the subject of this conference and others. And how do we help students be in environments that assure us on the back end that they are learning, that they can go into the world, be good citizens, high wage earners, et cetera, and how is that done in a way where they show up every single day? And so that's why, for me, and I would say for Penny as well, this concept of a new American high school is palpable, and it has to involve advanced manufacturing, access to digital literacy, access to more than computer science, and what you mentioned, a new graduate profile. And this is risky, but concepts around a national graduate profile, because when you graduate from a high school, it shouldn't actually matter if you're in Tennessee or in New York. People should assume that because you graduated in this country, there's some alignment around what you learned, what you're able to do, because we exist in a global market. And so that's why I'm all in on high school, and how do we solve some of those problems in middle school. So if you don't have access to Algebra 1 and you show up and you're in 10th grade, we already know what those outcomes are going to look like in terms of what you could compete for versus other students who solved that in 7th grade. Those are the types of conversations we should be having, but we should be equipping parents to have as well.
And we've been through this before. The high school movement grew out of the transition from an agrarian economy to an industrial economy. More recently, greater emphasis around post-secondary education, 2 years of post-secondary education, not necessarily a 4-year degree coming out of high school as a predicate to participating in an extraordinarily dynamic economy. Just to pull that thread a minute more on high schools, and I'll sort of open this up to the group. Is anybody hitting the leather off the ball? Who's getting this right? Are there things happening in the country that are particularly exciting on the high school front? And we didn't prep this, so we'll give them a minute to think.
So I would say yes, we're in the emerging space. So I will call out my favorites. So I think outside of DC, which is a personal favorite, Indiana and Rhode Island are the three states that I would call out. Indiana's re-looking at how they're doing graduation. They've also studied some of the kind of more interesting countries, specifically in Europe, Switzerland, and Germany. They took some folks over there to rethink how they're doing high school. Rhode Island's looking at some of the ways they're doing post-secondary credits and some work-based learning. I'm always going to give credit to Tennessee, but there is some look at what does it look like to have an innovative high school model. So there are states that are doing that, but it is a specialty, I think, of education in this country to have pockets or spotlights of success, but not actually to work at scale and do something to completely change the ecosystem right away. And so we can point to all of these like bright lights or spotlights or whatever we want to call them, but then it takes 10 or 15 years to get to the point where we're actually moving at scale. And that's now the moment's passed and it just takes too long. So I think for us to be able to actually change to a new American high school, to be able to say that yes, every student in high school should have work-based learning, post-secondary opportunity credits. They should graduate with college credits and they should graduate with a certificate or an industry certification. That should just be a standard expectation. And they have come to high school with a different set of expectations of school than maybe I did or we did. That can happen actually within 2 or 3 years. It doesn't have to take 10 or 15, but I think those are some of the states that are doing that right now, and they should be models for how we reinvent high school right now to happen for incoming 7th and 8th graders who will start in 9th grade. And I wouldn't just say high school, I actually kind of, now that I'm on the higher ed side, higher ed has got to completely shift because it is just not where our students need us to be in higher ed in order to be where they need to be for career.
Tell a friend. Yeah, and I want to underscore that only in the fact that we've done all those things in DC in 2 or 3 years, right? Redefined a graduate profile, tripled our investment in dual enrollment, created an advanced technical center where students are being taught by university faculty, credentialed courses of study that are dramatically changing their path. They're coming into these centers, getting their credentialing, and then going to high school and doing their high school credit, and then having access to not just internships, but advanced internships with employee partners that are committed to not just, spending time with our students, teaching them to make copies, but they will employ these students when they graduate from high school, and then having university partners that if you did the nursing pathway, you now will have a scholarship to pursue your nursing degree, so that these experiences are either free of cost or low cost, and that was done within 2 to 3 years. And so it's possible to dramatically rethink high school if you have the right set of stakeholders. I know you're going to get to that, like who should be at the table, but it is possible. I think we tell ourselves it's going to take 5 years, 10 years, but if we actually got some of the adults out of the way, you actually can move quite fast on behalf of children.
That was an applause line, too. John.
And I quit my job, so I feel like I can say funner things now than I did the last time we had this talk.
Right.
Let me provide maybe a bit more of a cynical take, and I say this as a high school person. In high schools, we are very, very good at complying with the dictates of policymakers. And in some sense, when you really look at what the average kind of high school does at its essence, it is trying to achieve, in the public school system, the kind of maximum standard outcome as prescribed by the policy context in the most efficient way possible. And this horrible term, the master schedule, really is the that's the engine within the within the high school in most places. And it's a function of efficiency to achieve a standard outcome. And why am I saying that as a matter of kind of cynicism? It says nothing about the outstanding reforms in Rhode Island and Tennessee and Washington. But it is to say, I think we can't just allow, to Penny's point, what happens on the day after after the diploma, the day that the kid walks off here and then wakes up the next day and wonders what next. Unless that changes, the incentives, the stimulus, the context for whatever that high school defines as success won't change. And for a certain subset of kids, even a better performing higher ed system in its conventional baccalaureate orientation is not going to be the right option for 1,000 different reasons. But if I were to fault the kind of skills to work movement, and I think we can say the skills to work universe represents a large segment of the people who are, and I'm one of them, in attendance at this conference, it is to say that the kind of boot camp model that presumes that the incentives are right for corporations to upskill large segments of people who don't have the conventional baccalaureate or other credentials, that works for that 18 and 19-year-old who's not going to Southern or LSU or University of Tennessee at Knoxville or UDC or whatever it is. That's wrong. Like, I actually don't think right now that anything approaching a scaled system of connecting that young person to economic prosperity is in place. It's in place in tiny pockets around the country. But high schools are not adequate staffing agencies. It turns out colleges are not good staffing agencies either. And what that basically means is that very, very low wage, oftentimes no benefits having, no kind of promoting work is a holding place for young people, presuming they're employed, to kind of prove their working history in advance of the incentives really lining up. It's a lot more economically viable to train a 23-year-old with 5 years worth of work history, even low-wage history, than it is to step in and take a risk on an 18-year-old. Until we figure out how you have a scaled experience for that 18 or 19-year-old who's not going to participate in the higher ed system but has done everything possible to satisfy the requirements of the high school, which is a relatively new phenomenon. Remember, if we were having this conversation 25 or 30 years ago, we'd be calling that kid a high school dropout. That kid's not a high school dropout anymore. He's a high school graduate. But he's not, for whatever reason, and there's a million of them, persisting through the college system. And we have no scaled answer for that. Until you solve that problem, I don't think the high school can really fulfill its mission because it has nothing to graduate that young person into. And that, I think, is the greatest crisis, in a sense, facing high schools.
Well, and even just the concept of graduating into starts and stops and the sort of linear nature in which education and learning is often prescribed through policy is both problematic. On the perhaps more optimistic side of things, some of that's eroding, right? Like so you know, Tim Knowles and the team at Carnegie Foundation are working to sort of like undermine and replace the Carnegie unit. Which is like funny and sort of ironic, but if you even if you think about like iPads on the postgraduate side of secondary school, and I think about kids that I grew up with, like if you finish high school when you're, you know, let's say 18 years old, and you go to work at Chipotle. Well, now you might also get you might have tuition-free college through Chipotle or through, say, Starbucks, right? So then you're you know, like if I went home at Thanksgiving from my four-year institution, I met kids who were, you know, saw my buddies who were in community college. Maybe they're 3 years into community college and they're working at Chipotle. And you sort of say, well, you know, and they felt like they were a failure. And from a public policy standpoint, we view them often as a failure within this sort of like time-prescribed system. But gosh, like, let's say it takes you 10 years to get a bachelor's degree. And you're working at the same time. So you're 28 years old, you have 10 years of job experience, you have no debt. Like, that's a pretty terrific foundation. Yes. But how do you move along that path when the stigma and the political and the ideological and policy pressures suggest that you're failing that whole time?
Well, you have to change the payer.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think this is the kind of thing that we all want to dance around, which is, you know, the payer certainly can be the employer to some extent, but the payer for that young person, that kid in North Baton Rouge in the 9th Ward of New Orleans, who's done everything we've asked her to do, but who, for whatever reason, isn't part of the paid system that we call the Pell Grant, or in Louisiana, the top scholarship. Who's the payer for that kid? Because it's not really going to be the hospital in every case, or the construction firm in every case, or the coding boot camp, and ultimately IBM or whatever in every case. And the outliers on this, you know, the IBMs, the Accentures, you know, they're doing incredible work, and we should. But the scale is so limited. We have to work out who the payer is, and to acknowledge that on some level, be it the states or be it the federal government, the government is going to have to be a payer if we're going to foment a system that a high-quality high school in DC or anywhere else can graduate every child into. And to me, that's the biggest variable in terms of whether we create great high schools. great high schools align with great next steps, and we don't have great next steps for a lot of kids.
And the reality is the government's going to be the payer one way or the other. And so I think that's a reality that most people don't want to grapple with. So we use some of our recovery dollars to stand up last dollar scholarships for 1,500 residents. It's an $11 million investment. And to your point, the average age was 26. So we have to tell ourselves dramatically different stories around what 18-year-olds do if we have not immediately put them on a path to something. They are getting work, they're raising their children, they're getting married, but when you showed up at UDC, Trinity, some of our best universities were participating, and they were there, getting their first credential, exploring higher education, and the government is the payer. And it's the right investment, because they will be credentialed by 30, but they will have wages that they can sustain themselves, and that's different than if they end up incarcerated. Then the government is the payer, arguably, for the rest of their lives.
Hopefully not. The by the way, I live in Birmingham, Alabama. My mayor, Randall Woodfin's going to be here later today, tomorrow.
Well, where are you from, Ben?
I grew up in Connecticut,
Okay.
Norwalk, Connecticut. I told my wife I was from Southern Connecticut. It's true. So back to government's the payer, and just to tease out something Penny was saying earlier, I think there's just a foundational question of like, what's the government buying? Or what does the government think it's buying? Because that's what drives accountability, right? Like ESEA grew out of, war on poverty era, which followed the desegregation era. We're still in it, right? Like, and it was fiscal equity, right? Like, because we thought that if we put more money into schools in a more equitable manner, we could get better outcomes. But so much of the federal accountability infrastructure is based on this, like, what are we getting for our money? How do we know? The Carnegie unit was about pensions, right? Like, how do we know if people are actually doing stuff so that we can hold them accountable and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse? But what should we be holding states and districts accountable in exchange for federal funding? And we'll get to fiscal cliff and ESSER dollars in a minute, because I think we should always give people what they're looking for.
So a couple things. So I think, I'm a big fan of, there's kind of three parts in anything where you have the policy, you have funding, and you have implementation. And all three of those have to be in place or it doesn't work. And so one of the things, and we can use the high school as the example, is if you have, let's say you have a policy where you allow for some kind of innovative high school model, you can have funding that actually incentivizes good decisions. And so one of the things that we did in Tennessee, for example, is high school funding actually incentivizes completers of CTE programs. But you get more money if students are actually in programs that are high wage or high potential, and those are actually linked to your local community colleges. But on the other end, on the accountability side, you get more money for students who are low income, students with disabilities, and English learners if they hit certain outcomes in elementary, middle, and high school. Now, there are states that are not going to agree with that, and there are states that are going to agree with that. But what we have found is that from an incentive perspective, you can have your letter grades, your accountability system, which is all stick and penalties, but you have to have some kind of carrot. You have to have something that on the other end is going to incentivize behavior, because accountability and money incentivize behavior. There's also the do-gooder and the I want to do good for kids, and we can have that as truth. But you also have money and accountability. So if we're going to have the accountability side, how can you also provide additional funding? And so for high school, if students are in post-secondary credits, if they are completers in their CTE programs of study at high academic levels, and those CTE programs of study are leading to good paying jobs for students or an advantage to be able to complete for whatever post-secondary opportunity they're going to go after, and for students who are oftentimes not completers, or giving you even more financial incentive to complete, that's something that you can do that's totally within the control of the state agency at the K-12 level. You have to have that repeated then, though, at the kind of your community colleges, your universities, your technical schools and trade schools. That's all within government. but your businesses, your community organizations, your nonprofits, there has to be alignment across the board, and that's where it gets really, really tricky, because oftentimes everyone wants to have their own way of approaching something, and to have that level of cohesion and alignment is almost impossible. And so the kind of leadership that it takes within the state level to say, this is what we're doing and this is how this has to go, to be so precise and cohesive from a policy perspective is where I think it breaks down. So what you can do is within the education system get that kind of alignment, but then to have everyone else kind of play that part is where I think it gets really difficult.
Are there, you're talking about sort of like policy innovation and creating fiscal incentives within the existing infrastructure. Something that's been on my mind a bunch is sort of like policy innovation, and whether we're in sort of like a slack water of policy innovation. I live in a state now where there's a big push to expand the number of charters, where there's, you ran a district. I used to live there too. I think that's what you're getting at. Sorry, took me a minute.
Ben.
Proud DCPS parent for many, many years. But like charters reflect a political and policy compromise that occurred a long time ago in places like Minnesota and Pennsylvania. So I wonder, setting aside sort of things like fiscal incentives or creating weighted funding within an existing infrastructure, are you seeing areas, ESAs are gaining in prominence, but are there other areas of policy innovation that you think could begin to change the way change the parameters in which we're operating?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the great opportunities and kind of tragic ironies of the last 5 years is that the science of reading movement was fueled by what everybody in this room wants, which is hard statistical evidence with the best effect sizes put in the hands of brilliant policymakers who lead their state toward action, and it's embraced by local educators, it's embraced by the commercial sector, and we have, voila, good stuff at scale that's evidence-based. I mean, who doesn't want that? What's so odd is that, red states, ours, blue state-ish,
We're blue.
all did this together. And yet, at the same time, the federal government is cranking out billions of dollars exactly for that purpose, seeking no ultimate legislative, regulatory, or even, frankly, reporting changes. And that indicates to me that while there may be good ideas in policy innovation, and there is, where ultimately the legs need to exist for the policy to run is in the fundamental framework. And the fundamental framework is, today, No Child Left Behind. I'm not in districts, frequently, where they are oblivious to the need to raise test scores, for example. And that is a remnant of No Child Left Behind. That's not ESSA, that's not Race to the Top, that is going back 25 years to No Child Left Behind. They all want better test scores. Great. What they're not seeing is deep, deep levels of accountability coming out of this push for actually kids in the earliest years to learn how to read. I mean, it still is a 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade reading accountability system and not an early grade reading system. So why is that? Because the states are kind of taking it up to the line where they can, in their view, kind of push it. But what they're not getting is the federal leadership to put it within that NCLB framework. It used to be, I think in the best days that you're alluding to, Ben, that state leadership at that level would trigger a kind of political awareness among lawmakers in Washington that, and certainly among corporate and philanthropic leaders, that would make us want to codify this into, to use Christina's words, a kind of national framework. But we have lost that muscle. And there's a lot of reasons behind that. But so when you think about what are you buying when you're the federal government, when you're a US taxpayer, I'd like us to buy a basic good education for my kids. That's what I'd like us to buy. And to me, part of that is teaching my kids to read. And these guys, and my state too, have done a good job in putting in place a framework. So question, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I don't think there's any parent or teacher that disagrees with that. Learning to read early is a hallmark of a good school. Why is it not in the American accountability system? And why? Because our politics are broken and education is not a good issue to run on in a constructive sense any longer.
That deserved an applause. I mean, particularly as someone who is fighting very hard to implement the science of reading, and it should not be that hard.
What are the hardest dimensions? So, I mean, you have what some people perceive to be draconian measures in terms of ending social promotion or promotion in third grade. You have things like transportation challenges around like summer reading programs. You have the like professional learning piece. How do we elevate the profession and support educators to do the things that they need to do and that the evidence tells us are effective. We have the like wait to fail model. It's easy to pump resources into third grade and even intervention in later years, but gosh, we sure don't spend a lot of money on like robust observational assessment and the things we know that are ultimately effective at the K2 level. But like, what are the real barriers that you see today?
I'm going to let Penny say the spicy thing because I'm still a state superintendent for 2 more months. But I would say
I'm glad I got that right when you said that because I was like, oh gosh.
Yeah, but I would say the challenge is, and I'm trying to remember the organization, but they did a survey, and every parent thinks their child is doing just fine.
Yeah.
Every parent. And so if parents aren't keenly aware of the learning deficiencies of their own children, it's very hard to then hold the teacher, school, et cetera, accountable. Then you have individuals like us that, on any given day, we're reporting out things that people don't want to hear. You don't want to hear you're 20th. You don't want to hear you're dead last. Everyone wants to come in first, but there's a huge disconnect between the work that has to be put in place to ensure that your child can read, that can ensure, and to have the difficult conversation to say, you may need to repeat third grade. You may need summer school. You may need the following things. And so I think those real conversations that for some of us in this room, we had those report card nights where the information wasn't great and no one got a trophy. I think we have to really think not just, state to state, but as a nation, how do we face the reality of just how much work needs to be put in to ensure that our children are learning in school. And then it stacks into a policy framework. I became a teacher in a state where I was required to have a license to teach, and it had to be renewed on a regular cadence. I had to prove that I was credentialed enough to stand in front of a child and disseminate information. But we've moved away from even wanting to discuss licensure. They're like, there's a teacher shortage. Anyone can stand in front of a child. And that's unacceptable because we also want to treat it like a profession. And through the pandemic, anyone in this room that has children knows and has learned that school is not glorified babysitting. And so I do think we have to start to think about the fundamental things that must be in place. Are the teachers trained and ready to stand before children? Are we using high quality instructional materials? Are we basing our literacy instruction in the science of reading? And then how do we have conversations with parents, particularly parents who have been failed by the school system, on how do they get themselves upskilled, and then how are they ensuring that their children can read, right? And that seems like a very simple sentence, but it's extremely complex, even in a very progressive city like Washington, D.C.
Sure, and I worry about that. I worry about that all the time, and it's whether we have the stomach to sustain the measures that might make a difference. That was certainly a big part of the resistance to No Child Left Behind. It called schools ineffective that had a blue ribbon in front, because maybe they were effective for a large swath of students, but they weren't effective for a significant chunk of students within those schools. So we've got 6 minutes and 49 seconds.
Oh,
wow. I could go all day with the three of you. This is fun. Fiscal cliff. How bad is it going to be? Christina, you talked a little bit last time we were together about some of the measures that you've put in place in DC and sort of your approach to fiscal management and budgeting. So I don't know if we should start with you. I know you all are spending a lot of time with leaders around the country, but let's just talk a little bit about what that looks like. So we had, federal government call it $18 billion a year in Title I. 190 almost in stimulus, so a decade's worth of money that had to be spent in about 5 years, setting aside what we got for our money. Talk about what the implications are of that funding winding down and how it will affect states and districts.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I mean, grateful to the federal government for at least allowing for late extension, because I do think there's a collective reality that any system, in DC we received a little over $600 million. Through procurement alone, you can't spend resources that fast well. And so we have spent a lot of time with all of our LEAs being laser focused on 7 different strategies and ways that we should be leveraging money, primarily now on academic acceleration. And so you'll see us making investments in high impact tutoring, quality instruction materials, et cetera. But right now we are literally looking at every single plan on how they plan to expend the last amount of dollars that they have and making sure that LEAs are making right decisions with those resources. And DC is fortunate. We were a resource-rich city before the pandemic. Yes, we are in the middle of, a financial, we have a challenging budget this year, but we are not like other cities and districts across the country, because we will be able to navigate ourselves through this in a way that won't dramatically break our system. That is not going to be true for lots of systems across the country. And that's because primarily in DC, we didn't use our recovery money on, asbestos abatement. But there are certain cities across this country that use a large amount of their resources just on facilities, right? We were opening outdoor gardens and reopening our school system and really thinking about accelerated learning because we had a strong system before the pandemic hit. And so I think those are realities and tensions that many states and cities across this country are going to grapple with, and it's going to create further academic gaps for children. In fact, you see that in certain systems, the achievement gap widened. And students who did well before the pandemic did well during the pandemic, and they're doing well now. And so those are going to be really hard realities that we're going to have to face on the other side of this. But
yeah, I mean, I think I'll keep it quick. In Tennessee, one of the things I'm really grateful for is we redid the funding formula in advance, and putting in the additional kind of 22% in state funding was equivalent to the average of what our districts got in ESSER year over year. And so for states that have not done that, I actually do think this is the perfect time for funding reform, because it really is about how do you kind of manipulate and look at your budget in a way that is about student outcomes. I do think, and we haven't gotten to this, but just the big elephant in the room is politics has gotten in the way of so much of the conversation, and how you spend your money, how you spend your time, how you focus on and should not be focusing on what's happening in classrooms and schools. And so when we're talking about a fiscal cliff, while it is being overshadowed by all of the peripheral that has nothing to do with having a student read and do math on grade level, you are mixing up too many things that complicate what is already a very hard job that I don't think we respect enough. And so what I think is going to be necessary is we needed to spend money on one-time funds. I don't think we spent necessarily the money as appropriately and getting the return on our investment as we should have. But how do we help schools and make strategic decisions and guide them to figure out what worked, constrict the spending to invest in our students so that we can continue to accelerate, and help support our leaders that are turning over at rapid paces to have strategic discipline to just keep focusing on students and know that we are backing them with their school boards, with their legislatures, with whomever else, so they can focus on kids and not worry about losing their jobs. Because right now, people are so worried about keeping their jobs, they're not focusing on kids, and that is a shame for public education. And we've got to do a better job on that before we worry about a fiscal cliff, because we won't have the leaders in place to balance the budgets.
And it's everything she just said. And that's my biggest fear, that we're going to spend the next 6 months actually not talking about can children read, and which state did which amount and who's going to be placed for. The educators did not cause the pandemic. And in ways that most people in this room will never appreciate, people gave their all to reopen schools, to educate children, to bring them back, to keep them safe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is going to hurt the public education system if educators are attacked on the other side of this. And I have palpable fear that we're going to spend all of our time in the fall arguing and not really actually focusing on how we ensure our children are learning.
Quickly, I think one, and I'm sure a lot of people in this room are experiencing this, I think in the commercial context, it's going to be a serious change. And I think that, in a sense, the further you are from being core to the teachers and the kids and the administrators' experience, the harder that's going to be. I know that that's a reality that many of us in this room are wrestling with now. Second, I actually just sat through an incredible talk that Alicia Johnson in Indianapolis and Marguerite Rosa at Georgetown gave with some friends of mine from Alvarez and Marcel that I was a part of. And what I learned from Alicia and talking through her process is this is going to look very, very different depending on the financial fundamentals and the quality of leadership. If you use the stimulus money to mask underlying financial problems, and if you've been unable to lead your school board through, and whoever else, through those financial realities, this is going to be a pain point. But that's not the case everywhere. You know, in many places, the financial fundamentals are great. Yeah. Tax receipts are still really strong. The economy is still really strong. Unemployment's really low. So the fundamentals can be there if the right kind of leadership is there. And in those cases, they're going to be fine.
Yeah. In conclusion, I hope you'll all just join me in thanking these three leaders. I'm not going into public service anytime soon. I'm sure most of you aren't. Christina in particular, the kids and families in the district where I used to live are so much better off as a result of your leadership. Penny and John, you're two people that I admire greatly and who probably have the scars to show for the work you did standing up for kids when it was tough. So just super grateful that you're all three here, and it's a pleasure and an honor to listen and learn from each of you. Thank you.
Yo, 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 yo. Hey, good afternoon. You probably never expected a panel to start off with that, but I know it's, what day is it? Is it Tuesday? Tuesday. Yeah, this is my first time at ASU GSV. It's quite an experience, folks. So we're going to have a great time today. My name is Pat Yarn-Pradit. I'm the Chief Academic Officer of Code.org and the lead of an initiative called Teach AI. Teach AI is an initiative steered by Code.org, ETS, ISTE, Khan Academy, and the World Economic Forum. Today we're going to be talking about the state of K-12 AI education policy, and specifically the idea of promoting teaching both with AI and about AI. You're in for a treat, because rarely do you get to, actually not even rarely, this might be the first time seeing 4 state superintendents specifically talking about AI in education. So what a treat. Let's give them a round of applause. So starting from our right, we have Superintendent Kirsten Baszler from North Dakota, Superintendent Joan Ebert from Nevada, Superintendent Catherine Truitt from North Carolina, and Superintendent Tony Thurman from the great state of California. I'm going to start off with some context setting. It's going to take about 45 minutes, and then we'll go back in time and have it. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be very fast. So I already talked about what Teach AI is, and I want to tell you about some resources we just launched today in concert with a bunch of folks, and I'll talk about them later. But the resources are resources for policymakers and education leaders. So if you're out there and you're in the business of influencing decision makers, these are resources that you can use. From what is AI, to AI in education in the workforce, to classroom perspectives and what students, teachers, and parents think about AI. Now, obviously, we want policymakers and decision makers to make positive decisions about AI in education. And so these resources talk about the policy landscape, US and global, as well as foundational policy ideas. And in fact, those policy ideas were actually spurred on by a couple of these superintendents at a Council of Chief State School Officers conference like over a year ago, where they're like, gosh, we need some, yeah.
Not quite a year.
No, not quite a year, that's right. And yeah, and they're just like, what do we do around AI in education? Can you help? And so a number of folks got together to help. So there are lead partners like AASA, NEA, NASB, Excel and Ed, even the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, so it's a global initiative. Then there are a whole bunch of partners, including some of the biggest tech corporations in the world. This slide actually isn't updated. There are even more if you visit teachai.org in terms of support. And so you can click that QR code if you want to visit those resources. It's also teachai.org/policy. You're going to see this slide again, though, because we're going to talk about these particular policies in a sec. And again, big old QR code for you to click. And here we go. First question. We're talking about policy, and I have a meta question here. Like, are education systems even ready for policy on AI in education? We know at the federal level, they've been talking about these tech regs, which, don't worry, folks, they're not going to happen. Well, I don't know, don't worry, but they're not going to happen anytime soon. But we're talking to state superintendents right now. Are systems even ready for policy on AI in education? What are the different perspectives on that issue of readiness? And just what do you think? What do you think per your specific state? Let's start off with Superintendent Ebert from Nevada.
Thank you, Pat. It is amazing to be here when you think about all the partners, and it really was less than a year ago when we asked, can people step up and help? And you have, 60, 70, 80 partners on that screen. So the time is now, and people are ready to engage. And when you think about the landscape and where we are, yes, all of us are in different stages as states across the United States, globally, on how we look at AI guidance and policy. I will tell you that in Nevada, it is perfect timing. We just finished our Portrait of a Learner and it starts with 4 questions. It has a lot of the same threads that you see in Portrait of a Learner across the United States: collaboration, persistence, all of those other pieces. But what we did with our Portrait of a Learner, I want to lean in just really briefly this afternoon, is the last question of thriving. How will I thrive? And the last piece to it is be a person of integrity, making commitments to my peers and community as a whole, and staying true to my values. And when you think about AI and where we are as a society and how we're going to use it, you can think about it the same way as the medical profession, right? We have medical professionals that prescribe drugs at moments in time. They can be very, very helpful. They can be misused, and they can be abused. And so when you think about where we are in AI and our communities and going out and finding out what they know, what they don't know, how to use it, coming together and having those conversations and making sure that we're inclusive, that there's no gaps as we move forward, that we're closing equity gaps, and that everyone has the information they need to make an informed decision so that we all can be extremely healthy moving forward.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. Superintendents, what do you think? Are our systems ready for policy on AI in education?
So I think that, ready or not, we need to be. I don't know that state systems or government agencies in general are leading. They're not on the leading edge of things. So I do think that we were caught a little bit on our heels. We shouldn't have been, but we were caught a little bit on our heels when it exploded as it did. Grateful to Code.org and the Teach AI movement that you have all been leading so well, because without that, I think we'd be even, further at a disadvantage. It has helped us tremendously as we're writing our North Dakota policy, our guidances. I think the challenge is going to be to approach the guidance and approach I hate the word regulation, but it is a part of our work that we must do. If we can look at it and encourage, as I have said before, encourage our teachers, our educational leaders to be curious about what it can do. I really worry that we're going to face it with a deficit mindset and lead with you must not, cannot, shall not. And anytime you have a document that starts with those or stresses, I know that that's important, but I think, I believe as we're leading for our children's future, not our past, we have to be ready for this, and we have to approach it with an open asset mindset.
Superintendent Truitt, Superintendent Thurman, you all deal with so many issues that are super important. Chronic absenteeism, just getting kids fed. How in the world do you make the time, let's be real here, or time and energy to think about something like AI in education? I mean, we're here because we believe it's transformative, but I mean, kids need to be fed. Kids need to come to school. So how do you even weigh these things?
Thank you. Well, I would say that, first of all, it starts with being student-centered. And our thinking about being student-centered is recognizing that all learning is in service to whatever the post-secondary plans of a student's choice will be. And AI is already in the workplace. And so if we ignore AI, what kicked off what really lit the fire under us was when we saw that one of our large districts had banned ChatGPT, and before we had the chance to issue some guidance. And so I think that knowing that how focused we are in North Carolina strategically on how to realign K-12 education to workforce development, that means automatically that we have got to prioritize AI from a guidance standpoint, but also AI literacy, which we'll talk about in a few minutes.
Yeah, Superintendent Thurman, what do you think?
It's an honor to be here. Good evening, everyone. Wow, I know we can do better than that. Good evening, everyone. You're tired, you've been to 1 million sessions, and you're like, okay, this is the last one for the day. It's an honor to be here with these great leaders. I would echo the statements. I don't think systems are ready. Because historically, schools struggle to keep up with what's happening in industry, right? But as we deal with students who live in poverty, who are hungry, who need support, we also have to be thinking about how do we prepare students for the jobs of tomorrow or the jobs of today. let's face it, those jobs are happening right now. And so we have to get ready. And we have tools, guidance for sure, but guidance is only as good as the implementation. In our state, we have legislation that I'm sponsoring that will provide a kind of AI workforce or roundtable to think through how to use AI to support educators and what we do for our students. And we've created a STEAM advisory council because we want those who work in industry to really inform schools. Schools fall behind. As soon as something becomes a trend, schools are behind. And so if we want to really catch up, we have to have partnerships with industry to help students understand how to use this technology, which they understand intuitively. We're just giving them a structure for how to use it in their profession and in daily life. And so while systems aren't quite ready, I think they will quickly get ready if we apply all these tools to help educators and students be prepared for the future.
Yes, so speaking of tools, as we look out through here, we see a lot of people who are probably investors, people who are actively creating these tools, and a bunch of other folks like, thought leaders, et cetera. There might be nonprofits who are just informing people about the issues around AI and education. I want to get practical here. What do you need from them? What do you want to tell them to help? How can they help your students? What role do they play in helping your students? And we can start off with Superintendent Thurman and then go down.
One of the best things is just to show best practices. If there are schools, districts, communities that are using AI in a great way, that will help to minimize the fear, right? Some people approach this with fear. Oh, you're trying to replace teachers. You can never replace great teachers, or people who are curious, or who think this is just some kind of a sci-fi thing and the robots are going to take over, right? When you can demystify that for folks with examples of places where it's working, I think that's extremely helpful. At the end of the day, I think the more that you can help us see where there are results, did it make a difference? Bottom line, did this help to drive student outcomes? I think when you can lead with those kinds of stories, you're going to be able to engage any district, school, or community to say that we have results and it's making a difference for low-income kids, for kids of color, for kids from all backgrounds. And so we love to see your best practices and at the end of the day be able to answer this one question. As a result of AI, is anybody better off? And how do we know? We have to be able to measure it and show it. And I think the doors will open for you, for all of us.
Yeah, I echo those comments. I'm not going to approach a legislator without some data. And so if that means that you've got to get your product in the hands of a district for free so that you can show them the data before they have money to purchase it, you're going to have a better chance of getting funding from a state. My advice is that you learn what the K-12 governance structure looks like in the states where you want to do business, because it varies widely. And so knowing who the policymakers are, is it the governor or is it the legislature? What role does the Commissioner of Education have in being one of those champions or not? And then, like Superintendent Thurman said, data.
Yeah, leaning in and expanding on that, I would add context. Context matters. You have 3 elected officials on the stage and 1 that's appointed by the governor. So the structure within the state, the context within the state matters quite a bit, and don't approach it as we're all the same. We talk about meeting our students where they're at. Make sure you meet those that you're going to serve where they're at as well.
It's the lovely thing about being on a stage with 3 really intelligent people. By the time it gets to me, it's like, yes, all of those. So I will double down. I am a huge advocate for partners. I've been doing this job for 12 years now. North Dakota is not a really high populated state. We're just right knocking on the door of 1 million people. And so that human resources is our scarcest resource. And so I am constantly looking for partners. I can't keep my students on the edge of what's the next best thing without partners. We don't call them vendors. I don't call them contractors. They're partners. But to that point, I think that's just saying it in a different way what Joan just said. North Dakota is going to be very different. I have 168 school districts. There's such diversity in there. That's nothing like what Tony's dealing with in California.
1,000 districts,
Right,
1,000 plus.
exactly. And so you just have to be, unique, and you have to be willing to be my partner. Partnership is kind of I'm going to try to cut to the chase. I was meeting with the chamber president, our state chamber president, and I wanted to get more apprenticeship work going. This is a decade ago, and I had my plan already, and he laughed at me and he said, "You educators are all alike." And I said, "What do you mean by that?" And he said, "I thought we were talking about a partnership." And I said, "Well, we are." And he said, "Looks like you're wanting me to support your plan." We can talk about that, but that's a different conversation. Partnership is where you get kind of gritty and dirty, and it's not off the shelf. And so that's how I approach partnerships. And I think it's very important that you all are working with us and partnering. We can't do it for our kids. And work with each other, because we like to build coherent systems. We don't like our children or our students to be in isolated silos. So if you could work with each other so we can build a coherent system of learning, that's very helpful as well.
Wow, those are really great nuggets, folks. So hopefully you've been taking notes in terms of your own strategies and how you approach the state side of ed tech. I heard elected, so I want to talk about politics. All right? And I want to talk about, so the point of this panel is to provide people fresh perspectives on AI in education. They've been to a bazillion, using your fingers, show me how many AI in education sessions you've already been to at ASU, GSV, whatever. You need to use that. Okay, yeah, someone's going like this, like 25. Yeah, so, all right. So hopefully this is a fresh perspective. You all are targets for any complaints about education, and even things outside of education. And we've talked about this. What are the different political perspectives on AI in education in your states? You don't have to make a judgment of any of those perspectives. Just share with us some of the things you're hearing from Facebook groups, parent Facebook groups, from your peers, whatever.
It's the widest range as you can imagine. You have some that are AI enthusiasts, and you have some that they just want to take the internet out of the libraries. And that's not a joke. That's actually occurring in one of our state houses in the nation right now. One of our colleagues is dealing with that. And so, yes, you're right. There's a lot of people that are excited. Let's go. Let's move. This is going to be great for our kids. And there's the other side of the spectrum that's like, nope, there's too much unknown about it. I have been in this position for 12 years, and so I remember the Common Core battle, and then the statewide testing battle with Smarter, Balanced, and Park, and what are you going to do with our children's data? So there's a lot of hangover from that still. So it's real.
I have not faced a whole lot of pushback yet. I think that the more we see this show up in classrooms, because I think we're just on the verge of seeing this in classrooms. I think what you're describing, Pat, is coming pretty quickly. But I think that the data privacy piece is, there are some things that I've heard about in the last couple of days that make me go, ooh, but what about the data privacy piece? And that's always going to be a concern when it comes to student data and student privacy. But I'm thrilled to say of all of the mean tweets and emails I get
should have done that. Superintendents read mean tweets.
Yeah,
Jimmy,
the
that would have been
struggle is
hilarious.
real. Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah, just like on Jimmy Fallon, mean tweets. So I'm thrilled to say that our guidance has been out since January, and I have not received any pushback.
That's good guidance.
It's very good guidance. Thank you.
Can we just talk here? All right. I don't even look at the comments in Twitter or any other form of social media, because the things that you see sometimes are just quite disheartening. And I would say at least since the pandemic, we've seen some of the worst kind of politics in education, something that shouldn't be political but does become politicized. Every student deserves to have access to a great education. There are lots of students who grew up like me in a household where we didn't have food half the time, and we struggled. But education was that great equalizer, and it can make a change. But we have seen a kind of politicization that If you're a state superintendent, or a local district superintendent, or a teacher, you are targeted. Sometimes even with death threats, people will threaten you over educational concepts. Now, education has to rise above that and make sure that we create great opportunities for all students. And so for those of you with roots to North Dakota, let's make sure we get Superintendent Baszler elected again for another term, because of the work.
Any people, well, are there any folks from North Dakota here? Oh.
Hey, look at that, connecting the dots.
All right.
You know,
I've never seen people from North Dakota other than Superintendent.
Wow.
I'm serious. I'm going to visit there for the first time, in fact. So yeah, I'm going to see a lot of them.
Don't lose the superintendent the votes. We just got her. But this should not be about politics. People fear what they don't know, and anything new, there's always going to be some resistance. But this is a great tool, and it's coming whether we like it or not. And so we should get behind how do we use it to enhance education. I love the states where I hear AI is being used to teach teachers how to teach coding. We can do great things, and these are tools to enhance what we do in the classroom, in our schools, and in spite of the politics, we have to move it forward to support all of our students.
Superintendent Ebert, what's the craziest thing you heard about AI in education? Craziest opinion, stakeholder opinion, whatever.
Well, I would go just the data. You know, I mean, everybody, I had heard one speaker earlier is AI for her was all of the, those movies where you know, the taking over the universe and all of those pieces. But what's interesting in the Nevada context, and when you think about the Las Vegas Strip, you think there's AI used along the Strip, right? A lot, heavily. So we are, as a state, we use it quite a bit, quite often, and so, you know, those community members know how it works in the workforce, works in business, and so I think in our state it's really a position right now of curiosity, right? How are we going to use it for good in the classroom to make sure that we equalize and students have access to it? Yeah, I'll have to think about that.
Well,
I'm blessed.
That is great. It's great to hear that there's not too much craziness happening, and hopefully we stay immune from that.
We can talk about other kinds of crazy if you want.
we could. We'll say that.
But we won't. Right?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I want to keep on poking at this. You know, I'm not a techno optimist. You know, I'm like many of you all out there. We talk about opportunities and risks, and we're very real with the risks and ethical concerns. You know, one of the things that we want to do with AI is transform education. These are things that, you know, these are reasons why you guys got into the business, why you all got into the business. Do you think this hope that we can potentially use this AI moment to transform our systems, do you think this is realistic? Regardless of, what needs to happen to give real change a fighting chance? Superintendent Baszler?
I can answer that question. Absolutely, this is realistic, and absolutely our students deserve it. And many of us have said it in different ways. This is student-centered. We deal with all of the tweets that some read, the comments, and others don't, and because we're so student-centered, and if it isn't going to make a difference for students, then we shouldn't be doing it, but that's why we get up every day and log in and or go to our offices. So I 100% think that it's going to be the next thing. It's not the thing, but as I was saying to you before, you know, I got hired because I knew how to put a 5.5 or 5.25 inch floppy and teach Oregon Trail, because all the other candidates, and only because I happened to be on the other side of 25 and all the other candidates were on the other side. So they figured she knows how to use a floppy disk, and that's how I started this road, right? And I think that we've seen transformation after transformation after transformation. We have our North Dakota Center for Distance Ed. It's our virtual high school, our virtual school, as that's who's in the audience. That's not what it was 15 years ago. It was a correspondence school. The transformation that has occurred in that alone. And again, I think it's about using technology. So the What Works Clearinghouse, right? When we were getting all the money for Race to the Top, the What Works Clearinghouse. The sad thing about that is our teachers are going to, you know, teachers pay teachers, because those great ideas in What Works they are trapped in a 500-page PDF. And who has the time to go through that when they're a third grade teacher? But to use the technology that is available now, take a picture of your third grader's math assignment and she's just not quite getting the steps that she needs to get. You take a picture of that, put it into AI, you say, from What Works Clearinghouse, what are the steps that she's missing, and give me some lesson ideas.
A colleague of mine, John Bailey.
Yeah.
Some of y'all know John Bailey maybe. He talks about the What Works Clearinghouse and says that there probably should be some kind of chat interface to allow people to engage with it in a much more approachable way. So I hear you with that. So other superintendents, what needs to happen to give real change a chance?
I think we need to dive in and practice it ourselves. I'm teaching a class this summer at UNLV, and I'm like, okay, we need to get AI in the coursework.
In some countries, it's actually said, you say IA.
Yeah, there you go. So I dove into it myself. I'm going to be using Sherpa with the coursework, came out of Stanford. And I mean, it right now is so intriguing of how I'm interacting, uploaded some content, the questions, the students will have the time to video, but I'm making sure that I have the opportunity now with the leadership, right? The students that want to become superintendents, want to be building leaders, all of that, that they're actually experiencing it. So higher education right now at this moment, we need to make sure that our pre-service, our in-service, our building leaders are diving in, experiencing it, failing forward, and making sure that it's used appropriately.
Yeah, before they just have opinions about it, let's actually try to use it first. Yes, Superintendent Truitt?
Yeah, I think that in order for this to have a fighting chance, as you said, there must be recognition that before we can teach it, we have to understand it. And we have a teaching workforce right now that by and large doesn't understand this yet. And so it's going to take a large investment from our respective states to provide the training and education, professional development for our current teachers. Our pre-service teachers, as Joan said, have to get this in their EPPs. And there has to be some recognition that job-embedded professional development, and by the way, we all know, are there any teachers in here? I mean, when was the last time you had a Cracker Jack PD? Probably not all that, yeah. So, thank you. And so I think that
what is this Cracker Jack PD?
You mean
eat popcorn
no,
while we get
Cracker Jack is old-fashioned for really great. Yeah. There's no popcorn involved.
I mean, that does.
North
make a
Carolina
PD.
term.
If I get to eat some Cracker Jacks while being trained, that is a great PD for me. A PD meaning professional development.
Yeah, but for sure that there has to be really high quality PD that is job embedded, that is ongoing and sustainable, that's not just one and done. Our teachers really, they've never gotten that. Think about, you brought up the Common Core rollout. I was still in the classroom when Common Core got rolled out. We got nothing. We got no help implementing Common Core standards. So we can't do that again.
Yep. So Superintendent Thurman, just real quick, response, and then we're going to go down the line and have some last words.
So for those of you who want PD, come to California right now. We are going to sponsor 300,000 educators to get professional development in literacy, math. We have to recruit more teachers who are going to be in a position to help our students be prepared for AI. We're offering a scholarship of $20,000 for anyone who wants to get a teaching credential. Just call me, 1-800 where you at, and I'll make sure that you get the information about how to access that. You asked the question about what do we need to do, and is this a good thing? It gives me hope that you can use AI for life-saving technology, that you can manage data in a way. We have the folks here from All Here who are working with our largest district, one of the largest districts, LA Unified in the country, who have figured out ways to address issues like chronic absenteeism, which has been daunting for many districts. And so we have a great leader here in our county superintendent from Napa, who's right here in the front, that you can, Dr. Nemko, that you can use the technology to help English learner families in our richly diverse state. And so I have hope, but I think we have to first work through our understanding about what it is and what it isn't, and then provide the training and the support for those in our state.
Okay, so we're going to have a lightning round here. If I could get the slides again, and some control. I'm going to show those policies on the screen one more time. Yes. Great. Almost there. Boom. Boom. All right. Lightning round. You have like 15 seconds. Just pick one sentence, why. Which one resonates with you of these 5 policies? Starting with Superintendent Baszler.
Support innovation. Support everybody that's curious. I'm just going to say too, when we talk about understanding AI, let's not get lost in AI. The root and the foundation of understanding this technology tool and next generation technology tool is computer science. So we have to make sure that we are preparing those kids and supporting curiosity with innovation.
Yep. Superintendent Ebert.
Promote AI literacy. I think when people understand what they're dealing with, ethics, all of those components, we'll see it move forward faster.
Yep.
Promote AI literacy also, because to be digitally literate now means being AI literate.
Yep.
Support innovation. For 1,000, Bob, tell him what he's won. A Beautiful Life. I think it speaks for itself. The innovation will drive performance, will drive change in our community.
Yep. So read more about these policies by clicking that QR code. Let's give a round of applause for these superintendents. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, welcome to the 2024 Education Innovation Showcase. Clap it up, yay! My name is Tiffany Taylor, and I have the pleasure of serving as a partner and Chief People and Impact Officer at GSV.
And my name is Julia Heiser, and I'm the Vice President of Content and Community at ASU GSV. Tiffany and I are so excited about this event being back at ASU GSV for a second year in a row. We had even more entries than last year, with innovations shared from across the country and the world, including 5 international entries. 35 first-round judges from 12 partner organizations judged and evaluated our entries on key factors, such as the issue they were solving, the use of innovative technology, the overall impact, the insights gained and shared, and the inclusion of diverse perspectives. We know that all innovations are critical because they are impacting our students every single day. The ones chosen today were selected by many former educators with the lens of what is most meaningful for students in classrooms today. What an event. We can't wait to get started.
Yes. So today we'll have the opportunity to meet and celebrate all 10 finalists across the idea and the impact categories. Then we'll hear live pitches from the top 2 in each category. While our judges deliberate, we'll have an exciting interview with Daryl DMC McDaniels and Terry Gray. Yes. Terry is our second place winner from last year. And after the interview, we're going to reveal our winners. Just as a reminder, the top place prize in the idea category will walk away with $5,000 cash, plus a $5,000 grant and implementation support from Educating All Learners Alliance. The impact category winner will walk away with $20,000 in cash, and both winners will receive a design sprint with Sharon Sand Education, 30 hours of consulting with the League of Innovative Schools, training on the Digital Promise Inclusive Innovation Framework, complimentary registration and accommodation to any League of Innovative Schools convening or event, consultation and training on the LEAP Learning Framework, and complimentary registration to the ASU GSV Summit in 2025.
Yes, I know. We are so excited about all these incredible prizes, so thank you again to our amazing partners who have been so generous in providing this prize package to our winners. Our partners are also here to help us judge. So judges, when I call your name, please stand to be recognized. Let's give a warm welcome to Elon Samoa, co-founder of Transcend Education. Dr. Baron Davis, Senior Advisor of Digital Promise. Tria Hutchins, Project Director of the Educating All Learners Alliance. And Scott Fronheim, CEO of Leap Innovations.
And as I already shared, we have a very special guest, Daryl DMC McDaniels. Help me give him a warm welcome.
Wonderful. Now let's get started. I would like to invite our top 5 in the idea category to the stage. All right, so our top 5 in the idea category have been asked to do a brief introduction of who they are and the project that they are representing. So we are going to start with Arcadia Unified School District.
Thank you. My name is Greg Azanian. I'm the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer for the Arcadia Unified School District. We are a mid-sized school district in Southern California, public schools, TK through 12. One of the biggest challenges we are facing is the amount of work that classroom teachers have to do beyond teaching and student engagement. In fact, a recent survey by Education Week indicates that teachers are only spending 46% of their time with students. The rest is administrative work, paperwork, lesson planning, and it goes on and on. When we spoke with our teachers and asked them, what can we do to help? They said if only there was a way to access all of our district information just by asking. We couldn't find any one person who knew all that in our district, so we decided to build an AI chat bot. That bot was trained internally on our data and our resources and our coaching resources to get them connected to whatever they needed. By engaging with our teachers and our community, we're able to provide that information directly to them through a chat interface that they already have access to.
I'm Dr. Jerry Gillespie with Innovate Academy.
And I'm Chris Bishop with Purdue University. Deloitte and the Manufacturing Institute recently released a study that estimated that the manufacturing industry is going to add 4 million new job openings in the next 10 years. The fear is that half of those 2 million jobs are going to go unfilled because we are not developing a future workforce with the skills necessary for Industry 4.0. This can't continue. We have to understand the great opportunity that we have for teachers and especially for students.
We've developed a program for students and educators about solving this problem. We want to share this partnership with Purdue University and Innovate Academy using guardrails, a safe COPA certified education platform, and game-based learning with Minecraft education. We are developing skills in communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. We are honored to share this idea with you, but we're more excited about the opportunity to share impact next year up here about this project. This is Industry 4.0 confronting the digital divide head on.
Sorry, we were supposed to stand over there. Messing up already. Okay, we are Launch Expeditionary Learning Charter School, and we are building an experiential learning campus called Runway Green. But it's not just any campus, because in New York City, there exists a national park on an old abandoned airfield, and that land happens to be bigger than Central Park. Through a public-private partnership with the National Park Service and city and state and federal elected officials and half a dozen nonprofit partners, we're building an education ecosystem that will support 50,000 New York City students every single year in tackling the two great issues of our time, sustainability and equity. And not only that, but students will be able to engage in career-connected learning that will put them on pathways to careers of the future and family-sustaining wages. The design of the campus and the design of the program is being led by a community design team of students and of families and of community members. We believe this is one model of what racially sustainable and equitable education can look like. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison Nelson. I'm the CEO for Making Waves Academy. My name is John. I'm a former college and career counselor. The program that I led was ranked #2 in the San Francisco Bay Area and among the top in California. John and I are here representing Making Waves. A few years ago, John came to me with an idea with lots of potential. What if there was a way to enable more people to benefit from the personalized coaching we provide to our students using an AI-powered tool? Making Waves has built an AI co-pilot. It provides education to employment coaching for young people through text. Last December, I met a young person named Samantha. Before she met Making Waves, no one had ever had a conversation with her about her education or her career plans. Why should she or any young person navigate their future alone? We've built the tool that can help Samantha, along with 100,000 others in the Bay Area and hundreds of thousands across the nation. We are Making Waves.
Talent Together represents the power of collaboration and innovation at scale. Michigan has one of the largest teacher shortages in the country, impacting our urban, suburban, and rural communities across our state.
As a superintendent in Michigan, it became clear that addressing our challenges required collaboration. So we partnered with fellow superintendents statewide and a leading nonprofit organization to launch Talent Together. This initiative focuses on an overlooked source of potential educators, school employees like paraprofessionals who are invested in their communities yet encounter obstacles to becoming teachers.
18 months later, our results are transformational. We've received over 4,200 applications. Beginning this fall, we will have over 1,500 candidates enrolled in teacher preparation programs. Those candidates work in over 350 school districts and charters across the state. Together, we're rebuilding Michigan's teacher pipeline and changing the economic mobility of thousands of Michiganders.
All right, thank you so much. One, it's not lost on us. All you do for your students, for your educators, for your communities, and so we are so very grateful that you are leading with innovation top of mind. So our judges had the opportunity to review all of the materials. They did a little bit of deliberation, and they selected the top 2 in this category. If I say your name, I'm going to ask you to step to the front, and if I don't say your name, if you could step off the stage at this time and return to your seats. Man, why y'all laughing? Come on. You all are great, but that's the process, okay? So the top 2 leaders in this category. First, Arcadia Unified School District. Please step forward. The next is Making Waves. Thank you. Thank you all for all of your hard work. Okay, now that we have our top 2, I'm going to ask Arcadia to step forward. You have 3 minutes to rock it out with your pitch, and then Making Waves, you can stay on the stage, and if you could take a 1 step back, and the time will start when you do.
I know that I only have 3 minutes to speak with you, but I want to take that time to start off by asking you to do something. I want to set aside whatever stresses or worries or things going on your calendar, those LinkedIn alerts, and set that aside for a moment. I want to ask you to remember a time in your life where a teacher, a coach, or a mentor saw you. I don't mean just in passing, but they saw who you were, your hopes, your dreams, and your fears. And I want you to take about 10 seconds right now to do that. I'll go ahead and time it. I hope you could think of someone. I certainly could as I thought about it. I ask you to think of this for 2 reasons. One, these are sacred moments. They're the ones who create who we are. They send us on our life journey. And second, I bring it up because unfortunately, those types of moments are at risk. The more we ask teachers to do, the more that's on their plate. Those take away from those sacred moments of interaction and being seen. And that's why we took on this idea of an AI assistant for teachers. Whatever they need, we want to give them that information. So I'll talk a little bit about the technology that allowed us to do this and where we've gone and where we're going. We have a really solid technology department and coders in our district, and when we started to see some of this AI technology growing, we did what I think any good hacker would do and email OpenAI. And we said, hey, we heard about this GPT-3 thing, can we get access to it? And they said yes, and we were able to experiment with that. We loaded all sorts of data into our AI assistant. I'm going to share with you a few examples of what that looks like. We had a teacher who was really struggling with a student in terms of fractions. How do I teach this? We loaded all of our best practices into the system, and they were able to ask that. We also asked our facilities and maintenance department and our school offices, if you could ask an AI bot anything, what would it be? And they looked at each other and they said, if it could help us with the geyser. And of course we asked, what's a geyser? It turns out that the geyser was a 30-foot stream of water that happened when a water pipe broke in our school district. There are a lot of distractions that can happen in school districts. I guarantee you that a 30-foot geyser of water is one of those things. We've taken all sorts of information and prepared it to where any of our teachers can ask it any of that type of question. I want to talk about some of the insights that we've learned. One thing that we've learned is when we train it on our values, it gives really good answers. It gives safe answers. It gives good answers. We're continuing to tune it, but if I ask it, how can I share in a way that tells us to collaborate, which is one of our values, it's going to tell us how to do that. Another insight is that when people work together in creating this type of technology, they have more ownership and they're willing to engage around it. Finally, I want to talk about inclusion. When we designed it, we included people from across the district, voices to be included in the responses. People own that, and their voices will live on in our bot. It's made a powerful and profound difference in our district. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Greg and Arcadia. We're going to ask that you take a step back, and making waves, you can come and take a step forward, and your 3 minutes will start when you're ready.
John started with a simple concept. How can we help students at our school find success and pursue their dreams? For our students, the challenge was, how do I get started? John and his team would then have one-on-one conversations with students, coaching them through a multi-step process. If students had questions, they could ask John or members of the team for help. These personalized one-on-one coaching conversations have been critical in helping our students find post-secondary success. John then began to ask himself, what can I do to enable more people to have access to these critical coaching conversations?
When Gen Z teens are asked a simple question, the answer is shocking. When they're asked, when you think about your future, do you feel lost? 87% say yes. We have one job, to bring that number down. To get coaching for Making Waves, all someone has to do is visit our website. After they sign up, we'll send a welcome text within seconds. We'll continue proactively texting while answering any questions that may come up. So what young people get is information to help make decisions about their future. So imagine that you are in high school, and one day you text Making Waves, what's the name of the job where you draw people's blood? Immediately, Making Waves will remember you're interested in phlebotomy. Here's where the magic really happens. A few days later, Making Waves will text you out of the blue and suggest affordable phlebotomy programs you've never heard of to help you finish your program. You'll get tips to overcome self-doubt and effective study skills. To help you land a great job, you'll get ideas to build your network and to get practical experience. It feels like texting a mentor that gives you what you need without making you ask. What makes Making Waves different is our technology drives the conversation. So young people no longer need to spend hours thinking about what to ask next. They just start the chat and let Making Waves lead the way. Our technology is adaptive. So the more someone texts, the more relevant Making Waves becomes. With that data, we're positioned to build world-class machine learning models that continue to drive down our cost per person, and our security is best in class. We've put together an outstanding team. Our researchers are backed by Gates and Chan Zuckerberg. Our advisors are giants in ed tech and AI. And our senior leadership team is second to none. Something amazing happened. We started this with an idea at our school, just one school. Now we're in over 100 schools, and thousands of young people are using Making Waves. Our product is direct to consumer, so anyone can use it today for free. We see a large addressable market with 100,000 in the Bay Area alone. We're asking for deliberate partnership to make this happen. If you're a school or a district leader, please come by and say hello. We'd love to introduce Making Waves to your community. After this event, we'll be standing just outside that door over there. Please say hello. Together, we can help young people like Samantha navigate their future. We are Making Waves.
All right, thank you so much to our idea top two. Congratulations again. You can actually go ahead and return to your seats now, because our judges were listening and taking notes as you shared, but we're not quite ready to reveal the winner just yet. Next, we're going to hear from our finalists in the impact category. So if you are in the top 5 for impact, please join us on the stage. All right. So just as before, we'll ask each of you to do a brief introduction of who you are and what your project is. And we're going to go ahead and start with the Illinois Virtual Schools and Academy. If you could all just take one step forward so you are in the light. Perfect. All right. So you'll have your 1 minute, and you can start when you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Melissa Lundgaard. I'm the Executive Director of Illinois Virtual Schools and Academy. We're excited to share our idea with you, our impact idea. Illinois Virtual Schools and Academy exists to serve all students in Illinois through our supplemental program, our teacher shortage solutions, and our full-time virtual academy. Imagine all students have access to Imagine all students have access to an education path that's as unique as their fingerprint. Imagine that all students have access to flexible courses with 24/7 virtual tutoring and academic support.
I'm Michael Carner, and the last thing is all of our districts get reimbursed through our program, and on top of that, we have 24/7 support for tutoring, counseling, and care navigation.
Students who grow up in low-income communities don't lack character, they lack cash. What becomes possible for high school-age students when they receive $50 a week to spend as they see fit for a school year? Hello, my name is Talia Livnay. I'm joined here by Sandra Yoakley on behalf of Rooted School. In 2020, at the height of the pandemic, we launched the $50 Study, a direct cash transfer research program in which participating students receive $50 a week unconditionally for 40 weeks. As we wrap up a 2-year randomized controlled trial, the results are really promising. Students who receive the cash transfers are experiencing increased growth in reading levels and GPA. They're missing fewer days of school. They're taking advantage of new opportunities, and they're supporting their families and communities. Take Peyton, for example, who used her cash transfers to apply to more colleges during her senior year. Fernell, who started his own t-shirt printing business. And Quasi, who proudly saved up to buy his 6-year-old brother a birthday present. We're honored to be on a stage with so many amazing innovators, and thank you for having us.
Good evening. I'm Brittany Branch, Spark Lab leader for Mount Airy City Schools in North Carolina. Spark NC ignites a passion in our students to discover high-tech fields like cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and software development. There are 3 things I want you to remember about Spark NC. Student choice. Students choose what, where, and how they learn. Business engagement. We connect our students and business partners through team-based internships, demo days, and hackathons. Real-world projects. Our learning experiences require students to dig deep and use their networks to design real solutions to real problems. Too few learners are aware of the high-tech fields that will dominate the future job market, and even fewer see pathways for themselves into those careers. At Spark NC, we give our students the competitive edge on their way to high-wage careers in a tech-powered economy.
My name is Dr. Matthew Tyson. I'm the proud principal and CEO of Tapestry Public Charter School. Growing up, I was the oldest of 4 neurodivergent boys, and I watched how difficult it was to find a school system that worked for us. That is where Tapestry Public Charter School came into the picture. Tapestry is a school where half of the population is neurotypical and half of the population has special needs, but everybody learns together. We were founded by parents of children on the spectrum who wanted their kids to have an authentically inclusive learning environment. Now, fast forward 10 years, and we are the Georgia Charter School of the Year. We have more than 400 people on our wait list, and we are achieving our goals. We are proving that through individualized learning and the proper utilization of AI technology, we can achieve results that no one ever has before. Our goal is to provide equal access to the future for everyone, and our model proves that this is possible. This award would allow us to create more tapestries and help districts to become more innovative. And because the world is a funny thing, I got started in special ed about 20 years ago, and now I have a little 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. One of them has an IEP and the other one doesn't. And I don't want to live in a world where they have to live in learn in different classrooms because of a label that society puts on them. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Mike Rubin. I'm the proud principal of Uxbridge High School in Uxbridge, Massachusetts. Our work at UHS is not just about the what, but in redefining the why. Our innovation pathway programs fuse concept development and skill development with content. We answer for our students two age-old questions. The first being, what did you learn today at school? And the second being, why am I doing this? I want you to imagine this student. Most of us in schools have a student like this. 2 years ago, she's considering dropping out of school, and she gets transformed into a young professional training the lieutenant governor of our state on how to use mechanical engineering technology to scan and then 3D print a bobblehead of a congressman's head. For her and for hundreds of others, this hands-on approach has resulted in lower dropout rates, improved chronic absenteeism, and reduced teacher attrition, all problems that we're dealing with. This world persists through our three-pronged Venn diagram of culture, collaboration, and most importantly, skill development. And where we were once one of just 4 schools to earn a designation, our tree now has 8,000 students in it in Massachusetts. Thank you very much.
All right. Again, thank you so much for all the work that you are doing. It is a gift to us to be able to honor you and celebrate you and create a platform for you to actually create visibility for the great work that you are leading. So again, these fabulous judges, they reviewed all of your materials, they selected the top 2, and I am going to reveal those now. All right? If I call your name, I'm going to ask you to step forward, and if I don't, I'm going to ask you to return to your seats, okay? All right. So the first of the top 2, Rooted School. All right, and the next, Spark NC. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now that we have our top 2, I'm going to ask that Rooted Schools go first. That 3-minute clock is going to start when you do.
Can use my teacher voice, but. All right, good to see you again. My name is Talia Livnay.
And I'm Sandra Oakley.
We are here from Rooted School to share a transformative initiative born out of our school's mission.
In 2017, Rooted School was founded and set out to prove a new possible in education. At Rooted School, we seek to equip students with the tools and skills they need so that they can pursue their own pathways to financial freedom. We developed a learning model that resulted in students earning industry-based credentials while they went to high school. We offered dual enrollment opportunities, and we saw really exciting successes in our early years. Then the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and like many schools and school systems, our students not only struggled academically, but the acute challenges of living in low-income communities were magnified.
Enter the $50 study. Launched in 2020 as a direct response to the deep financial needs expressed by students, this first-of-its-kind program gave $50 weekly cash transfers totaling $2,000, no strings attached, to 10 high schoolers in New Orleans. Our aim has been to better understand the academic and personal impacts of direct cash transfers, and so we partnered with researchers at the universities of Tennessee and Pennsylvania to develop these studies as randomized controlled trials. In 2022, we expanded the study to include 82 students, and this year, 91 students enrolled in the study in both New Orleans and Indianapolis.
Some may ask, why cash transfers? We believe that many of the obstacles our students face aren't due to lack of effort or resources in the classroom, but rather the daily struggles of living in poverty that consume students' energy and focus. Many of the students Rooted serves experience food insecurity, juggle part-time jobs, and support their families by providing childcare and financial support. Balancing all of this can make attending school and focusing on schoolwork exponentially more difficult.
Our early research findings are promising. Students in the study not only report increased well-being and decreased financial hardship, but also demonstrate tangible academic growth. They're seeing greater GPA and reading level increases and accruing more credits compared to their peers who are not in the program. They're missing fewer days of school. Our findings further suggest that the impact of these transfers extend far beyond the classroom, and we see that students are able to engage in new opportunities that are deeply aligned to their own values, priorities, hopes, and dreams. They report feelings of agency and empowerment.
These cash transfers aren't just about keeping the lights on or buying necessities. They're about empowering students to focus on their education, pursue their passions, and seize opportunities they might otherwise miss out on. And what we found is the effects endure even after the transfers end. Peyton, who used her transfers to pay for college applications, is now thriving at Manhattan Marymount College in New York City, while Vernell attributes his success as a T-Mobile manager to the skills he honed as a young entrepreneur starting a t-shirt business.
By delving deeper into the impact of cash transfers, we can continue to innovate and create a future for our students where they are empowered to dream big and beyond their immediate circumstance. We believe we're on the precipice of a paradigm shift in education, and we hope that you will join us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Rooted School. And now, Spark NC, your time will start when you're ready.
What would you do if you weren't afraid to fail? Caleb Allen walked the halls of his high school at the start of his senior year. He was resigned to one path he could see in front of him: enroll in trade school and become a welder. He couldn't imagine any other choice. But then he passed a classroom that looked more like the office of a tech company: bright colors, comfortable furniture, high-tech computers. Students were buzzing, working on different things in different corners of the room. Curious, he stepped inside. From there, Caleb was off and running. He came to the Spark Lab during his lunch, independent study period, and during the summer, exploring high-tech fields. It was like shopping in a designer store, trying on outfits he never imagined himself in before. His choice, his pace, without any risk, all for credit. This is how Caleb found a new path, his path, starting this fall as a computer information systems major at North Carolina Wesleyan University. Caleb is off to do great things, and Spark NC has helped him on his way. Spark NC fosters imagination and exploration. Spark creates choice.
I'm Senator Lee, an Education and Appropriations Chair in the North Carolina Senate, and I'm always looking of ways to redesign our high schools so that students will know the choices that they have. I'm invested in our economy, so we know that after they make that choice that they're going to have a really good paying job. In 2021, Apple announced they were going to have their East Coast hub in North Carolina. And what did people say? We're going to have to recruit people from outside of North Carolina because North Carolina students don't have the skills. And that's when we created Spark NC. We received funding and policy flexibility from our legislature. We organized a business advisory committee made up of high-tech companies like Cisco, IBM, and Apple. We created an unprecedented policy model for a non-traditional method to educate our students in North Carolina, and it's called Spark NC. You know, when we're trying to solve K-12, when we're trying to solve these K-12 systemic issues that we've got, the ability to scale, we don't always need new solutions. We need to have folks that know how to scale. Spark NC served over 1,000 students in its first 5 months, and in the next couple of years, it's going to serve all of the students in North Carolina. I'm proud that Apple chose North Carolina to locate, but I'm going to be even prouder when students can imagine walking on that campus for the first time to have that first job. That's the promise of Spark NC.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, you can go back to your seats. Okay, so our judges were listening, correct? They were listening, so they are going to take a little bit of time to deliberate. And while they do, I am thrilled to welcome to the stage our special guest, Daryl DMC McDaniels. Daryl is a philanthropist, hip-hop pioneer, and author who uses his platform to raise awareness and support for mental health and wellness needs for students, to enrich the lives of children in the foster care system, and to inspire young people to pursue their dreams and achieve their full potential. Daryl is not only the co-founder of the legendary group Run DMC. Let's pause for that. That sold over 40 million albums and changed music history. He is an incredibly powerful voice for creativity, education, resilience, and the transformative power of music. Today, Daryl will be interviewed by our second place winner in last year's showcase, Ms. Terry Gray. Terry has been a principal in New York City schools for nearly 20 years. She has also served as a founding school member in the capacity of teacher, assistant principal, and principal co-designing and implementing innovative school models. She proudly serves as the founding principal of Virtual Innovators Academy, New York City's and New York State's first virtual high school. Terry and Daryl, welcome to the stage.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. Daryl, I'm so excited to share the stage with you again and learn from your expertise and your experiences.
Well, you guys are the experts. I'm
Well,
an
you have a lot to
assistant.
share.
I'm like AI. I'm here to help y'all.
So I have a few questions for us to just get started, and I'm hoping, maybe at the end you might want to drop a few bars for us. Would we like to hear that, everyone? All right, so let's just get started and think about all of the amazing presentations we just saw. They were amazing, weren't they amazing?
Super.
And so I would just like to know if you were showcasing a groundbreaking educational innovation, what would your innovation be? What area do you believe that schools need to focus on to improve?
I think schools need to focus on reading. So if we could figure how to use technology to inject the desire to read. Computers are cool, it's necessary, it's where we're going, but something amazing happens to the individual when they pick up a book and start to read. So I think that's where we need to go with all of this.
Thank you.
Whether it's, and the reason why I say that is, kids are reluctant nowadays to pick up a textbook and a workbook. And they're always on their phones and stuff like that. But I have a comic book company I started. There's anime and manga and comic books. Comic books for me wasn't just an adventure or an escape. They actually taught me about things. In school, I would learn about science and the sun and the moon and the stars and the rings around Saturn. But Tony Stark's, Reed Richards, Professor X, they would take me to those places literally. I would learn about comets and asteroids, but the Fantastic Four and the Silver Surfer would take me there. And not only do you learn education, you learn about things, but with education, we overlook the fact that it allows you to learn about yourself.
I think that's so accurate. And you mentioned superheroes. And so I would like to know what unique superpower would you possess in the story of your life? And how have you used your superpower to positively impact others?
Well, I kind of was sitting there in elementary school with my Marvel comic book. And Stan Lee, shout out to Stan Lee, one of the greatest creators ever who created Marvel. I was sitting there one day and I noticed that, okay, Thor is the son of Odin from Asgard. He has a brother named Loki, and he has a hammer. And then I noticed in this world, my name is Daryl. I got a father named Byford. His father's Odin. My father's Byford. I got a brother named Alfred. His brother's Loki. And I got a Mike. So 40 years ago, from reading and writing and learning, and then imagination, I was able to literally become son of Byford, brother of Al. Banner's my mother and runs my pal. It's McDaniels, not McDonald's. These rhymes are Daryl's and those burgers are Ronald's. I ran down my family tree, my mother, my father, my brother, and me. So I guess... I guess one of the superpowers I have is the power of creativity, which is a power that we all have. When I was in rehab, I've been sober for 21 years now. We learned that a lot of the addictions, the guy that did the LSD experiments in the 60s with all the LSD, he wrote that our addictions is the conscious search for God. And when you think about it, you know, all religions and truths, they're all parallel. We all have a superpower. It's the power of creativity. Albert Einstein, the smartest man in history, he said these words: imagination is more powerful than knowledge. Now, he didn't say knowledge wasn't necessary. He said imagination was more powerful than knowledge. But things really manifest and change and transform when you put knowledge with imagination. And that's what all of you are doing here. AI, you know, I come from the vinyl era. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the fact that you push a button and you can't hold the album cover in your hand. But technology has allowed the DJs, you can literally carry 1 million records in your pocket now. If it wasn't for technology, these DJs would be spending a lot of money checking their bags with Delta and American Airlines. The airlines would never complain they broke. So we all have this power. It's the power, the whatever, God, Yahweh, Buddha, the great one, the enlightened one, the one that's all is, the one that will never end, and all, whatever you want to call her. I think God's a woman, because my grandmother was God. But we all have that power, and that's what it's about. So for me, it was the power of imagination and creativity. I was watching this show called Discovery of Witches. Great show. It was about the vampires. This is crazy. The vampires, werewolves, demons, monsters, all the monsters was tired of being monsters. And there was this prophecy that the vampire guy would meet the witch girl who was the savior. She was the one, like Jesus. She was the one, right? So when they found her, and I tell this story when I speak at high schools and middle schools to the kids. When they found her, a lot of our children have doubts about themselves. Just like all the stuff y'all created to assist them to make their dreams come true. So they found the witch girl that was going to change, and there would be no more wars, and there would be no more fight, and evil would go away. Because the monsters don't want to be monsters. They was just put in that position, you know. So the witch laid the head. Yeah, the witch comes down to the girl and said, "You're the one." And like all of us, even now as grown-ups, "Oh, not me, I don't have this and that." And it was like, "Yes, you are, yes, you are." So to make her believe it, they said this: "Here's your first task to this girl. Light the candle without using a match." So the girl looked at the witch lady like, "This girl, I need a book of matches, whatever." And she said, "No." So she tried. Then she tried, and she got to like maybe the 25th time. And like a lot of students, she was about to give up. Like me, when me and Run was shopping our record deal, all the great records that you heard, we went to 50 record companies. They all said no. We got a call to go to number 51. Me and Run could have said, "Joe, I'll see you later," and this and that and that. And you say, "You know what? What we got to lose?" Went to 51, and we got the record deal. So here I sit today. So the girl tried and tried and tried, and then she said these words. She said, she got frustrated. "I can't do it. I don't have magic." And the witch lady, she was a white lady, but she turned black. And she said, "Honey," she said, "the magic is in everybody. It's not in the wand. It's not in the potions. It's not in the condentations. It's not in the amulets. It's not in the sacred books. It ain't in none of it." And this blew my mind. And I heard this about 4 years ago, and I'll never forget this. She said, "Honey, the magic is in the desire to see it done." So you can wave the stick and you can recite, but if you don't believe it's going to happen, so that's what happened with hip-hop. And when you look at hip-hop, it was art, it was words, it was music, it was sound, it was language. These kids are indestructible. It got to the point a young man named Dougie Fresh didn't even have an equipment. So he started doing the music with his mouth, and we created beatboxing. So that's a prime example of the capabilities and abilities that this next generation of students have.
Should I beatbox a little bit for you?
Huh?
Should I beatbox a little bit for you?
Yeah, can you? DMC in the place to be. I went to St. John's University, and since kindergarten I acquired the knowledge. After 12th grade I went straight to college. I'm the king of rock from Hollis, Queens, and I love eating chicken and collard greens. I dress to kill, I love the style. I'm an MC, you know, who's versatile. I got good credit in your regards. I got my name, not numbers on my credit cards. I go uptown, I come back home with who, me, myself, and my microphone.
Thank you so much, Daryl. That was amazing. I appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you so much, Daryl and Terry. What an inspirational and fun interview. You can keep that. Because Daryl, we're gonna ask you to remain on stage to help us. Yes, to help us get to what we have been waiting for, which is the announcement of our winners.
All right. And so, first up, idea category. You ready? All right. And the winner is?
And the winner is Making Waves!
Come on up, idea. Yes. All right. Take one. And they're in the back. Photographers right there. Julia. All right. Thank you. Congratulations. You got it. Congratulations. All right. And our last winner. Yeah, you can keep it. And we're going to actually send you some money. So that paper is nice, but you really want the green that's following.
We would have gave you a big envelope, but we didn't have one this size.
All right. And for the impact category.
Ladies and gentlemen, our impact category winner is, drum roll, Spark NC!
Oh. Do you have... Here you go. Right there. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, folks, thank you so much for joining us. We are so grateful not only to each and every finalist, but every single school leader, district leader, educator that applied to be a part of this innovation competition. We also must say thank you to our judges. None of this would have been possible without you. You gave of your time, you gave of your expertise, you tapped into your teams for the last 6 months to make all of this happen, and we are so very grateful. Thank you to all of you. Yes. And I must say, thank you to Julia Heiser. She is a rock star in every sense of the word, and I am so grateful to have you as a partner. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the summit, and we look forward to seeing you back next year. Thanks, folks.